Hold on, I need my chief feather real quick for this conversation. Heredidymis. You gotta deal with it. Shout out to everybody on the replay gang. They shut down the other stream, as they tend to do. I think they just packet rush it, like we're playing fucking Xbox, the original, so. We'll give it a few minutes for more people to join. Let me send the link to someone else. Shout out for the First Light Composure Slim. Whoa, they love doing that shit. YouTube itself is doing that because it takes away the resume option, as if the stream ended. But it's a hiccup. It's what we used to do to hack on Xbox, but they're doing it to YouTubers. Gay. I'll just go live again, faggot. Like the fuck. Shout out to y'all though. I rocking with Dayson. What's it again? The 20th? Octo, 20th, Octo, Otto, Adam. Raw Tunes in the building, PT Cruz and Tunes TV, PT Cruz and TFE. Jonathan's in the building. I got the laptop charger. I'm just gonna show y'all again. I wish I had a fucking cell phone holder. It'd be easier until we get OBS popping again. But I was just thinking about it, like why my spirit is calling me towards the past. Because I'm trying to figure out how much time we have left. I think Benjamin Banneker laid it out already in code. He encoded his messages, even though they do what they do when they scan it and make it English. Remember, they used to write in cursive, so you don't have none of his original shit. So they took the liberty to adjust the words, I guess, that they understood, but thank God we don't need that. We have AI. Play that game with somebody else, champion. Whoever these nerds are in the academic side of this tyranny, it will not be the people you're voting for. That's the problem. They call them deep state. Deep state are non-elected officials. It's your deep state that's losing control, by the way, not your Republicans or Democrats. I think the deep state is just simply dying off because they didn't mix. They thought genetics was a game. But trust the science. If somebody created a subspecies out of recessive genes, they did that because they put a time limit on it. Like Darwinism for real, in HD. They gotta deal with Mr. Darwin, man. Denial of service. Oof. Yes. It's cool though. They can keep stopping us, specifically us, from speaking our minds at a time like this. Most people haven't heard us talk like this. Speaking of novelty, most of us, they don't see us be aware of these things. Speaking of novelty, you know what I'm saying? Creativity and things. Like they don't have us represented correctly. Like they think Dr. Umar is that. He's not Marcus Garvey, Drew Ali, or me. He's not in that specter. So they better fucking stop playing with us. This ain't that. He think he African, as big as he is. You already got a fucking mental health disorder just by thinking you're something you're not. Thinking you're out of place when you're in place, but you're in the right place, but you're in the wrong paradigm. He's in the wrong paradigm, the wrong place, in the wrong timeline. I don't know. You can't fix that. Because what our people have done is they fixed the narrative and attached to it and exploited it. Especially that generation. Was he like Gen X? Closer to the blaxploitation. He would have grew up on those films, right? Pimpin', we call it. Pulpit, we call it. All that shit new. Notice it's predominantly women, right? Now think of the horny frog and the indecent colonizer who's seen that opportunity and then get to hide behind God. Nah, those some faggots. I ain't got time for that. In real life in 2025 though, we got next. It's our turn to tell our fucking story. We only been here the whole fucking time. About damn time, right? I forgot we were the ones that were silenced. We were the ones that they locked up. We were the ones that they poisoned. We were the ones that they hung. We were the ones that they burnt alive. Now you're starting to see why. Because look how we sound. They didn't like what we had to say. We didn't do anything to them. They came to our house. Keep that in mind. They could have went to any other house if they had one. I just want to make that right for my ancestors. There's nothing better to do. Shout out to Mr. Now. We hear Gorilla Gospel free. Mr. Now says, was saying their servers down, saying they're being uploaded to Palantir, but I say the rainbow is at the end of its pot is gold. Shout out to Terran Art. But they try to re-upload all the servers to what? Because Genius was down yesterday. What else was down? They're transferring all their services to their monster cloud of AI computing, looking for what? You looking for the children of King James yet, Palantir? You know, the person you owe all of your marks attention to? Your actual debt on a spiritual clock? No dumb diverses. Can't wait for they start to tell you about those things. They would actually have to know law, though. And unfortunately, we don't have lawyers, we have attorneys. In that sense, they don't go that far back. You have enforcers of the current codes. Those codes are not the laws. The codes are based on the laws, loosely, obviously, because they don't know what the fucking laws are, so what are they based on? Oh, I'm white and I said so. I know that only works when there's white people to say it, though. And then what are you left with? That's their problem. Every time I fucking turn around, I gotta adapt to somebody else's shit. I'm tired, boss. I'm tired of that concept, even being real. Like, how come these motherfuckers just can't go home and do what the fuck they want to do? Like, think about all the rules they create here. It's not in their house. So why don't they just go home and live the way that they think completely, freely? See? I know how to think of all their fucking, what's that shit called? All their Achilles heels are very easy to see, if you're allowed to talk about it. Freedom of speech, depending on what you're saying, I guess. Nah, this ain't that. They ain't got no Pocahontas in their blood. On my grandma, you know? They ain't got that. They can't enforce it. They cannot pretend either. There's nothing they can write in our language to undo these spells, since King Solomon is his language. He's a sorcerer, by the way. Are you aware of that about Israel? That they're magicians? They're not regular people. Like spirituality, magic, all that stuff comes from us. Like literally. Like King Solomon is grades above warlocks. The Seals of Solomon, the Lesser Keys, the Goetia, the Kabbalah, all that's magic school stuff, right? For white people. Now imagine that's my grandfather, hundreds of years ago. Now imagine how much further his son's gotten than that. They like to freeze that shit in time like it stops, because it's in the book. Little piece of slab they found of the stone, and that's it. Like, nah, nigga. That's just one of the slabs of stones you ain't even find yet. It wasn't centralized, because it's inside of you. If you're sucking and fucking on sorcerers. It only becomes fragmented when it's not your culture. Or you're being invaded. Which happens a lot to us, it seems. Why are we always being targeted? Now you understand everything. A bunch of people starving on potatoes and no money wants to be around all the people that do magic instead. I get it. But then they make it illegal for us to do it while they secretly practice it in their secret societies. They ain't understand everything. The karma of doing dumb shit like that. The United States only exists because of magicians. The United States is a papal, Sanctum. I'll show you. I'll show you. How far can this charger go? Let me see if I can find, in modern era, Unam Sanctum papal. And I'm going to read some of the key words to you so you understand you're not dealing with, at that time you're not dealing with a white person anyway, but they inherited that and just kept running with it. And they haven't updated it since. They forgot what the purpose was because they don't know who the target was. They don't know what Saracens are. They think it's like people that once existed and they stopped fucking and then they don't exist no more because they said so. That's not how nothing works in real life. You call a panda anything you want to call it. It's still a fucking panda, bitch. Okay. Separation of church and state, part 1. Unam Sanctum. Can I do Command Plus? All right, bitch. Here we go. Unam Sanctum is a papal bull that was issued by Pope Boniface the Eighth. So if you go back to Pope Boniface the First, it'll be a more. This is in November 1302, allegedly. I have to say allegedly because they added 300 to 400 years to the modern timeline that never happened. Thus, the events and the times in that fake time is offsetting real time. So it's either 1302 or 1602 compared to us. It laid down dogmatic propositions of the unity of the Catholic Church, the necessity of it belonging to, and the necessity for you to belong to it under their jurisdiction for eternal salvation. So that's where you get this whole idea of Christ and salvation is through the Pope. Because that's a book about Jews. Are Catholics Jews? Okay then, so the eternal salvation comes from Catholics. What does that got to do with us? We already got a 360 deal with eternity. Did they read the Bible? Okay. The position of the Pope, check this out, but the position of the Pope is the supreme head of the church. I thought the Bible said Jesus was the head of the church. So now they're saying, as of 1302, whatever year that is in real life, that the Pope is higher than Jesus. And you have to belong to him for eternal salvation, not Jesus, correct? So it sounds like they're trying to replace who? Who would be the real Pope of recent time if we're speaking English? And these motherfuckers are not England. Genghis Khan. Yes, the Khan dynasty, right? That's who Jesus is based off of, by the way. So you start to see it fall apart real quick, because it's not white people we're talking about in 1302. The Pope further emphasized the higher position of the spiritual in comparison with the secular order. So if you belong to the church in those positions, hence the church and then the secular state, you have more clout in your system. The historian Brian Tierney calls it probably the most famous document on the church and state in medieval Europe, which is Moors. The original document is lost. What does that mean? That means that's not what the fuck that document said. They hypothecated it and made a new one in place of, because they seen the word palpable, dumb verses in Latin and something else. So they created a key to fit themselves into it to apply the rest of the benefits to them while not being cons. Very clever and stupid at the same time, because that tells me they don't know what it was for. They don't know there's more than humans there. Those palpables will be made by angels, not people. They're dumb. But the bull was a definitive statement of the late medieval theory. Here we go. Now it's a theory because they don't know. Of hierocracy, which argued of the temporal body as well as the spiritual supremacy of the Pope. So it's some bullshit they made up a few years ago based on something that's much older. But here's where it gets interesting. That's not the only one. It's kept the Cathars, which become Catholics and white people somehow, they issued several of these during medieval Europe, which is when the Moors ruled Europe, right? On King James. I'm King James' grandson, so it was us. I understand everything. And they said they lost it. I know, they ain't got it. But they pretend they do. And it's useful because they don't need it for the bullshit they're doing. This is where it gets interesting. So, Dumb Verses, allegedly in that timeline, is 149 years later. So a whole nother generation of people. And they got a fake Pope again, Pope Nicholas. They painted some white guy with a long Khazarian nose, as they tend to do. But 1752, the region he's in control of is swarthy. Why is this fucking painting white? All right, so that's, you got to understand how to do that when you become a researcher. Like, who's lying? The people drawing it. But doesn't mean that's what the story is. The authorized King Alfonso of Portugal V to fight, subjugate, and conquer those rising against the Catholic faith and struggling to extinguish the Christian religion. Notice there's two different things. There's a Catholic faith, which puts the Pope as their God, and then the Christian religion, which is the population under kingdoms, which would be like an army, a military, right? If you have a Christian ruler, you're in a Christian dominion. Namely, so Dumb Diverses is namely against the people trying to stop that. Who are those people? Saracens. Saracens are what? Muslims. That's crazy. I thought Muslims was a religion. Saracens is a pedigree, though. So it means Muslims are originally a very particular pedigree of people. Yeah. What are Saracens, according to white people? The ones who have all the do-rags and the turbans and the schmittars and all that stuff, right? They tell you they live near ancient Romans in Arabia, Arab, so they're black people. Following the rise of Islam, which occurred in Arabia, according to them. They weren't over here with us because we're Mohammedans too, since Genghis Khan's son came over here as a Mohammedan. All right, so they're going after my grandfather. They're going after Islam. Muhammad the Conqueror is in the Quran. That's where you would get Muslims from. You get the people of the Quran, right? Who are the people of the book in the Quran? Sabbateans. Who are the prophets of the Quran? Israelites. So what are Saracens? Israelites. Don't worry about it. Don't you worry about it. Now it's very important to know, you'll understand that completely. Okay, so the Christians and the Catholics, those are two different levels, church and state. They come to America with Christianity and the Pope. With these papables, doctrine of discovery, Christopher Columbus discovered America for the Catholics. Dumb Diverses, Unam Sanctum, Inter Caetera. That is their papers to come here to kill us. Why? Because we're Saracens. What does that mean? On Muhammad. What does that mean? Khans. What does that mean? Israelite. What does that mean? Sabbateans. What does that mean? Sabbath. What does that mean? Saba. What does that mean? Saturn. What does that mean? Satan. What does that mean? See? They're talking about us. So the reason why they're even fucking here is for the church. Do they have a church anymore? Are these new people immigrating, coming here based on Christian faith and subservience to popes and papables anymore? No. So that means they're an army without a leader. They don't even have their faith no more. They don't believe that the Pope is how they get to heaven. That's why they came here, though. They killed us because they did. Think how stupid that is. I know. Don't worry. We'll understand eventually. So they already dropped how the fuck you supposed to say that gay ass word? Colonization-based rhetoric. Because these people are not the inheritors of none of that. Not even Christopher Columbus was. He didn't inherit anything. They did it for free. They used them because they're stupid. I know, that's crazy. It's crazy. To turn against us, which was stupider. 1946, the Inter Caetera. This is not to be confused with Alexander VI, bull of the same title. See, they're playing games. Because this is what the historians did. They mixed this shit up from hundreds of years ago to put white people into it. But when this was going on, it was beef. We're talking about like Battle of Taurus type shit. Remember, that's a T. Those are giants, since Tartaria was giants. People taller than me. So no. But in the end, Dumb Diverse, hold on, run that back. The use of Pope Innocent and innocuous infidels as forced labor slaves was also condemned by the Catholic Church in the era with statements such as the Sublimius Deus by Papa Bull III. But at the end, Dumb Diverses had an important legacy in developing European colonialism and its enslavement of African and American natives. Oh, they said it, with enslavement of American natives. It's in the damn article. Why were they enslaving American natives if they're not Saracens? Oh my God, we got them in 4K. Too bad they don't know what the fuck these are. See, Papa Bulls are the start of their laws. So if you understand those and you understand all the other bullshit after it is bullshit, because they're not following their first treaty. You know, like Magna Carta, Holy Grail, all that dumb shit. No. It's the Papa Bull. If they said they came here as Christians, Mayflower Compact, Catholics, Portuguese, anything like that, they're working for the Pope. The Pope was working against Saracens because they didn't like the fucking Quran. Oh, well, I guess. Why are you in America where the Quran takes place? You're stupid. We're Israelites, bro. The prophets of the Quran are Israelites. So the pedigree of the people didn't change. And we're not writing a book about a religion. We're writing a book. We didn't write that book to be a religion. These are little scrolls, right? Like ideas, laws, or treatments, or whatever. Letter to the king. And what's crazy about those books, more importantly, in our culture and tradition, the only people who would write that and we would preserve would be our patriarchs and matriarchs, aka those in power. So they're not even just written by people who became scholars. They're written by the people. They don't have nothing like that. Who are their people? Exactly. It's incompatible. They don't do their civilization that way. They think that some white guy with a hooked nose can put them into heaven. What is that to them? If all the books that they're basing it on is ours. If you make it white. All those religions are black religions. You'll start to see it. They don't have a religion. That's the point of it. And what's crazy is no one required them to. They use the excuse of being a religious military force with the religious benefits of the church, of Queen Elizabeth's hypothecated stuff, of the Vatican's hypothecated stuff, of London City's hypothecated stuff, and use that as justification and narrative to do what they do to us. That's the only reason why they had any semblance of it. It's not because it's real. It's because it's a fucking excuse to be a piece of shit. It's incentivized fuckery. Don't worry, their system's doing the same thing. On Bernie Madoff it is. On Enron it is. On the Pentagon it is. On Donald Trump it is. On Ukraine it is. On Israel it is. It's the same type of shit. Well, because we said so. And if you don't like it, we'll kill you. We'll kill the weakest of you to show you a real example. I can't wait for these faggots to kill someone strong. Don't tell me you blowing up little kids and people on boats. Go after someone who shoots you in the fucking face first. Beat them, because they beating your ass right now. Yeah. This tyranny thing is handed by us, the people over here. They made their whole army gay again. They ain't scary no more. Ain't that a bitch? They did that with soy. One of China's biggest product that they buy from us and sell right back. Can you imagine? They take our soybeans, they modify them and send them back as products. And then Trump doesn't want to invest in that no more. And the farmers are mad. Nah, Trump been hanging out with RFK. If they just told you that the frogs are gay, and Trump did, atrazine, they slid that one under the newsreel. RFK talked about that too. Trump talked about that too. But you know, you got a DEI politics, so they see that as a slight somehow. It takes away their identity. Like, what, a chemical can make me gay? Yes. The fuck? Your brain is chemicals. Of course. Your choices aren't original, stupid. Yes, atrazine could pump too much estrogen into a boy. What are you talking about? These girls got too much testosterone. And it's not even enough to be a real man from the 70s. It's just more than the boys they're dealing with. So that means if their testosterone is dropping, that means a surplus of estrogen will turn them into what? Soft, thin, frail, weak wrist, all kind of shit. And then women don't want to deal with you, and then what are you left with? You still have your sexual desires, all right then. And all the boys around you starting to look more feminine, then what do you have left? Gooners, right? Come on now, don't play with me. They love them lady boys now. How are lady boys fucking? If it ain't boys fucking them? Shit, wasn't niggas going back and forth to Thailand? All right then. All right then. So this has been going on for a minute. So Donald Trump and them are actually trying to save white people specifically. If only white people knew that. Y'all need a king. Y'all said no kings. All right. Y'all about to have no people. Y'all keep fucking around. Y'all keep fucking up with universal law. This shit was done to say fuck the Saracens, period. I'm a Saracen. Quite literally. This is what we look like. Mohammedans. Fully connected beards. copper colored, etc. The people whose family are in those books that they stole. Mine. Yeah, we're Saracens. But we picked the polarity of Muhammad after the conqueror because he freed us. Mm-hmm. We're still Israelites though. We're never Christians, so it wasn't a religion. It was who we are. It's that's what's losing them. I think everyone who studies this stuff, they're looking at it like some random person had a cool idea, had some co-signers, and everyone else was bored and just converted to it. No, nigga, that's my grandmother. Ruth the Moabite is Jesus' grandmother. All the characters in that book are related to each other. None of that was conscription. The only time you have an idea of that is New Testament Paul. But that came up with the Pisos family. They don't even know what that is. How the fuck would I know? I went to school with them. Because they don't, what they accept and what they know in their reference point doesn't, they don't need to challenge the authenticity of it because they assume that they have the truth. Whereas I assume they're all fucking liars, so I have to keep looking. And if you keep looking, if you seek, you shall find. If you knock, it should be opened up to you. Like that's like the ancestors ain't lie about that. Intention. Wherever you pour your most attention, it'll grow, it'll glow, and it'll bring you more until you're satisfied. I am not satisfied. They keep lying and saying, well, we don't have the original document, but here's a new one. Oh yeah, and this document, not to be confused with the other one that we put in the Smithsonian, it's this other one. Yeah, we know. You're paper thieves. We know. You positioned yourself into it, and I know you're stupid because when you took everything, you made yourself fucking trustees because you thought that was power and title. Trustees don't get benefits. Stupid. And that's why they're in debt as a corporation. They cannot inherit none of the, they couldn't rightfully lay claim to anything that's a benefit or birthright to the land if they put themselves in control of the HOA. Don't miss that. The United States is an HOA, function-wise. They're not the land. So they created this Ponzi scheme, at least for the last 150 years since the Civil War, right? Because remember, they weren't all under the same jurisdiction prior. So now they have a new jurisdiction, right? The United States is new. It's not 1775. 1775 was 13 colonies of New Jerusalem, which wasn't them. And then the Civil War combined the Northeast and the Southeast, all the way down to fucking South America, by the way. We didn't stop at the water. They bitch-assed it because it's not theirs. It's not their people. It's not their customs. It's not their boats. It's not their routes. It's not their fish. We didn't have that problem. Florida to Cuba, Florida to Puerto Rico, that was all us. It wasn't different dominions of people. It was different dominions of people trying to set up trade routes there. Well, what about all the people who just lived there and lived off of their own land? They went over there to kill them, right, for the land. Exactly. You can't just go murdering people and stealing shit and then say it's yours. What is yours? Them being there is not why they possess it. Possession isn't ownership. Possession is possession. They're two different fucking words. So if you're in possession, you're HOA. So they made themselves trustees of the land and trust to do banking with the royal banks, which happen to be Christian or Pope white, right? Catholics. Now you got all these other things. All right. So who's in control of it now? Oh, the United States. The United States was created by a papal, Unam Sanctum. There is no papal. You don't even have the real one. So what's the United States? An idea, a theology, a theosophy, a theocratic government. Meaning it only exists as long as the idea does. What does that mean? It only exists as long as the people with that idea exist. And who's left that knows what that idea is? No one. Because they forgot all this shit. Their kids ain't getting smarter. They just told you their kids are getting dumber. Their kids ain't getting healthier, ain't about to live longer. They're saying that most of the kids are obese. They ain't just black kids. The fuck? We're not the majority of the population. So when they say the majority of the population is affected by these things that's going to cause them a problem with succession, they're talking about themselves, boy. They got gay, fat, disease, mRNA, HIV, and fucking low testosterone problems. You know why? That's all health, right? That's all nutrient stuff, basically. Birth, the mother, forming in the womb, right? That's where the errors happen. It happens in the womb, right? In the trimesters. So if their mothers are living off of Starbucks, plastic, soy, things like that, and that's in their bloodstream constantly, re-upped every day or weekly, then what's the kid going to be a byproduct of? Exactly. Now imagine if you were of the land, you lived off the land, what that would mean. Now you get the difference. If they don't come from this land, they can't live off of it. It is not how their genes were created. Quite literally, quite literally, quite literally, if these are not the components, the corn, the maize, the tobacco, the weed, the mangoes, whatever fruits we used to have, the ox, the deer, the venison, if that is not what composed your body to be strong and they call us brawny, then if you do not adapt that yourself, then you're not compatible with this environment. So world trade was required for them to have any sustenance because they can't live off this environment. They can't be vegans. They die. Look them up. All your favorite white vegans from 2009 up to 2015, they lost all their teeth. They lost all their hair. They can't live like that, especially not off these nutrients here. It's not what created them. My grandmother, a vegan, losing all of her fucking bone mass. She was already short. Now she's super short. Now she got heart issues. Now she got bone issues. And she don't eat meat. She's saving it. She's one of the vegans that, want to save the animals. No, her body is decomposing. Because these fruits and vegetables and her substitutes are from where? Everywhere but her original habitat, genetically. Exactly. So if these codes did not build you, they will not repair you either. That's what diet is. Why do you think Japanese people are living to fucking 120? They ass still in Japan. Notice? They still living off the customs of food habits they had 120 years ago. Can you imagine? That's how they do it. Common fucking sense is how you do it. We don't have common sense in this environment. This is not a common sense environment, first of all. Everything is just made up and agreed upon until there's a problem or benefit, and all that's solved by what? A check. As long as we can get paid for it, it's real. And that's where we fucked up as everybody. We think just because someone's getting paid to do something that it's legit or that it's helpful. You ever met a drug dealer, nigga? You ever notice how none of the people who buy the drugs are snitching? Unless there's some kind of financial benefit or freedom benefit? Yeah. Otherwise, they don't have a problem with drug dealers, do they? Just look at the United States as a drug dealer, because it is. United States is drug dealers. There's an FDA, don't it? Food and drugs, right? Drugs are drugs. Who makes a good drug and a bad drug? There's no fucking such thing. So dumb diverse is what fucked them over. And they said, while GRU finds that dumb diverses was essentially geographically unlimited, meaning they can pull this shit anywhere they go, in its application, perhaps the most important and papal act relating to the Portuguese colonization. So white people Portuguese? Because if it's a Portuguese pope, I could have sworn Portugal and Spain are right next to each other in Al-Andalusia where the Moors are, right? It's an island. It ain't like, thousands of miles that way. No. The Portuguese are on the same riverways and the same mountaintops as all the niggas there. So what do you think the Portuguese are in real life? Not the ones with the dead hair, recessive genes. Not the ones with the bright eye colors, recessive genes. Why do they have any dominant genes in them if they're original? Now go back in time. Thank you. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. So this is Portuguese versus Al-Andalusia. Imagine that shit. Moors, Muslims, the Portuguese, Catholics, same island. Can you imagine how that turned out in 1492? And out of that, we had Christopher Columbus with the doctrine of papables, right? Thank you. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. So you notice how none of this shit got to do with white people. Yet this system today is from that system, and that system wasn't white people. So sometime between that and now, that was hypothecated and converted to English. And is what we're dealing with now, which is nothing. It's made up. What I'm trying to tell you is they don't have any laws. What I'm trying to tell you is they don't have a church. What I'm trying to tell you is they don't have a Bible or Quran. None of that is theirs. None of it. None. I'm talking about ownership. I'm talking about IP, intellectual property. I'm talking about people, bloodlines, the people in the book, out the book, all of it. None of it's theirs today. No leader in this world today are those people, if they're not Saracens. And the whole idea of this was to take over the lands of the Saracens. And that's what they did. So these are a whole bunch of people who stole shit because they thought some little white guy was God. Imagine that shit. That's what Antikythera is. So yeah, they don't live up to that now. They don't believe that now. Thank God. It's a stupid idea, which is why we didn't believe in it. Hence, you can never make us Christians, because the backdrop of Christianity is that the Pope is your God, stupid. Why would we make a man a God if we're the bloodline of angels? You had to be really fucking stupid. So then they removed the idea that there's a bloodline of angels here. I know that's right. And who would they be? Saracens. Since the Saracens are the people of the book of the bloodlines of angels. This shit easy when you have all the other details of this. So they can't redo the United States, is what I'm saying. And it's going to have to be something else. This is the white race's last claim to power. It was just a claim. It wasn't justified. It wasn't real. They took advantage of natural disasters and all kind of space shit too on top of that. I forget Tecumseh's comment. I'll show you that in a second. I'll show you the aliens next, because that's a whole nother level. Aliens is what you would call angels, by the way, in our context. They're acting like they don't know that. Tucker Carlson, all of them know they're black. Ain't that a bitch? They're telling you that the things that drive the UFOs are black. And then the black books and the black religions are telling you that the angels are black. And we're their black ass kids. How did that all happen without anyone else? Why weren't they there? They don't research this from the correct lens, I don't think. Like, wait a minute, y'all ass wasn't there, so why you worrying about it? I'd be more worried about where the fuck you came from if you weren't there for that. How did the angels run amok and create us and set up all these kingdoms for their children, and then you show up? I want to know the answer to that shit personally. Like, hold on. Slow down. The fuck? You talking all the black languages. You doing all the black religious books. You doing all the black kingdoms. But you weren't there? You know what I'm saying? To have a story, I mean, like their own version of events don't exist. Not whether they were powerful or fancy. No one gives a fuck about that, trust me. No. Where were you? Please, help me out. You're not Portuguese. Why do you have Portuguese laws? You were out Andalusia? Those are Moors. You don't know what Moors are, though. You would if you knew that you're in the Moorish continent. How many white people know that this continent belongs to Moors? So they don't know world history. By default. And college will penalize you if you finish it too fast. So we know it's not the college that's going to teach you this. Why would it? Who runs the college? No, I'm sorry. Who makes money off of college? There you go. Not the building. Not what it was originally. What it is now. It's not teaching these kids shit anyway. I don't know a woman in my own class of people that got smarter because they went to college. They don't know anything. It's not a diss. It's reality. They ain't teach y'all shit. How the fuck you know anything? You don't know anything. You ain't reading the right things. You forgot that you were a fucking slave still. You the bitches that fucking Harriet Tubman was talking about. I would free more slaves had they known they were slaves. AKA she kept running into people allegedly if she existed. You know how these stories go. But whoever she really was, that they stole her character. They did the same shit with Rosa Parks. Rosa Parks was not the woman that protested the bus. Can you imagine? The whole civil rights movement's a goddamn fucking media job. One of the first ones, because media is brand new. That's why they had to do From Pizza Pizza paying her rent that whole time. Don't forget, listen, that's a white guy, right? Don't play with me. But she protesting the white guys, but the white guys are paying her rent. How does that make sense? Because it wasn't fucking her. They'll tell you that now after she's dead. Ain't that fucked up? That's black people doing that shit. Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton ass niggas. All those are feds, right? All those are feds under Napoleon Bonaparte, right? You have to be a Shriner. Jesse Jackson's a Shriner. I have his pictures. So they're sellouts of the highest order. Because a Shriner is copying and acting like they're Saracens. They wear red fezzes, right? They belong to Moors, right? And Moors were Muslims, right? At the time, we're talking about in time. Still the same people before there's such a thing as Islam and Quran, but I know that's confusing for people. If you make up Scientology and your great-great-granddaddy, he wasn't a fucking Scientologist because there's no Scientology yet. Are you not your grandfather? All right, then. We gotta stop identifying as a religion because that's not what none of that shit was. These are magicians dealing with angels. Don't they put angels in all their damn churches and buildings? All the ones in the Vatican are gay. Addis is gay. The little cherubim sucking on dick and stuff on the Vatican? Yeah, that's kind of gay. It's kind of pedophilic on top of that. What's the biggest problem the Catholic Church got? Pedophiles, right? Now look at their art. So they wanted to kill us so they can be faggots? Sound like Mamelukes and eunuchs, right? Now go back to the American Revolution and you'll see them right there. Schwabe. Yeah, boy. That's history. That's real life. That really happened. That's what really happened. Their freedom was so that they can be DEI. And the only place in the world that allowed them to do that was here, around us. They don't know what our rules were. They don't know if we were anti or pro any of those things. They just know the kingdoms were. But that's why there's so much land here for you to do whatever the fuck else you wanted, away from us. We're working on a genetic operation here, guys. Sorry. You can go south if you want to. Shit, go west. Go north. Just get the fuck out my face. Yep. There's plenty of homosexuals in our pedigrees. They're just not kings. Being an abomination doesn't stop them from existing. It just means that God's not going to deal with them. And maybe they don't want God to deal with them. I mean, everyone's not into that. Today. How many people dare say they want to be righteous for the cause of God? On its own. No benefits. No jobs. No rank in your society. Like, you're just going to try to find God and live God's way. Exactly. It's a foreign concept. In a land where it's normal. Tight mismatch. Law of gender broken somewhere. You shouldn't be here then. This is the promised land for God's people. That's why the Catholics and Christians try to fit in. But their God was a pope. Ours is an alien. Stay fucking woke. I'm just using today's terms to understand how different it is. Our God would technically be, in today's terms, an alien. Something that came here from something else, somewhere else, and grafted us by hand. Let us now bow down to our Lord Almighty. He's standing right in front of him. Moses talking to him directly. And when he drives off, he burns half his face. It's probably Archangel Michael. Or any of the imposters. And a lot of times they're twins. Like Libra and Gibraltar, they're twins. And then we haven't even asked that question yet. How many of these lords in the Bible are actually females? You'll understand everything soon. For I'm a jealous God. I understand everything. That might be a girl, since Gabrielle is. And she's the #1 messenger in all those books, including the Quran, where she only talks to Israelites. But she talked to Muhammad the Conqueror. Gabriel from Israel gave Muhammad the Conqueror the Quran. Do the science, please. Do the fucking science. She's assigned to who? The bloodline of Jesus. All right, then. You understand everything, man. Like father, like son, like all of us. Like, yeah. I can tell you no duh because it happened to me, but I'm just telling you. It's a real thing. My ancestors weren't just writing fucking fictions. They're going through something. The books that they collected for religion is just those stories. Those are not our only stories. Trust me, we kicked ass for a long time. Ooh, I dropped something. Hold on. Shout out to Noel, Vril Society, 3A Atlas babies from the 1811s. That's what you think they are? You think that's a little mothership coming back to pick them up? I believe in a lot of things, but that's just too good to believe. That time is up and they're here. I doubt it. They're here. I'm just saying I don't think we're gonna get a fucking ending chapter or a disclosure or what's that called, a debriefing about what the fuck happened to my people. What the fuck was all this for? Y'all can go to any fucking planet and you brought that bullshit here? Fuck you. I got smoke for all them niggas coming off a spaceship for it. Go ahead and put your technology away real quick. Let me see where your hand's at. Something Quetzalcoatl. Let's run that shit back with my grandfather. I'll do it. Fuck them. I'll fuck them up, boy. I'm vicious. Got it naturally. But this ain't that. They don't want no smoke with us. I had 5 appear on me last night while I was spraying outside in the front. Flash. All right, y'all out here. Where? Then I seen it appear. And it glued and it got really bright and then shut off. I was like, there's more then. Another one came across. And then I saw a green stream, like a puff of smoke and light, but it was green, like a Borealis, whatever the fuck. It was small though. It was like, here we go with the green again. I seen 13 green shooting stars before I moved to Charlotte. So I saw a green, whatever the fuck that phenomenon is, just last night. So if they got something else, I ain't worried. I got something else too. Fuck them. They ain't getting out of this that quickly. I ain't here by myself. They don't have to pay up. 137 trillion, a lot, man. No matter what you convert it to. The Emperor of the Moon don't want to hear none of that shit. Because I don't. And I'm quantum entangled to them. Like fathers, like sons. We're not too much different in this, in how we see things. It doesn't matter who raised us. You'll always find your path back to God. That's the covenant, by the way. It's a bloodline thing. It's not because we're decent or great people. We can be. We should be. But that is not the prerequisite for what this is. Especially when you're colonized by evil foreigners. And I'm not talking about people. For we are not people. People cannot colonize us. Impossible. This is Tartaria. You seen it? I'll show you in a second. I'll show you how impossible it is. Something else happened by a third party. It picked them. It went away. Now things are coming back, and it ain't them. So that 3i Atlas, as Noel suggests, because you got remote viewers and people are trying to create a narrative for it. What is the story, Noel? that this spaceship that's just right now in the ring of Mars, or whatever the fuck, the orbit of Mars, is alleged to be a backup of a previous ancient civilization. And this is what they have been interfacing with, I guess, wirelessly or somehow to pull down whatever instructions they were given. You know, fucking Area 51 level of secret societies, the ones dealing with tech. And now that it's here, they're not saying nothing about it. They said the Mars rover got a picture of it, aka they faked that. So it's a satellite has a picture of it. This has it. So they're trying to tell you it's real. But the narrative that they're finding out or trying to ascribe to it, so we can do another Coast to Coast AM Comic Con, is that somehow this thing is a good sign. Like, oh, this is the carrier, if you will, for a backup civilization. So think of it like a traveling AI or a traveling supercomputer. But instead of having ChatGPT, it actually is alleged to have the consciousness of that civilization stored. Altered carbon without carbon, basically. They running with that shit. They better. Because I know God didn't put you there. Not the one that we're talking about. Now, if you want to get really fucking deep, I'm like, well, universal God that created all material universe, then yeah. That ain't what the fuck our problem is. They don't believe in that shit either. I can get with them on that if they wanted to. They wouldn't act like they do if they did. But they're skipping a few chains of hierarchy like they tend to do. Have you noticed? So, they're looking for the maximum benefits with the least amount of accountability. Nah, you killed too many of my people. I think that's what they need to know. The linchpin of all of their undoing is just the fact that they murdered us. We never declared no war on no fucking foreigner. You have no history of American Indians going to any of those places and doing anything to any of them. With boats going back and forth, by the way. We're addicted to nicotine and weed. Nicotine drops your anger, and weed makes you chill out. We have no reason in the history of us in recent 400 years to ever have the incentive spirit of lack. Why would we go take something from somewhere else if we come from the place that has everything else wants? Like, you gotta stack it up. We were here already. We don't need none of that shit. Y'all over here because y'all need some shit over there already. We cannot declare war on you. There's nothing we would get. Look at your bitches. Nah, we good. You want to bring us some trinkets? What did they say they brought here? Eyeglasses and they brought us glasses. They brought us glasses. Mind you, we're hunters, but they brought us glasses. That was on their ships. Trinkets. Our sisters loved idolatry. Those first boats were Dollar Trees. You understand everything, son. Yeah. So they didn't even come over here rich. They came over here with Dollar Tree. They were China before China. They came over here with that and drugs. Opium Wars was right in the middle of it. These are the same soldiers. These are the same church. These are the same armies. They have different, everyone don't do the same thing, but you understand? They come from that. Hustling, taking advantage of people, making people unsober. They can't do that with a weed head. Nah, marijuana don't make me no slouch. If anything, it made me more focused. But it's for us. Genetics, the genetic dispensation to it. This is where it grows abundantly. We allowed it legally for centuries. White people took that shit away. The fuck? Why do you think so many niggas do it? White people didn't invent weed. We did. I'm not African. I'm the American Indian. I'm telling you, like, we had it already. Hemp, we already had it. We've been smoking this for hundreds of years. We're kind of codependent on it. And they banned it. Imagine that. Dickhead shit. Now look at all the states that make it legal. All of our kingdoms, right? Los Angeles, Nevada, DC, Maryland. Come on, stop playing with me. Even New Jersey and New York trying to try it out, right? New Jerusalem. Go figure. Go fucking figure. It's us again. All right. Everything they've banned is reversing. I've noticed because I know what they did to that degree. Annexation of Texas, 1868, boy. They don't give them a lot of time to lie to me. That means your ass wasn't there before. In power, control, a government, a bank, nothing. Not even fucking Fort Knox, right? So Fort Knox can't be theirs if it's before 1868, and they didn't get none of that shit till after, right? That's Reconstruction era, the least talked about moment in history. Unironically, the same time all your world fairs are going on. They don't even teach y'all about the world fairs. Because they had to explain why is all that shit Saracen design. So every world fair you can find was built by Saracens. Don't miss that. That's who the Pope and the church and the Christians attacked. Those buildings, that era, Aladdin, Arabian Nights, get it more, Muslim, they got rid of that in favor for adobo and wood and cutouts. Refabs, fucking prefabs, Amazon shit. That's what their economy was, right? Making shit cheap. Cheap labor, cheap products for a cheap price. Dominated by volume, because you make more if it's cheap. So they have a cheap ass GDP, Dollar Tree level for the past 150 years, man. And then they sell drugs on the side. Why do you think Big Pharma protected? They ain't just making vaccines. They're creating all your drugs. You know how many ingredients go into cocaine and crack these days? You think some crackhead did that? Are y'all silly? What were they before they were a crackhead? That's what you need to ask yourself. To even come up with such a formula, you need to understand chemistry. So these are not hood people that did that. Don't forget the part that's Colombian. Ain't that right next to Jerusalem, where Mama Inga was? So Mama Inga was in the territory where all the cocaine was. And Mayan God M, since she's Mayan, Inca, Mayan God M had what in his backpack? Tell him stop playing with me. Cocaine, stop playing with me. He was a real D-boy. He was a god. Mayan God M, Michelangelo. He had cacao in his backpack. He was a healer. That's how you know it's Michael. By the way. So yeah, double down on it, man. Double down. All the gods of men down here are half angels. That's what that means. Nephilim, they're gods. Little G's. Little G's, man. They forgot that. We had like 12 of them niggas. Like the whole Zodiac or something. Don't we got 12 tribes? We got 12 Horuses? 12 auras? Hey, that's all Egyptian, ain't it? We got 12 times 12, 144? I could have sworn that's all us. That's how you know it's Saracens. That's our math, bro. The numbers is ours. But that pattern is ours. Because what are we talking about? It's Jesus in the 12 hours. It's Heru and everyone else. He's the King of Kings. But he's a God. So he's the God of gods. Because all the gods are kings. Don't miss that. He's the center point of the clock. He's the center point of the zodiac. He's the son of God. Everything else is the constellations. Little suns, little G's. They're all related, but they're not the same degrees. You understand everything. A slice of a pie, that's only 12. So you take a pie slice and you divide it into 12. 360 divided by 12. That's the degrees of those. He's the center point. He's all 360. He's all of them in one. He's the King of Kings, for the kingdom of heaven is inside. Yeah, so he's the product of all those branches of Israel, Isis, Ra, El. It's right there. That's Egyptian, bro. Israel is literally Egyptian. It's in the pantheon of Egypt. That's how Egyptian we are. The name of who we are is the pantheon of Egypt. It's the Holy Trinity of Egypt. Can you imagine that shit? Like right there in front of you. So again, how can any of these fuckers, non-African and non-us, be fucking the bloodline of Egyptians? Israel is Egyptian. Isis, Ra-El, Genesis, the genes of Isis. Isis is the Egyptian goddess, is it not? Our mother, throughout in Egypt, holy be her name. Venus, correct? Correct. Copper colored. Come on now. It comes in the New Testament, they do it again. He's copper colored. Yeah, he's also genes of Isis. So Venus is copper colored, and Jesus is copper colored, and he's fucking Israel. Isis. Jesus Christ, bro. Isa Christ, bro. Isa. Isis. Jesus Christ, bro. Venus Christ, bro. Gabriel, bro. Right fucking there in King James English. How can anyone imagine we're anything else? That's what I be saying. Like, it's right there, bro. Like, you don't need a wiki article for that. We never said it was anything else. Who the fuck are these people labeling us? We're the bloodline from Egypt that survived the flood. That's our story. That's why we're here. There was a flood, wasn't there? And the only thing that we kept from that old world was our languages. And it's ours. What am I saying? We're the oldest people here. All that other shit don't matter. Because we know something they don't know. That shit happens again. That ain't our first time surviving a flood. Have you read our story? We're not giants no more. So that means we survived that one too. Deucalion's flood, we survived that one too. Mama Inga's story is there was a great world flood, and they took them up into the house in the sky, for my father has many mansions, and brought them down to the Andes. And they named that little lake there with the mountain in the middle, whatever the fuck it is, and then boom, Mama Inga's story begins. A damn giant, an Amazon goddess. Like Egypt, bro. Like that's what that is. Goddesses come from Egypt, bro. She's an Amazonian goddess. She's tall. She's a giant. Yeah, the giants were in Egypt, bro. Have you seen their damn wall paintings? Where there's a giant stitching together little niggas. Yeah, Mama Inga's the giant people, not the little ones. My grandmother. So you understand everything about us. That's what Israel is. The 12 tribes created by giants who survived a flood, Noah. Noah's a giant in the time of giants. Jesus Christ, men of renown. Yeah, Titans. Come on, dog. Hercules. That's their time period. Come on now. Common fucking sense, boy. David beat what? A tribe of giants, right? A tribe. He was the king of kings on Tartarus. Genghis Khan was the king of what? Giants. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's what more means. We're pyramid builders. The fuck? What landmass has the most pyramids in the world besides America? What do more mean? Pyramid builder. Where are the most pyramids? America. Where's ancient Egypt? America. Where are the Moors found? America. Annexation. Who does the land belong to? The Moorish people. All right then. Who are we? Exactly. We're the bloodline of the kings of kings. We mean that linearly. We're the bloodline of the oldest kings ever in anyone's written history because we survived. This isn't a flex, but it is. But it's only a flex to anyone else. And my fucking question is, then who the fuck is anyone else? If you wasn't with us then, you would have known this with us, right? You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't be hiding it from us. You wouldn't be stealing it from us. You wouldn't be rewriting it. You wouldn't be discovering it. You wouldn't be digging it up. You wouldn't be treating it like this is your fucking first time here. Our whole book is about this ain't the first time for anything. Nigga, ain't nothing new under the sun. The sun. There's nothing new under the sun. It's my name. A book written by my grandfather called King James. Then they named me the Son. The design. There's nothing new under this design. We're cons first. We created English. We're not English. It's not because we're from England. It's because we're descendants of angels. They needed to know English to talk to us. We're not every woman. My family itself is a different species from Africans. That's why I'm so adamant about that. It has nothing to do with skin color. I'm not tripping on African people. I'm not people, so I can never be African. Africans are people. Beautiful people. I'm not people. They're not giants. I'm a descendant of giants. What happened to the giants? They had smaller children. I'm one of them. I'm 6'3". I can go up to 420 pounds with no problem. I'm 250 now. It's because of my bloodline. They put us in the NFL. That's crazy. Ain't that how you say Nephilim? NFL Giants. I know that's right. NFL Eagles. I know that's right. NFL Giants, NFL Angels. That's two different types right there. Not every giant was an angel. That's why you have Pluto and you have Plutarch. You notice at the end of his name is Arch, like Archangel? Yeah. So it's the Pluto with no angel in it, and then there's a Pluto with an angel driving, thus the mind of Plutarch. Yeah. What's in the name? Well, where did the name come from if it's in English? It comes from angels, from the kingdom of angels. That's what everyone has confused about all the religions. Those books don't tell you what happened to the angels. It just tells you angels are with you. It tells you they have kids. And I'm telling you, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm down here. I'm with what's down here. Them other niggas can eat a dick for real. I don't care what degree they're in. You don't understand anything. I'm related to both. I'm related to the good guys and the bad guys too. Rape kind of does that to royals. I'm the Holy Roman Empire. And I'm Israel. Yeah, that's what they did. They don't know what they did, but I do, because it's me. They made me. They done fucked up. They done fucked up all that shit. Because like I said, we know how to keep our mouth quiet long enough. Obviously, Grandma's still telling you about the veil, ain't she? Don't worry, I figured it out. I know what they're talking about. The veil, the valley, the Virginia Light Colonies. L.E.L. The Colony of Angels, Virginia. Virginia, Maryland, Jamestown. Don't worry, they were in Jerusalem too. They knew about those too, right? They had to. What happened to the Mayans? I guess they turned into Indians. The fuck? We weren't doing the Judah thing no more. That's how old that book is. They're barely doing it then. So imagine, separated by time and weather patterns and land, and you just, fuck it, we gonna make this work somehow. And that's what we did. And then the kings came back. And they said, we got some new shit for you. Check this technology out. We're gonna turn some lights on in this house. I'm gonna send all my sons out to build all these other metropolises back up. We inherited them from the giants. Because we're their kids. Not because we had to beat them. We are them. We're Tartarians, the size of Moors. David and Goliath lived at the same time. They would crossbreed. Since they're a crossbreed of us and angels. The fuck? We're all three of them. We're the alien, the hybrid, and the human. We're the Moor, the Mason, and the alien. We're all of them. Royals. That's why we're royals. It's not, I wish it was cooler than that. I wish it meant something. You kept your castle and your magic carpets and your technology forever with these niggas. Above and below, don't forget it. These niggas down here couldn't beat us. There's some asshole shit from space. Since these people never been here before. They're not in our history. We're the oldest ones here. That'd be fucking impossible. We couldn't miss this. That's why the Pope trying to make himself a pharaoh. That's what they're saying. Well, the Pope is the supreme of the things because that's what pharaohs are. Pharaohs come from Egypt, right? Yeah. That's crazy. Pharaohs would have to be related to Isis. Then you get the Genesis all over again, don't you? Abraham walking around Egypt. Otto walking around Egypt. Ancient America. He's tall. Jesus is tall. So they could not come from 5-foot tribe Africans. If you're going back in time, and they're tall already. And those tribes are still small to this day. And then they do have tall African genetics. They look nothing like us. So we didn't come from them. Where do we get our hair from? Not white people. They have dead hair. We have curly hair. That grows down our back. Nah, those are giants. Look at every Babylonian giant. He's tall. Fully connected beard, long hair, wrapped up. Those are giants you're looking at. Humans weren't drawing humans. They're drawing giants. Those are every god is a giant compared to the humans writing it. The fuck? They got you fucked up. Myth does not mean it was a lie. Mythology just means it was a long time ago. They can't prove it. Because they ass wasn't there. We're their kids. There's nothing to prove to us. The fuck? I know it didn't come from them. You give me options. All right, well, the options is I come from an older civilization since I'm still here. And those civilizations were a lot different, just like these niggas is. And I don't come from them. Well, where did I get it from, Scoop? Yeah, weird. Kind of solves itself. Obviously, we wasn't lying about our stuff. Who the fuck would we be lying to? Who would we have an advantage over? Our damn self? Dumb as hell, stupid as hell, goofy as hell. Fucking thief-minded bullshit, narcissist bullshit. Not even dope enough to be vain. I don't even know what to be vain about. Fucking Dollar Tree shit? Bitch, this ain't our only moon. Fuck you. They ain't got that passport. I thought it was our fathers that had the keys to the dead. Egypt. They crazy as hell, boy. Said the Sumerians said that the Anunnaki came down and they were tired of dying down here. So they made some little niggas instead. Hey, how you doing? I'm down here because these bitch niggas don't want to die down here. Mm-hmm. That's why we're the kings and shit. They made us to be down here. What the fuck else? What the fuck else would there be besides a kingdom? What are the options? Did they get a job and go to college somewhere else back then? They had another civilization coming from space that was like doing it big, digging for gold and shit? Or was that us, since we're here? Where the fuck else did we come from? We here either way that story exists or don't exist, we still here. So if we still here from a long time ago, and my race is from a long time ago, because we're Americans, we're the oldest ones here, dig us up. So we've been here a long time ago. We've been here with them. Someone and them who wrote the story about them, without going to your college, talking about some niggas coming from space to create people back then. Talking about genes back then. Talking about math and flying craft back then. Don't miss that, please. Please don't miss that. The further the fuck you go back, the more sci-fi it seems. Correct me if I'm wrong. Ezekiel got flying wheel, my nigga. Way before they went to fucking fake moon landings, which they still haven't done. Come on, dog. They're pretending to do the shit that we already wrote about. Dead giveaway to me. Like, oh, you can't actually do this shit. You're not what you seen. So that's the natural degree of it. That's not what, and that's when you, I got a code switch for you so you understand how deep this shit is. That's just like the side effect of the civilizations with those influences. And whatever comes to destroy it or reset it, or whoever fucking goes narcissistic and turns on everyone, you know how it go. It still go that way. Nothing new to us. Quite literally, our books are that fucking old. It's literally not new to us. There's nothing new under it. It's just what time you are in that shit. We're at the collapse period of whatever the fuck they are, not us. This keeps happening to us. I'm tired of it. So anyway, we're down here. So physically, oh yeah, you have access to both planes of existence that we know about in these vessels. These vessels are created by vessels from another plane of existence. So cross-compatible. PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2. That's just one part of it, though. Technically, that should be the only fucking thing here, if we're the only ones that survived the flood. So you have to keep in mind, in our worldview, there is no one else. The further you go back in time, there's even less of us. We didn't hit 8 billion here. We came here to replenish the earth, meaning something took it out before we got here. That might not be us, but we're here now. Hence, how we wrote that story. We wrote this story with the awareness that this place had other things besides us. So the religion is about a very specific group of species of people who understand that difference. That cannot be them. They think everyone's the same. They don't even think they're equal. They just think they're better because they're white. And it starts there, because they stole that credit in history of my ancestors. That's made them, as white people, borrowing our story, the greatest species ever? Like, imagine that shit. But now rewind it one more time. They think they're the greatest species ever because they think they're the angels. Yeah, what are their religions and languages, if not ours? Hence, stolen valor. And it's not fucking true. It's the opposite. That's their Achilles heel. They lie about stupid shit. Things that are not even true. You said you just came to Eagle's Landing. Who the fuck are you? Compared to eagles. You say you're fucking sheep. I say I'm a wolf. You still have a fucking problem. My ancestors fly. They put me down here on purpose. I don't have to be nothing like them. They made me for this. Yep. We were made for this. That's what our story is telling you. It starts with the creation of this. Whatever you think life is, don't it? So we set the groundwork for our understanding of life itself, that it existed before we got here. We didn't say we were at the start. Mind you, we're the ones writing it. What TV show, cartoon did we have? What reference point, what white guy did we refer to? Exactly. Tell him to shut the fuck up. So we had this idea already. The Matrix is our idea already. How they gonna fucking give it some credit to some fucking boys who want to be girls? Like, look how disrespectful their whole fucking thing is. Look what happens to them too. Anytime they assume the role of an angel, they get cooked. They got us fucked up, boy. How they translate all this shit and make all these movies about it and still don't understand it was written by us. That's why we love that shit, right? All my cousins, they love that shit. Yeah, it reminds them of us. What it used to be like before this shit. So that means it'll get to that shit again if we get this right. That's what we keep writing about. That's what we were drawing. The people drawing it weren't there. Wake up. They're honoring their ancestors. The fuck? Their ancestors are angels. Men of renown. Whose fathers were angels. Well, if an angel has a baby, what is it? Stupid? If a black man have a baby, what's the baby? Stupid? All right then. And black men are the descendants of angels. Imagine that shit. Stupid as hell. Dumb as hell down here. This shit's so easy to understand. And the only thing that stops them from understanding is racism, which they deny that they have. You gotta fix one of them. You gotta fix your damn eyes so you can see colors, or you gotta stop pretending like you're not an evil motherfucker. Pick one. And be the other. They gotta stand on business. They did this to God's kids. Don't forget that shit. On Israel. They didn't do this to black men. No, they did this to the kids of angels. So if you transpose angels to aliens, you got a fucking problem with aliens, don't you? Hey, however they want to talk about it, I'm here. If his eye is on the sparrow, then their eyes can see through ours. Know that shit. Since they created us. They ain't got to be down here to see through our eyes. Then they designed us with a third one? I thought so. I could have sworn that's what we're drawing on the temples. Like, yo, they put this other thing. This is like, so even when they gone, they with us. Shit. Sound like you a channeler. Who said you were channeling something that's here? Now read Isaiah again. He talking to people. And then he respond, hold up, I want to go see what the Lord says. And then they start talking and they put it in quotes. He's channeling. It's right there. It's right there. It's right fucking there if you knew how to read it. My hope is I hope people find a desire to read it and borrow that perspective. Maybe you'll understand it finally. How the fuck did I know how to do that? Yep. I get it naturally. I just gotta get these motherfuckers to stop lying to me. Then I could do the other things. I'll figure it out. figure out survival, I'll figure it out. I gotta survive the same shit. Because I'm down here. They make it easier for me. Can you imagine that shit? I'm the only one standing on grandma's business. And my shit is hell. I'm the only one decoding their secrets. And my shit is hell. I'm the only one that can do that shit on King James, on John Smith, on Carlos V. Actually, now I think about it. And I did. And I fucking did. And I fucking did. I honored my parents. I brought their awareness back. I brought that shit back. I reconnected it to 2025. Auto the 21st. I did it. Nah, tell them to miss me with the bullshit. John Smith 13. Nah, I did that shit. They got me fucked up. I'm a descendant of angels, boy. They got us fucked up. Yeah. They said I was a black man. I kept telling them since I was a baby. I was like, I don't know about that, Captain. I could smell my tribe. These people don't smell like us. Whatever. You like to skateboard? I love Street Fighter. You wanna go to the pool? Black people don't know how to swim. Shit. I do. Like I was a Moor or something. Fight every week like I was in wars or something. Yep. Same fucking story. Part 2. I live their stories. I don't have a choice. It's genetic. And our genetics are fine-tuned to do that thing that they do. Free people out of captivity. That's all we do. That's what messiahs are. It's not about going to heaven. I wish it was. This ain't nothing like that. Messiahs just free their people. They send us here to free people's minds. To brief them. Let's do some Call of Duty shit. We're just there at the end of the zombie mission and tell you why the fuck there were zombies there. That's it. That's it. You see why they make a big deal about it. Same thing with Jesus. Why his family made a big deal about it. Because they missed it when he was there. He was right in front of them. They didn't believe him. They're in captivity. They didn't write about him until he was gone. They didn't tell you where he went, though. So their story just kind of starts and ends when he shows up, and then when he stops showing up. There's only about a couple of years. That ain't his whole life. That ain't his whole book. What did Genghis Khan actually do? I could have sworn he was the emperor of the whole world. Just like Muhammad the Conqueror in the Quran, written by Israelites. But you notice the difference. Some Christian, whatever the fuck that is, some other Judean wrote about Emmanuel, whoever that is, or Yeshua, whoever, Joshua, or Jesse. What's his name? Which one is it? Which of the brothers is it? Which of the sons of God is it? Because you're my brothers and sisters, and I'm a God. All right, which one's Michael's kid? Let's start there. He got the keys to death. That'll be him. All right. Oh, that one. Oh, you talking about Muhammad the Conqueror then? Or you talking about Temujin then? Or you talking about half man, half jinn? All right, you're talking about Genghis Khan then. In real life. Genghis Khan was emperor of the world. In the Quran, Gabriel shows up when he's 40. That's like 7 years after the gospel. Remember, they killed him. He came back like 3 days later, so he just kept going. Yeah, I thought so. He a Phoenician, ain't he? Phoenix people have a tendency to do that. It's the spirit in them. Now, he becomes Khan the Conqueror. Muhammad Khan. Muhammad. Khan, king, same story. He's an Afro-Asiatic since both books are about Afro-Asiatics. Don't listen now. It can't be nobody else. These are Semitic books. That's the illest shit about it. Semitic does not mean African. Nah. No, those are humans. We're not humans. Semites are not humans. That's or Homo sapiens, I should say. No, we're not. The books are telling you we're not. The books are written by angels. The fuck is going on here? The fuck is going on here? Like, you gotta understand, when they wrote these books, everyone knew that. Everyone, they lived in the kingdom with the king who's the descendant of angels. They knew that. They had to. They're in the king. They're speaking king's language. Like, come on, do science. The kings knew that. You don't read none of the shit the kings wrote, do you? You don't even know how the kings talked and interacted and thought about each other. You know how like some yuppie from some fucking other time period is writing about the grassroots level in a kingdom. Oh, the French Revolution because of the people. Fuck the people, nigga. What was going on with the king and the queens and shit? What were they doing with? I don't want to hear about these fucking people working in their goddamn territory. What the fuck would they know? They doing business? Like, they running this shit? No. How come we don't have no narratives of the niggas running shit? Ain't that kind of fucking ass backwards? You gonna teach everyone how to think like a slave again? Stupid as hell, dumb as hell. Fucking English. So anyway, nah, that ain't what none of that is. You want to even follow the story of the fucking carpenter? Are you stupid? You want to write a book about some shit like that? You'd write about a king. And Jesus was a carpenter because he's a king. Smith. It's King James Smith. It's King John Smith. I'm Dwayne Smith, their grandson. Smith, Semite, builders, carpenters, Moors. Literally us. Orientalis, Afro-Asiatic. Samurais and shit. Shaolin and shit. Boxers and shit. Yeah, a lot of fucking kids. Solomon had how many bitches? Yep. Yeah, they weren't all the same. So imagine how many kids he had. But only one he would choose to be king. He chose out of 7, actually. Guess his 7 favorite bitches who come from other kingdoms. You know, arranged marriages to join kingdoms. That's how you become an empire, right? You bring the other kingdoms under your empire, your umbrella, yes. That's what Genghis Khan did. That's Jesus, by the way. King of Kings. King of Kings has nothing to do with how much you pray, nigga. King of Kings is literal. And you can only be a King of Kings if you're a bloodline angel. So anyway, as above, so below. Archangel Michael's kids. So he's the King of Kings, literally. These Christians came here working for a king, didn't they? Oh no, they called him a pope by then. He must have changed his titles. But yeah, they come from kingdoms, don't they? But they had a no king's day. They ass don't exist in anything but that. By the way, the United States is new. And the current one is the newest. It's not the same fucking thing because they're not Moors no more. Have you noticed? Yeah, someone's fucking lying as usual. It's always them. But that's what I'm saying. The story is so much bigger than them. They couldn't tell the truth. I tell you, I looked through all of them. I listened to everything they had to say about spirituality, angels, and life after death. They have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. They don't know we're here right in front of them. Hebrews 13, man. We're here already, bro. They're not looking for us. We're here. We're not hiding. I say it all the time. What the fuck they looking for? Talk to me. Show me. Maybe I figure it out for you. I got some friends. That's the kind of friends I would find. Fucking idiots. Fucking stupid people. This whole civilization is on some bullshit with the damn facts and the history of things. We don't understand what it is. We stuck in our role playing with it. Like, oh, I'm this person in this condition in this neighborhood, and I gotta get to the castle or something, or gotta make it better for the rest of the badass kids. Like, ain't gonna write about that, because ain't no nigga gonna be doing that in 20 years either way. It's so forgettable. Our lifetimes, our experiences. The way it's set up, the paradigm. It's a forgettable paradigm. No one wants to do this shit again. No one wants to do it now. It's how useless it's been. You just feel it because it's being de-incentivized. By who? by men. No wonder shit don't work. I'm starting to get it. Like the brother Young and Icy said, they missed the prerequisites for algebra in the way they think. They can't hold more than one variable. That's why they can't do the time thing like I do. Because I remember the other things in real time. I can compare them as I'm talking about one. I can see the other variables shifting with it. Genes of Isis, Phoenicians, Osiris, Osirian. Like, they're all the same damn story, boy. In a different language. Leave it alone then. That ain't you. Shut the fuck up. How the fuck you steal Napoleon shit and Napoleon stole his shit, now someone else stole it? Who's being brought to justice here? Shut the fuck up. None of that shit belonged to nobody alive. And it wasn't even Napoleon's. He'd be related to us. So that means he stole it from us. As soon as I was speaking about it. Now it's missing. Yeah. The devil tell lies. I don't. I tell you, if I speak about it, it's going to happen. When it's the truth. That's how I know if I'm playing the game of hot and cold. Shit starts happening. Shit that never happened before. They said they stole that shit in 7 minutes. I know that's right. Lucky 7. Luck, Jupiter. Luck, Lucifer. Jupiter, Jews. That's crazy. They say we worship Lucifer. Yeah, I guess we do, if that's Venus. And it is. So we're not worshiping a faggot. We're worshiping our mother. The most beautiful angel from heaven, who left heaven to create us instead. Who else would we worship, stupid? The genes of Isis. That's us. You made the devil a gay white man. Y'all didn't fucking exist in our book. It's a one-way problem. We don't have a problem. You don't know what Lucifer is. Lucifer, son of the morning. It doesn't make it a boy. That's just a Jamaican song. The fuck? The genes of Isis. Isis is a woman. So it's the genes of a woman, right? Mitochondria, right? That's how it works, right? You'd follow your mother, right? The book emphasizes her sons. Yep, her only begotten son. That sound like Isis and Osiris and Heru, don't it? Oh my God, for some Egyptians writing a book in English. Can you imagine? It's following the same fucking math, of course, the Holy Trinity. Of course, it's the same fucking story. It's the same fucking people. It don't matter what year it is. It's gonna be the same fucking principle. That's how they got here. That's how they gonna get there. That's how their grandkid gonna get there. That's how their great-great-grandkid gonna get here. And hopefully, if they all stay together, they'll remember the same thing. Oh wait, what's anyone else to make us forget? Babbler? The fuck? We good until the fucking towers start babbling. It ain't the first time that's happened either. And we're going through it now with the language model on social media. Everyone below a 6th grade reading level. About to babble again. I swear. I swear. You know, something freaky showed up, but it did. We just ain't paying attention, so. That's how easy that shit changes. And they can't do shit to stop it. They're not in control of shit down here. I guess they were just caught up fighting angels in Persia or something on Gabriel, talking to Daniel. My bad, I'm here kind of late. My bad, I guess they came back kind of late. But they here now. I'll tell you one thing, 2 things for sure. There ain't no fucking Area 51. They ain't losing their mind suddenly for no reason. Yeah, they got heart. Imagine what they got. They got AI. Imagine what they got. They can't even shoot nukes at them. Now imagine their computers. They can't do Tomahawk missiles at them. They disintegrate and rebuild themselves. A craft that cannot be destroyed. With traditional weapons, at least. Imagine that shit. In real time. And they got it in HD on camera. That's already here. They sent that tomahawk to a craft here that does that, right? Like, no one's talking about that. Ain't that crazy? Like humans being human again. In the middle of the fact that your government just said, we fired a tomahawk missile at this bitch. And it broke apart and put itself back together. And then we lost tracking of it. That's how fast it decided to go. After it embarrassed us. Our homing missile. On Deion Sanders, nigga. That's today, bro. That's what I'm saying. That's why it's weird. It's disorienting. Because I'm not talking about a long time ago. A book written by prophets, by the way. Don't miss it. It's going on now. Right in front of everyone. And now your news outlets can't cover it. Department of Defense don't want to do media no more. Come on now. The timing is impeccable. Elon can't get shit popping all year. Suddenly. Oh yeah. Lucifer, son of a morning. I could have sworn Ramadan had a crescent moon and Venus right there, a star, was born. I know that's right. Symbology be damn. What if this country wasn't so fucking racist? They probably read a Quran. Don't tell me they don't like the Muslims because they marry little girls when all they daddies running this damn world is a damn pedophile. Shit. Miss me with the bullshit. Y'all ain't got a Quran, y'all still do the shit. Miss me with everything. And they ain't all men. And I ain't a man anyway, so fuck them. So I'm just saying, like, they goofy as fuck. They don't read nothing they steal. They just steal it and say it's theirs. Or it's in their, you know, they found it or they discovered it. And, you know, they're giving it back. Like, shut up. Shut the fuck up in King James English, at least. Don't use my grandfather's language talking stupid shit, please. Not to us. Stop teaching our kids this shit. It has not helped. I've been out of school for years, and they're not getting smarter than us. Try to capitalize on what you get to do with your private parts. The fuck wrong with them? What the fuck wrong with these people, y'all? Fucking pedophiles and priests? Like, really, like, yeah, start with the question, what the fuck is wrong with them? Not what's wrong with the behavior. What's wrong with them to be so fucking compelled to it? Over and over and over, and nothing you can do can save them. You have to lock them up or kill them, right? Like, now, let's reverse it. What's wrong with them? Why are they like that? Yeah, tough. Must be inheritable. That's not childhood trauma, bitch. That's genetics. Trauma just triggers the epigenetics on what part of that manifests, but it's already there if it's inherited. Their whole story is doing that shit, so don't miss it. The survivors of the people who did that shit to us, their kids. They're trying to figure out what's wrong with them. Nothing. That's who you are. Genetically. We was kings and shit. We have a problem getting bitches. Still. Yeah. That shit's ill. They're ill. Very ill. Genetically ill. So, the book about genetics. The people who wrote the book about genetics don't have that genetic problem. We're not allergic to the sun. It'd be impossible. Isis, Ra, El. Yeah. It's in us. That's why it doesn't do that to us. We're composed of it. Carbon. That's us. Noble gases. Helium. That's us. It's our genetic composition. We created that system. What the fuck? We're talking about us. Geneticists are talking about the composition of who they are, not mythology. It just sounds like it when you're dealing with stupid people, apparently. These motherfuckers, boy. We were ransacked by idiots. That's the only thing that makes it worse. I couldn't imagine if they're intelligent, but then again, intelligent people wouldn't have done that. And it just feeds itself. You see, like, oh, every time they do some dumb shit, it's a bunch of dumb people. Boys, on top of that. Kids. They're not even like men. They're definitely not 40. Shit, they barely lived to 36 just 100 years ago. Ain't no country for old men here. Especially not them bastards. Look how many wars they're in. They ain't lived that long. Yep. That's their shit. No wonder they don't have nothing ancient. They barely lived to fucking 40. Not long enough to take care of it and give it to more than one generation. Every generation feels like it has to start over. And that's what their kids are saying right now on TikTok, don't it? Ain't that a bitch? That's what everyone's saying. Even our people, I mean, we get it naturally. Check out our conditions. But the kids of the people who don't have none of those variables against them are saying, it's like, I don't know what to do with my life. I feel like I had to start over. None of this shit is working. It's one of the coldest Octobers. I know. I felt that way for 40 years. I wish I could lie to you and say it gets better. It's 40 years in and you're just realizing what I've been feeling. Nah, I don't think I'm out of this woods just yet. People are just catching up to how I've been trying to express what this shit feels like. I've been expressing that since I started YouTube, actually. But nah, I felt like this my whole life. Now everyone else is. The only part I want to highlight is that I've been feeling like that for 40 years. That feeling ain't gonna go away then. Especially not for their kids. They're not gonna rebuild anything feeling like that. They definitely ain't gonna do it for free. They're definitely not gonna do it without the incentive. So it's not gonna get done, since that's how they built this system. Off of stealing other people's labor. So they can't build it for themselves. Cooked. By default. They ain't got that shit in them. Because it wasn't theirs. They can't rebuild what's not theirs. Like, I'm talking about the evolution of it, a continuation of it. Impossible. They stole the first stair. That stair is old. It didn't evolve. You didn't build with it. You built against it, actually. They tried to go to heaven and they built a bunch of fucking ladders down to hell. For all of their kids, bro. That's just evil. I'm talking about the people in power and control of shit. What is their outcome? Fuck it. Fuck me. 400 years in a row. I don't get used to, trust me. I got used to it. But I'm looking at everyone else that ain't that story, that don't come from this land, that aren't those people, that ain't in that book. I'm just looking at the people in control of the rook. The money in the bank accounts and the nice houses and the different life, way different than mine. I mean, I'm living in real time with them. What is their outcome? They did it better than us? That's crazy. They sound worse than us, actually. And they just got here. Bro, these motherfuckers are giving up on America. I don't want y'all to miss that. It's a spiritual degree. Listen to their speech, the thoughts, the spirit, the breath. They're giving up on the idea of America, right? This ain't the America I believe. I know, it never was, but now you see. God, please open up their eyes, part 3. That's what I've been praying for. Just open up their eyes. You ain't even gotta hit them. Just let them see what the shit is. And I'm hearing them. I can't believe this. The political party of the politic and pickles lied to me. They forgot about their constituents. They never had any. You're not a republic. You're a democracy. Make your fucking mind up. They be borrowing shit and wonder why they don't understand what's going on. You don't understand shit. That's why. They're saying that it's not like the way they thought it was. I'm saying is it never was. Now they don't know what's going on because you never did. You had a cooler channel narrative. You knew what the narrative was. Nah, you didn't know what the fucking it was. You knew what they said about it. You didn't know it. You knew the middleman. My connect know the man, not the man that know the man. Listen, we ain't looking at it from the same paper. They're reading a teleprompter from the AP Press or wherever the fuck that was. Probably APAC Jews News Part 2, nigga. Obviously, since the damn World War II, wake your ass up. They ain't got no goddamn money, so they can't enforce propaganda. Well, if they're the only ones who are doing propaganda, what's the backup team gonna do? Nothing. I'm gonna shut down the government and stop reporting to the news. Because they ain't got a narrative, bro. They're cutting down their narrative departments. That's mind control. That's government. They're shutting down their government, bro. Them, not us, not Africans, not African Americans, not everyone who ain't got an Indian grandmother. Jesus Christ, how did you get there? But whatever. Not the Asians, not the other white people from other nations. I'm talking about the people in charge of everything here. They don't have a narrative for themselves. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. They were never talking in black and white. They were only talking about them and themselves. They were never talking to us. They're never talking about what I'm talking about. They're never talking about history. No. They only been talking about themselves. And they're shutting down their narrative department. Keep it up, please. Y'all better watch out now. Y'all better watch out, man. Shit gonna get weird without a narrative. Without a reason. Without a direction. Without more to steal. With all their kids giving up on it. You see? They'll be wasting money at this point. Oh, got them. Right? They're defunding schools, guys. That's the first place we got our narratives. That means there's less funding into narrative. Yeah. So less people are going to know what the narrative is. Whatever it is, I don't know what it is. That's the problem. The schools are suing students for graduating early. They're holding on. They're clinching. They planned all their budgets and outcomes over years over dumb shit from 10 years ago. They didn't adjust for the pandemic. Remember, that was a random event to them. It was a random event that crashed everything, apparently. And then they did the pandemic for no fucking reason. Apparently. The vaccine's more deadly. Oh my God. Ain't no social distancing that shit. Now is there? That's their design, nigga. That's them, the people winning. By the way, don't miss it. Those are the people winning, coming up with all those control mechanisms and decisions. What I'm saying is, what's happening to them? So who did it? That's what I'm getting pissed with. We keep acting like there's something different. Nah, if the government did it, it happened to them. Why did the government did that to themselves? Come on now. Brandy can't fucking finish a goddamn show. Because that damn mRNA making her feel faint. Come on, dog. That's crazy. Full moon? Don't do that to her. She better sit down somewhere. Mm-hmm. Her heart rate was going up because she was getting pissed off. They're fucking with her sound and microphone and delay and everything. She started to have a panic attack. Mm-hmm. Had to walk off stage and couldn't come back. Mm-hmm. Because her heart rate. Mm-hmm. mRNA strikes again. Thank God she didn't faint like the white girl did a couple weeks ago. Same shit. They did that to them. That's evil, boy. That sound like the world power controllers. Like, what other people have y'all not seen yet? Like, y'all think there's other people that we haven't seen yet? There isn't. As fucking greedy and narcissistic as these people is, they would want to be seen, bitch. So you've seen them, whoever they are. Now, it's happening to them. I know. I know. Who could have done this? Where have we seen this story before? Well, it's all of a sudden. Got to take their idea and make it fire against them. Ahab. We've seen this story before. I wonder what book that's in. Wait, everyone was babbling. They had a universal language model. Then it was decentralized. Where have I seen that story before? Wait a minute, what else happened? People were scattered all over the world because there was famines and locusts and shit. Wait, where else this happened? Wait, there was Salmon-Neser. He did something strange with people. No, it was the Persians too. The Persians did something similar to people. And then it happened to the Persian king's sons. Out of nowhere, like they just couldn't understand, like, we had this shit on lock just 3 generations ago. And now all of our fucking kids are retarded. Where have we seen these stories? Don't tell me in the Bible. Don't tell me the Bible cursed all of them. Don't tell me the Bible is 66 scrolls of curses, since the same King James first put together demonology. Yeah, I think so. Especially if you knew you were being invaded. And it'll be some time before you got help. I think you would do it your damn self. Since I know they didn't, because they wasn't fucking here. Yeah. So they inherited the curses of the Bible. That Bible only has the curses. King James is a sorcerer. Solomon type shit. So is Prester John. They're sorcerers. Aaron, sorcerers. It's a book about them. People who craft sorceries, meaning people who have curses. I will curse those who have cursed you. Like, it's in there. It's in that book that they can do that. Why don't you curse God and die? It's in there. Yeah, they curse themselves. Israel, they curse themselves. None of that shit real. None of the shit they got is real. They got an inverted version of it. They cursed themselves with it in King James English. It wasn't for them. Thus, they cursed themselves. They have to live through all those outcomes at once. They're living through the Old Testament. All at once. Yep, it hit them all at once, man. That shit vicious. Tower of Babel, Sodom and Gomorrah, Ahab, Persia, Salmon-Neser, all those captivities, the effects. They're in it right now. Europe's in captivity, ain't it? That's how they're talking about it right now. All these immigrants, all these Muslims, all these dark-skinned people. They're not, a lot of them are not us, but, you know, patinas. They feel like they're in captivity because their government doesn't do anything about it. Keep in mind, them, the people, their government is not doing nothing about foreigners and immigrants, placing them in captivity, essentially. You're a captive of your own land if the rules are not working for you. They're working for them, the foreigner, right? You've seen this in the United States of America. Don't play with me. You know what it feels like. So that's happening to Europe. It's been happening for at least a decade. They haven't stopped. That's why they're worrying about the damn Somalians in Minnesota. They're doing the same thing on a local level. Occupation. If you're occupied, you're in captivity. The UK is in captivity already. They're worrying about Muslims. Well, who has them under captivity? Who bought EA Sports, by the way? Well, how EA Sports make billions of dollars a year on fucking micro purchases. Why they sell that shit to Saudi Arabia? All right then. Saudi Arabia got a different central bank, a different audience. That shit way over there, I heard. So EA Games is going another direction. Okay. What we got left? We got Rockstar. We still got Rockstar. They got one more game in them. All right. We still got Epic Games, I think. I think they're Indians, but who knows? They're in Cary after all. Your media is in captivity. Can you imagine? Your narrative world is captive by the internet. Half the people doing the news these days ain't even fucking American citizens. They're expats. Andrew Tate in Romania, redacted in them somewhere in Europe. They ain't got nobody in California doing this shit. Or DC. Ain't that weird? The capital of capital shit ain't got no capitalists on podcasts? That's crazy to me. That's fucking crazy to me. Where's Warren Buffett doing in his meantime? Weird ass nigga. Yeah, all they got is some weird ass niggas on top of that. Weird ass looking niggas too. Don't lie to me. You gonna listen to them? It's crazy. Oh, it's because it's a Ponzi. Yeah, Ponzi scheme people kind of look like that. No Madoff. So they hitting all these curses at once. I don't know who does that though. I don't know. I don't think you do that by voting. I don't think you could vote for all the plagues of Israel at once. I don't think that's democracy. I don't think democracy did this to us. I don't think it's because we voted for Trump. I really don't. How you end up with a biblical curse for voting for the wrong president? You think Kamala Harris would have been different? A woman with $37 trillion in debt, you sure? They're crying because she's not elected to give them more. AKA, they're mad that she wouldn't have printed more debt for them. The problem's the debt, baby. The problem ain't your benefits. The problem ain't your food stamps. The problem is the bank accounts there ain't got no fucking money in it. They're not cutting it off to torture you. They're cutting it off because it's defunded. Wake your ass up. Jesus Christ, my black people, especially. I'm tired of their fucking TikToks and Reels. They're not targeting poor black people. But they gave that much money to Israel and Argentina. Yes. But you were funding SNAP benefits, not that fund. They have multiple accounts, guys. Wake it the fuck up. It's the corporation of corporations. The corporation behind SNAP is defunded. Yes, they could ask another corporation to fund you, but they didn't. Why would they? They have a different board. Jesus Christ. Do they know how anything works? That's not their problem. You just call it the United States, the corporation of corporations. But the corporation behind SNAP, the corporation behind all the socialism and democratic things, that was their LLC under the federal corporation. The federal corporation has the bank account with the Federal Reserve, and they have the Treasury printing for all of them. But these are the different corporations, you know, like they're doing layoffs, federal layoffs. Yeah, that branch of the federal government got laid off. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. That's the language model. They fucked up the polarity of it because we didn't understand what they were saying. When you add all that up in one word, it means, yes, the United States is a corporation. So if SNAPs is getting cut off, that means they fired. Remember, Trump says there's going to be a lot of federal layoffs, and now you have federal programs going away? Do the fucking science. Does SNAP exist by itself without people and personnel? No. Does SNAP seem like it's Republican, or does it seem like it's Social Democrat? Well, all right. So if the Social Democrats are not getting any money in their little well, they can't keep it alive for you. It's their fucking program. Doesn't matter who the fucking president is. They weren't making any money. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. You ain't gotta be a fucking politician to get the fucking sentence. We're cutting half of our federal employees. That's why I told these niggas, Virginia, Arlington, where all the defense contractors are that work for the federal government, those towns are losing all their jobs. I said, red flag on the play. I don't think anyone understood what I was saying. Remember, I work for I work for Leidos. I know where all their headquarters are. That's Northern Virginia. When the news said they're going to do most of the federal layoffs in Northern Virginia, they're firing the defense contractors, guys. That's where they are. That's where they are. All those people with all those awesome benefits always had a job as long as there's a federal government. Virginia, Maryland. Virginia's a poor state by itself. But all the federal employees in that state, get it? They were good. Now they're not. Trickle up economics, please. What does that mean? If the people where your defense department headquarters are got laid off this summer and more, and then the Department of Defense itself laid off its press corps wing, what's happening? Trump's not firing them because of the budget. He was firing them already. Don't miss that. Remember the whole thing about them having the government shutdowns because of $1 trillion for illegal immigrant health care and whatever those Ponzi schemes and LLCs are with the Democrats. We know. But no. He was firing these people before that. Remember? I did the videos before that. Before I knew the government be shut down over bullshit, because their reason is the bullshit. They have a bigger problem, obviously, than $1 trillion. I don't know why they can't tell the truth if lying ain't fixing their fucking problem. But yeah, bro, those federal jobs ain't coming back. They don't make money. And if the federal government is investing in AI, then it's going to replace its federal jobs with AI before Walmart does. So keep that in mind. Your federal government dictates what type of technology is allowed in the society. So if there's a benefit to AI replacing businesses, it'll start with your federal government. They are the first business. The United States Corporation is the corporation of corporations. Delaware. It's an umbrella. It's not one thing. It's not a king. It's not a kingdom. Fucking idiots. They march against fucking their own survival. You wish you had a king. Someone who's accountable. They're dumb. It's a dumb society that they created. Recently, too. Might have been a little bit smarter in the 60s. It seemed like that wore off. Because people are living and dying on this lie still. So the content and the language model and AI ain't going to get better at nothing it's feeding off of data of people who don't know what the fuck's going on. So the AI is not going to know what's going on either. I'd be careful with that. The AI is going to have less of a mainstream narrative soon. It's going to seem like you're always reading ChatGPT. Watch me. Watch me whip. Watch me nay. That silly boy got locked up for killing his cousin. Silento. Ain't that a bitch? Gotta go to prison for life. Said a mental health episode or something. Or maybe he saw demons. So shit. I believe him. One-hit wonder type shit. So yeah, this government was a one-hit wonder too, I guess. It was good for war. And unfortunately, they went to war with everyone they can get something from already. Got to give it a little bit more time. Because they ain't going to war with China or Russia. You see how Israel and Ukraine is doing. Out of ammunition. Just wasting your tax dollars on bullets. Wondering why you ain't got welfare. Thank God they're different companies. It'd be confusing. So yeah, the companies that make bullets are closing. Yeah, BlackRock and Vanguard own all of your class pictures and all your textbooks. Yeah, those seem like the biggest parent corporations left, don't it? Yup. JP Morgan, Vanguard, BlackRock. Who else they got? Microsoft falling off faster. Apple's gonna fall off as a result. They're quantum entangled to the same thievery of IBM. Nazi shit. Don't miss it. And then Nike's about to be up out of here. Their urban wear campaign failed financially way before the shit with the layoffs. That's why there's layoffs. Who else they got that can fund a well or a pot to piss in for them? Amazon is just doing delivery, but tariffs and the new taxes on shipping from international products and services or dwindling. You gotta think about how many people say they have businesses, but it's just a store on Amazon too. So their business is like drop shipping or requires them to order from somewhere else, and that price went up. So they're not making profits like they used to. You know, same thing with all the little stores, which are the same thing, just in brick and mortar. They got the same problems. Dollar Tree, all of them. Your cheap stuff has a problem. Imagine that shit. Now imagine the expensive stuff where all the money is. Same story. Worse. That's the problem with having too many things that are connected to debt. When the interest rate or the tax or whatever changes, you got to multiply it by everything you got. It's not the same for an individual. Like, oh yeah, this costs 10 more cents. Yeah, you buy it once. They buy it 1,000 times. Can they afford that? Well, they make a lot of money. That's not what I said. Can they afford to buy those things as much as they do to do the business they always do with the new costs attached to it? Is it the same profit margin since they're already squeezing quarters? No, it's not. They're losing money. Same thing happened to welfare. Same things happen to Social Security. It only works and you can only project it over time, assuming the numbers rise with it. Our numbers are not rising. You don't have more consumers. You don't have other people being born who are taking high-paying jobs. There are no high-paying jobs. So you have a whole bunch of people without those jobs. And then you don't have those jobs anymore. So those people ain't going to make that anymore. So game over. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? They can't change it either. You can't bring those jobs back in those positions and those required skills if you have no job experience in the time where there's no jobs to get the experience either. Now, can you? No. There's going to be a gap in everyone's fucking resume if that's the case. So they don't have to change the rules. But then they say AI is coming. That's what fucked them over. I really do. I really think AI was the worst idea ever for them. They implemented it during an artificial collapse that triggered a real one. They thought the artificial collapse would be brought back by AI. They thought it was. I bet you they thought they were in control of it when they said shut the businesses down. The essential business plan of this, whoever dumbass was behind that idea for the pandemic, that's different than the medicine part. The business people who decided that it was okay to close their corporations. They had to agree, by the way. And they did. With Trump. Don't forget. Because most of your corporations are Republicans. People, boards. Democrats don't create shit. They give it away. Don't forget. So, this was their idea. Good job. Good fucking job. But they didn't realize how much the fucking Democrats were jugging until Doge. Back in February. That's when everything went left. They never did that before. Can you imagine it? You run a Ponzi scheme like shutting down the fucking financial world to reorganize and restructure and weaken the dollar and take advantage of whatever fuck long-term plan they had. But in the midst of that, you realize that your value system was off because of a legal stash of paper checks. Iron Mountain. All hell broke loose. As soon as I talked about it, they scanned it. I talked about it, they scanned it. It's been hell ever since. I know. On Benjamin Banneker, I know. Underground Railroad will be down. Iron Mountain's in Pennsylvania, where all the Jews are. Where all my ancestors are buried. So, I think, yeah, fuck them. Yeah, fuck them. Because they can't even tell you that. What fucked them? They were trying to fuck you and then fuck themselves, accidentally. They weren't supposed to do that. They weren't supposed to find that, is what I'm saying. Remember Social Security had the people who were like 250 years plus old receiving benefits? Like, they found out how. Fuck who. That's weird. But they found out how that was allowed to be approved and unchecked. Then they found other things. Then they found corporations with fake accounts that is for funding for people and no one ever gets it. And they'll tell you about one of those. I'm here to tell you, it's not just one of those. It's thousands of them. The United States government was being manipulated by its own employees, feds. That's why he's firing feds. Embezzlement. Wake up. These programs can only be created by feds, the accounts. So if the feds were jugging the Fed, then that's a civil war, I guess. The fuck? No, it ain't got nothing to do with people. It only has to do with the people who identify as feds, federal employees. They're the only ones who could have done that. So it wasn't foreign. It can be foreign influence, but the access to create the account and to route the numbers, no, you gotta be a federal employee. So the federal government as an idea is confusing because what I'm saying is the federal government was embezzled and Ponzi'd by federal employees, which is the federal government. It's confusing because the government does not exist without the people, and the people that work for the federal government are federal employees, so they're feds. So the feds is all feds together is the federal government, but within the federal government umbrella, there's feds who are embezzling from the feds. That's why he's firing them. The money is missing. Nothing else. They could have been bullshitting any program as long as it was making money. It wasn't. But they was losing money. Where was it going? To their own accounts. That happens under Democrats. Welcome to my Obama TED Talk. It was Hillary Clinton who went after Haiti and who went after Gaddafi, right? What the fuck she got to do with anything? Was she ever a president? All right, then. You'll start to understand everything, Rhodes Scholars. The government was robbing itself since the government doesn't exist. It's just people. So people we entitled and entrusted and gave, divine authority to over our lives as civilians have taken our so-called tax dollars or value or energy and converted it to their own private funding whatevers, usually non-local. Because they're fucking criminals. They know they're going to have to retire somewhere else. Yep, that's why you keep hearing these motherfuckers leave. Going to Greece. Places where they can't be sent back. Extradition laws or whatever. Yeah. It's not because it's beautiful. Only. It's because they're fucking criminals. And they're running away from their accountability. So now they're missing. All right. So what happens? So you gonna put someone else in their position to run all those branches that they have nothing to do with? No. You have to start from scratch. Shit like that take years. Be easier to fire them and start over. I know. They don't have a time problem. They have a money problem. So they'll fire you first. If they have money, then they had time. They don't have time because they ain't got money. So they have a money problem. So good luck. Good luck fixing that shit. You can't fix corruption from the source of corruption. You see what I'm saying? That's what that 1 trillion represents. If they don't allow them that $1 trillion stipend for their programs, they're broke. Nothing is making money. He shut down he drained the swamp. All the illegal Ponzi pipelines. They're cooking the books, man. Madoff. Don't forget, that was real. Don't forget Madoff was on all those boards and security commissions, too. He's a board member. Some of your politicians are board members, too. Best friends with the nigga. And niggas just like that. I know. That's why that was a big deal. Enron, too. I know. Especially over Department of Energy. I know. Same story part 2. Those are the fall guys. It's a board, though. Corporations don't operate with one person. No kings, remember? All of them are in on it. Unless you're telling me all the other people on the board are that stupid. You got a worse problem either way you do it. Every corporation is owned by the United States. Wake your ass up. There's always a board member who's in the federal government. Always. It's their businesses. It's their taxes. It's their U.S. Treasury dollars. They always hire them. Defense Department. Department of Defense. That's who does it. Those government contractors work in regular businesses, but they're federal employees with ITAR clearance or higher. I'm one of them. I know. I worked in a regular business building with a regular business. I was not a regular employee. I had ITAR clearance. So all my stuff went to the Department of Defense. Indians couldn't do that job because they're Indians. But I did it with Indians in the same building. Thank you coming to my TED Talk. I already work for these niggas. I know what they're doing. I was doing it. I knew about Kerry going to Antarctica. Democrats again. With the Pope. That's when Buzz Aldrin got a fucking panic attack. They had to send him back. Yep. The false flags they organized. Yep. I seen them poll for it. I stopped trusting the news since then. Project Mockingbird. Something Obama passed. The media is allowed to use fake footage. They're allowed to propagandize you as long as it's in line with the Department of Defense agenda. And what I'm telling you is today, the Department of Defense is closing that branch down temporarily, I guess. Yeah, so they're not even funding false flags right now. You know why? Because they have a real fucking problem. Yeah. You ain't funding the false flags because you got real fucking flags to worry about. I wonder what it is. I really do. I really do. They can't afford to do false flags. They can't afford to answer media questions. And the only thing that anyone's talking about is the markets and the money and cost of living things, which is natural. You have 300 million citizens. I think you probably pay attention to them if they're happy or not. But I get it. We'll get to government of people one day. Now, they're a government of corporations. United States citizens are technically corporations. You're paper corporations. So back to what I was saying about the sovereign citizens in another video before I got cut off. That's what I was talking about. So what sovereign citizens get wrong is that they think because it's in their name that it's theirs, and it's not. You do not own your birth certificate. You do not own your social security, and you are not your name in all caps. So when they go to these banks to try to withdraw this money, they have the feds on their ass. But they have the IRS feds, which are not feds at all. They're the Federal Reserve enforcers, where you get your money from, since you're going to the central bank to withdraw this money that they're betting on in your name. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. There's nothing in the Constitution or anything that would protect you from any of that because they're not constitutional to begin with. So you have to look at them like they're paramilitary. The problem is your dumbass thinks money is theirs. Thus, you think the money that they accrued in your name is yours. Nah, it's always theirs. The account is theirs. The social is theirs. The birth certificate is theirs. You're an indentured servant. You don't own shit. Not even your fucking name. Especially not your straw man. So some dumbass is like, well, I want to recapture my straw man and do the discharge of debt and all these little cool things. All right, keep fucking playing with them. The problem is you're converting it to their money. You're not converting it to gold. You're not converting it to minerals. You're not converting it to land. You're converting it to US dollar notes. They're going to go, okay, let's audit where you're getting all of this treasury notes from. Oh, from this account, from the central bank. Loop, problem, loop, problem. That's why they get their ass locked up. Because the money ain't theirs. The money, not the amount, not the $1 million they find and try to take out. No, the money itself that they're playing with belongs to the monopoly bank. It's not real. It's not yours to take. You understand? Like they're stealing. They arrest them for fraud, for theft. That's not their name and that ain't their bank account, and that's definitely not their Federal Reserve note. The IRS works for the Federal Reserve. That's why they do it. But the Federal Reserve and the IRS and taxation is not constitutional. Ooh, that's why people get out of those issues. Because they say, what's the law that says that you pay income taxes if this is only for corporate gains? They leave you alone, but not because it's not there. I know what the answer is. It is corporate gains if you're a United States citizen, because you're a paper corporation and you're a straw man. You just have to argue that you're not your straw man. Ding, ding, ding. Game over. That's a dumb game to play if you're just going to go to work tomorrow and get another fucking Federal Reserve note. That's why you can't get out of that. The money is why we're trapped. because no matter which citizen or class, if I re-identify myself as Pocahontas' greatest grandson 13 generations later, it assumes that I would want to buy a house somewhere in our territory, and these houses are registered with the Postmaster General since they have addresses. So I would have to placate to the system by getting an address in a mailbox. So they got me trapped there, right? So all my services, I can't have them unless I have a permanent address, right? And that system and that service is under the corporation of a federal government, right? So you understand how they got you locked in. Thank you. So you have that problem. Then you have, all right, well, I want to buy groceries. We're going to buy them with Federal Reserve notes? Cool. Where you going to get Federal Reserve notes from? One of their jobs, right? Which you need a W-2 form and Social Security number all over again, don't you? Yes. So the smart black people, well, I'll play limited contact. I only deal with enough benefits from white daddy as I need to survive. I know. You would have done that either way, bitch. That's what you're doing either way, Dred Scott. That's exactly what you're doing. Whether you do a little bit or a lot of it, you're doing limited contact because you're not them. Stupid ass niggas. That's why I can't even do that more simple science shit, because it stops at them forgetting the whole system is hypothecated and fake to begin with when it comes to us. Jesus Christ, these Dred Scott ass non-ratified amendment ass niggas out here trying to do this, what I'm talking about specifically. That's why they keep fucking up. There's no, you can't game the game. Like I'm talking about in the rules and stuff. It's not people, it's not smart, it's not information. No, it's just, no. If you figure out how to manipulate the USC codes and all that on limited contact, you're still playing the game. You're playing the game with cheat codes, but they're not cheat codes, they're read codes. So you learn how to play the game because you learn how to read. And then when people come to check you on it, you can defend yourself. And then they don't know more than you, so they go, that sounds about right. All right, you got it, bitch. That's the best you can do. All right, you got it, bitch. Let's see how far you go without it. That's why they don't press issue. Because you don't have to need a Federal Reserve note again. That means you're going to already inherently, in inheriting a Federal Reserve note, owe a tax. You're going to cause inflation one way or another. Your shit going to get expensive. That means you're going to have to do more work and more energy to get more of these. You're not going to escape us. You're going to buy something eventually that costs something. We'll find you. They're worrying about an all-seeing eye system or a fucking digital system no, they already do. It's just vague. Now it's about to be detailed. That's all. They can tell where extra $10,000 comes at the bank suddenly. They know how to reverse engineer what account gave it to them and which store that was and what day it was. If they care to fuck enough, the FBI will figure it out or the IRS will. That's what they do already. They just operate at certain thresholds. They're looking for very specific things. You know, where all the water is leaking. So anyway, yeah, your federal government is separate from the Federal Reserve and the IRS is separate from the feds, but we all call them the same thing because the word Fed is in it. And they work together because they have to. 360 though. They're not the same corporation. Nope. AKA, they don't have the same board members. Yup. One has to be U.S. citizens, one doesn't. Guess which one doesn't have to be United States at all? Your money. Federal Reserve does not require you to be a United States citizen. U.S. Treasury does. U.S. Treasury is just printing value from the Federal Reserve, though. Central bank. Central bank is not in America. Shout the government name. Did you summon the curse of being killed by a bear or Archangel Michael? Why would you do something like that? So mote it be, in Jesus' name, on your whole family. But yeah. We'll wake up to it, because it won't be left. We'll wake up by default, I think. They're cutting the fucking SNAP employees, they account. They're cutting it or auditing it or about to create a different version of it, because I doubt they'll go away forever. It's not because the federal government is closed per se. I'm sure some people are still going to receive benefits. It's the fact that they're cutting back that department. So it's not going to have the same lucrative funding that it was on paper, since they just audited it. It'll be less. Then it'll be more rigorous to get into it, which is what they're already saying. Most of these people already have jobs and things. That's why it's unfair to them. I understand it. But it's not unfair. I have mixed feelings about it. It's unfair to the fact that we're in a system that requires so much fucking effort to feed yourself to begin with in a land so bountiful. and all the rules for you to be independent is damn near illegal. So they're shooting their citizens in the foot by requiring them to behave a certain way. So when it comes to daddy benefits, I get it. You have to do what your daddy says. And then when your daddy says, hey, if you do these things, we'll give you these things, that's a fair change. Now it's not a fair change. That part's fucked up, yeah. They promised, they guaranteed, you voted, you paid taxes, all those things that seem to be that way. It would be unfair to those degrees. But all those are lies. You don't pay Grace Commission report. Your taxes don't go to none of that shit. Everything you pay is interest on the Federal Reserve. So you don't have a surplus of tax dollars to build your roads. All of that is federal funding, aka debt, borrowing, credit. None of it's taxation. If it's all in interest. I need people to understand that. If you ever had a mortgage before and you're paying on your house, you're like, I've been paying for 5 years. You're still paying interest, aren't you? So you haven't even paid off the house yet. That's why taxes don't work since the 80s. They haven't paid the interest off yet. So you haven't had like, we collected $10 million in taxes, so that's a surplus because they didn't do nothing to earn it. You just gave it to them, right? So we have a surplus of 10 million from you guys doing stuff. And out of that 10 million, we want to allocate $1 million for roads, $1 million for school, right? That's how you think it goes, right? Wrong. They don't have 10 million plus anything. Never did. So it doesn't matter how much fucking taxes you pay. It's only going to interest. One more time. Their interest is $30 billion a day. So if they collected $30 billion of taxes from you, that's not $30 billion for schools. That's $30 billion for interest. You don't own your house yet. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. You only paid off the bank. So the Federal Reserve note belongs to a central bank. They haven't paid those taxes. They haven't paid that off yet. They haven't caught up on their credit card. You understand? That federal budget they're talking about is credit. That's why they're voting and shutting the government down. No. This ain't a surplus. They're not using your tax dollars, guys. I wish y'all wake the fuck up. Y'all don't have enough taxes to pay the interest. So y'all don't have a surplus when they say that. Your taxes are negative. We're in upside down. Real life, guys. Stranger things. We are in the upside down of everything we talk about. Every system you think is going positive is actually going multiplied negative. It doesn't appear that way to citizens. That's what it is in banking. They have a banking problem, not a citizen problem. They have a banking problem, not a Republican problem. They have a banking problem, not a corporate jobs problem. They have a banking problem, not a welfare problem. They have a banking problem, not a homeless problem. They have a banking problem, not a drug problem. Everything I said is not a problem is also a problem for the people. But all the people have a banking problem. Thank you. There we go. We have all those other problems. We the people, we have all those problems. And we have a banking problem. Because all those problems are a side effect of our banking problem. Thank you for joining our TED Talk. We're here now. Start talking to your family members, man. They need to figure this shit out as soon as possible. Because they want to fuck around and revolt and burn down the wrong building being stupid again. Nah, this ain't that type of war, dude. If you want to win this war, you stop using Federal Reserve notes. It's a money war. It's a paper war. Cotton gin. Make money. Not jeans. Fringes is Israel, by the way. All those dresses have fringes, bitch. Don't play with me. They got the wrong son of kings. So yeah, we gotta figure out. I saw someone else say this. One of their financial people said this too. About the US dollar. It's an mRNA, because that makes sense. It was a guy talking to someone about Trump in third party. Saying, so Trump wants to destabilize the dollar? Yeah. Why? How does that align to the bigger picture? Well, if the dollar value is devalued, then the trade something is their way of gaining the trade position, basically, is what he was trying to say. And I was waiting for them to describe it. All right. So how is that good news? Because, in the backdrop of my head, it's like they got $37 trillion of debt. Devaluing their dollar makes that debt less valuable, so less people will buy it. How do they catch up to that debt ceiling, no matter what the value is, with this new trade agreement with a devalue dollar, like, when does it turn positive? You know what these assholes said right after that conversation? Like, they went hot like that. They changed it. Next question, well, how can we take advantage of that as investors? The nigga was confused for a second. He was like, and then they put an image of the fucking charts and graphs all over again. Did you not hear what this motherfucker just said? He said Trump's strategy is to devalue the dollar on purpose in hopes that it affects something else that turns beneficial, but they don't know what the benefit is. Let's talk about how we can benefit as investors. We talk about citizen investors too. That's the worst kind. You only investing in debt. So you heard they have all their children, my age and older, thinking bullish. Nigga, what you about to invest? A devalued dollar, right? Did you hear what this nigga said? He said his intent is to devalue the dollar to a certain threshold. Oh, trust me, there's not too much threshold left. It's 3% of where it fucking started. So you want to invest your 3% of where it started as dollars into more debt so that you can increase the amount of the Federal Reserve notes you have, which causes it to devalue faster. This nigga asked him, how can we make this shit go to the bottom? And didn't even realize it. Smart niggas sounding dumb. Because they're missing a variable, as usual. The motherfuckers ain't smart. They just know the fucking language model. And it's backwards. They can only argue about why it's wrong. Because what's wrong sounds right. They're stupid. Their brain can't bifurcate from their indoctrination. That's a problem. You should be able to wear whatever fucking mask you have. If you're in control of yourself. So yeah, they're not in control of their brain, I guess. Because how the fuck they change the subject of that? Wait, Trump is devaluing the dollar as an agenda? Oh, y'all fuck then. If the purpose of it, the political part, financially, is to devalue the US dollar in hopes something emerges to replace the debt, blah, 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 for them, for the bank. Okay, cool. That is not going to hit the same to us, who has to hold the dollar. That only benefits Trump, aka the federal government, not the people. The federal government wins off the people. The federal government is bet against the people, guys. Like, that's the way it's set up. You pay taxes. That means they're working against you. They need you to do more for less. Like a slave master almost. So can you imagine who created that system? Yeah, the same ones who allowed it. So yeah, you gotta understand everything. Nah, if Trump is destabilizing the dollar on purpose and is going to do a sidestep, he ain't landed any steps so far, so I wouldn't count on him landing the sidestep either, guys. Not him. Not this agenda. But we do know what this agenda is doing. They're talking about it. Is devaluing the dollar. Where everyone's investments are, by the way. The investors talking about this. Dumb as hell. A devalued dollar means it takes more dollars to buy the same crypto. A devalued dollar means it takes more dollars to buy silver and gold. A devalued dollar below its value currently, which is shit, means you're going to waste more energy trying to get a tangible resource to replace it. And everyone has to do that. So you have a limited supply of crypto, you have a limited supply of silver, and you have a limited supply of gold. There's already a silver shortages. So if they're talking about investing 6 months, 9 months down, what you going to change the dollar into? How can you even change it? You're going to have 30 million Federal Reserve notes that are valueless. They don't understand money, guys. That's the scariest thing about a business of businesses, that it doesn't understand what its business is. It looks at numbers like math and arithmetic. I have $10. Thus, $10 is more than the person with $1. I can buy 10 things for $1. Shut up. Shut the fuck up with that 6th grade ass economic course. You're fucking picking your nose back then. That's not what this is. It never was. That's the surface That's what it looks like on paper. That's not how it works. That's not what's the mechanism behind it. The mechanism behind it is fucked. Jesus Christ. We're on top of a game. It's a game on top of a game. Everyone knows the surface of the game. They don't know what's under it. They don't know how the watch is moving. The cogs are broken, not the hour signs, not the minutes, not the drawing. The wheels are broken. And he's saying that Trump is trying to devalue the most important wheel, your value holder, the dollar, on purpose. So the more you work, so let's convert it to energy. The more you work, the more energy you spend. The more energy you spend, the more energy you consume. Food, resources, calories, right? It's all connected. Don't forget the carbon tax they want to give you. So the more energy you spend, the more energy you consume. And when you convert that energy to a dollar, right? A dollar per hour or per hour, minimum wage, right? You're converting energy to dollars. And the dollar itself that's holding your battery, your cell, your supply depot, that's holding the value of your energy. They're saying they're devaluing you. They're devaluing the citizen, guys. They want to replace citizens with AI, right? That devalues who? All right, let's go further than that. They don't want to create businesses that do trade and create value and sell in commerce. They want to invest in a computer system that bets on the flow of money digitally, aka they're devaluing who? People. Crypto is peopleless. They make money by not doing jobs or spending human energy, right? Fundamentally. Fundamentally. If you buy Ethereum, you trade it to that, and you trade it back. You did all of that without someone working a job for 40 hours, meaning you devalued labor. They have no value in labor, just like Benjamin Franklin fucking said in 1751. So yeah, so they're at their devalued labor phase of their brains. Late stage capitalism thing, I guess they'll call it. They act like there was ever another stage of capitalism before kings. Stupid as fuck. Nah, this is the only stage of this bullshit. They act like this shit happened before. No. No one else had a credit-based system. These are these niggas. They're very unique. It's an experiment. It's the first time they've ever done this shit on credit. This big. In less than 300 years. There's nothing like this in history. Everyone else was kings. Okay, they actually knew what value was. Starts with their blood, then it's their gold. We know. They don't have that. No dimensions. So, what they're saying is, fuck creating jobs and opportunities and expanding. Let's fucking play credit for the rest of our life. Let's bet on credit and debt. Which devalues the dollar, which devalues the people. What are they buying with that money? If there's no people working to create things to buy. They're just going to trade with the other rich people who don't do anything but trade money. They don't see how stupid they don't see how stupid their idea is long term. Because they keep thinking that they're the first people on the Ponzi scheme who's, I got lucky, I'm up to 10 million and everyone else is not doing this. Yeah, nigga. You're not lucky, you're late. It's late stage capitalism. Meaning if you just figure out how to get rich, you're too late. They don't understand what hyperinflation is. They're not rich. It don't matter how many zeros that account has. You're devaluing people, services, food. What are the people listening or the people we know? What are we building with our hands? What can you do with your hands that someone will change $300 for, right? Fundamentally. Without using a third-party source or in between. Just you yourself. Like, go to your backyard and you sell weed, hopefully, or carrots. Something like that. Something that's yours. Now they're making that, whatever it is, less valuable. Almost everything we buy now ain't even from here. It's all international. Now he's doing tariffs and shipping issues. Not just shipping issues and costs. Mind you, the biggest reason for those costs is that they lost control of the canals over there in Panama. It's mostly Chinese. So they can't skim off the top. They have to do real business. And guess what? The United States doesn't have functional businesses if they're shutting down all these branches of government, which are papers, corporations who are managing credit. Don't get lost. Every branch of the federal government since the Banking Emergency Act has been federalized because it's borrowing from Federal Reserve. So that means all of its surplus and all of its spending, including war, which kind of stole the show of what was happening financially, is the fact that those branches of government manage credit, not surplus. They manage credit, not profits. They manage credit, not GDP. They're a bank. You can go to a bank and ask for a loan. You can tell them about all your business ideas, but don't get it fucked up. That person you're talking to has no idea what a good business idea is. They just want to know, can they loan you money and get a profit back? And how serious and committed you're going to be to, and how many years it seems that they'll get a profit from your dumb ass. They can't do your business. Money managers, hedge funders, they're not good at businesses. They're good at managing credit. AKA, I have a lot of money that's not mine, and I'm going to take risk with it, and I'm pretty lucky at it because I have plenty of money to fuck up before I figured it the fuck out. Not because I earned all of this and I figured it out the hard way. No, it's like going to a fucking casino and figuring out your rhythm. Even they're losing money because they're not a business. They're investors of credit. They're creditors. They're debtors. All of that is fake. It means it represents something of value that's not there. Snake. Metal Gear Solid, nigga. Tell them stop playing with me. Tell them stop fucking playing with me. Your federal government never made money. It can't. That's the point of them creating corporations. And their corporations don't make money because they're borrowing credit. So they can't. They borrowed money to make money. Don't miss that shit. They went bankrupt already, guys. The United States was at zero. 1933, Banking Emergency Act. Nothing left but you, your labor, your wars, your fighting, your death, your blood, your signatures. They didn't have anything. All they had was human collateral. Now they're making that valueless. Yep, white people thought they stole kings and banks or something. No, they didn't. Our jewels, our gold was off this planet a long time ago. They keep forgetting who we are. But yeah, nah, they don't. This ain't that. That's the saddest thing about us. We're a credit-based system. We've never been positive in our entire lives. Anyone alive now listening, and never in anyone alive now have we ever had a surplus without tremendous debt that we owed in the meantime. Credit. Sure. They made money with international things and oil and all the shit that they made the whole world get on the same central bank 360 though. Yep. And then people said, nah, fuck that. We ain't building as many missiles as you. I think we'll pay our debt off and get the fuck up out of this system. Like, don't you do that. We'll shoot you and destabilize your government. Hi, Venezuela. They don't like the way Venezuela's moving. Why? Venezuela already went through hyperinflation, nigga. Venezuela is done. They're like, fuck it. El Salvador's using crypto. Like, oh, we can figure a way out of this. We don't borrow as much as DC. Plus, DC is the reason why we're borrowing. So, of course, every move that Maduro makes will seem like it's an offense to DC. It ain't because of drugs, nigga. Drugs was how they got him in on the 360, dude. Come on now, don't fuck with me. They didn't offer nothing else to give them a central bank besides drugs, Big Pharma. Stop fucking playing with us. We ain't that damn stupid. So now you imagine. Now Maduro's like, nah, I think we'll start fucking with these Russians. They already signed the papers. We'll borrow from them to rebuild this without drug money Now Colombia in the news. Next door neighbors. Can you imagine that? I wonder how different they are in pedigree. So they're right next door. You'll hear the same thing with Colombia soon, part 2. Check in on your favorite cokeheads, please. Yeah. It affects everything, including that. Where do you think the profits are going to? If you came to America selling a foreign product that's a drug, and your plug takes US dollars in cash, where do you think they got their money from, stupid? Now you're saying that we're going to take the paper dollar away. What are you saying about the trade route? You're going to put illegal cocaine sales for Colombia and Venezuela on the blockchain? Now you understand everything. You can't have those relationships and trade deals if you have no dollars to trade with. It's illegal. So you can't put that shit on your visa, nigga. The whole point of them having that deal with Iran-Contras is to do it under the table. That's why the CIA is involved with it, because it's South America. They're not supposed to operate locally. Anyway, whatever they're supposed to do is to facilitate those trade pipelines. How do you get millions and billions of dollars of cocaine and crack back to the plug? You have to transport it, right? That's a lot of fucking cash. You have to transport it safely. Then their bank has to convert it to however they do. And then everyone's happy in the central bank. Fuck the United States when it comes to that. You get it? They're borrowing from the Federal Reserve, not the federal government. I know, it seems weird. They are weird. That's what happens when you use a currency that's backed by nothing but blood. It's not backed by value. It's backed by you. They just said the United States citizens are valueless. To world trade, not world consumption. We're consumers. We're consumer-based. We're a consumer debt society. We consume the most because we have the most credit to consume everything. That caused those other economies and workers to actually work and build things to sell to us. We didn't have that relationship the other way. That's why we're so consumed with multimedia. It's consumers. That's why we always went to top of the pyramid type of ambitions, to be rich, millionaire, famous, singer, art. Yeah. Consumer base. Stars are consumed. Physics. Yeah, we're consumer based in thought. We're consumer based in our relationships. Look at our women. That's a program. That's not what women are. That's what women are programmed this way by a consumer based society. That's what you don't like as men. You don't like how much of consumers they are. Because consumers don't give back value. They expect more for less, right? Doesn't it feel good to pay less? So you think about the encoding of our sisters. Those tropes are targeting them. As within, so without. It's a program. And when that program breaks, they say they have mental health issues. Quite literally. Women mental health is in proportion to their brokenness. So their mental health is based on their paycheck. Or it's yours. Yeah. That's not human, because paychecks weren't always here. I thought they used to work on farms and build houses and take care of kids. So where did they get a different program from between there and then? Yeah, miss me with the bullshit. That consumerism shit is CIA all over it. So you can't then take all the consumers and reprogram them. The consumerism is the program that you gave them. Work, 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 so you can consume. Well, we figure out this credit problem. Make it look good on paper. We can borrow, and then we can go to these other countries and fuck with these people and get their people who actually make things to work for us indirectly. I know. That's how you know it's an international corporation. It doesn't give a fuck about the people. Because they're not related. Quite literally. Even if you think of it as white people, they're not related to us. So of course, their system wouldn't benefit us, no matter what dimension it is. It's not created that way. But it's created for consumers. Those come in all colors and flavors, I noticed. Yeah. That was the American dream. I can do a little bit of work and consume a lot of things compared to how hard other people work in this world. We don't work as hard as anyone else in this world. I'm talking about physical, converted to value. Their labor is quite valueless. So is ours. Less. Especially ain't no one buying this shit. You go to your grocery store, ain't nobody you know make none of that food. That's why you go to a farmer's market. You get better value, don't you? See? Loop, loop, loop. Everything's marked up because it comes from somewhere else. That's what our problem is. We have no domestic growth. We don't do anything here. And the assholes in charge want to make it worse by saying AI can do it instead. Dumb as fuck, stupid as fuck. I want to see their economic report cards. Are any of these people going to school or colleges for economy? Are they Ivy League economists? Then why do they get to fucking do anything with the economy if that's not a prerequisite? Oh, another Ponzi scheme, hegemony, nepotism, lobbying. Yep, that's how you get a bunch of fucking idiots in something so serious, by not making it serious enough. Yeah, this shit's serious, bro. Don't worry, Canada got the same problem. They all must have got the same email that day. Yo, the price of the brick went up. Y'all fucked. Have fun. Canada ringing an alarm. France ringing an alarm. United States ringing a silent alarm. Fucking whatever the UK Europe demonstration division is, whoever's running their central bank, London City barristers, they're ringing an alarm. And we're not making any money, guys. And our interest rates went up. That multiplies their debt, guys. AKA multiplying the debt they already have. Not what they, for us is what we're about to buy. No, it multiplied what they already bought that they never paid back. They never paid back $137 trillion. So when the interest changed, they're not talking about you. I know it feels like it because we're voting and we're participating, we're reacting. None of their headlines are about you, the individual. Never could be. You don't make enough interest. No matter how rich you get. Not even Tyler Perry and Oprah Winfrey. Not in all of their friends together. Can they rub together $1 trillion out of 137? You take everyone on the Epstein list and can't pay it. The interest. So the richest people in your society, thank you. You understand everything. The richest people of your society, taxed or not, you can clear their fucking bank accounts first. You will still be in debt. So what do they have? Oprah isn't $1 billion worth of gold. She couldn't get that much gold if she wanted to. It's scarce. There's richer kings. There's richer banks. No reason to sell it to her. For USD, see what the problem with crypto is. It assumes that you're always going to be able to buy something valuable with USD when USD is becoming devalued. Cool. Change the system. Oh, it won't matter. You know, crypto, you can buy it in other countries in different languages. Go ahead. Have fun. What happens when their currency is more valuable than yours? They don't think about this problem. It's weird. Very strange. Assuming you're saying, I'm going to crypto, fuck the US dollar. Assuming you still need to buy groceries. Assuming you can do that internationally. Your value of your crypto you bought with USDs. So that's the value equivalent. Now it's dropped. So now when you convert it to another currency, do you get less or more? You get less. So $1 million in USD worth of crypto is not $1 million in the leading currency that's going to emerge. Yours is going down to zero. Now do the math. So that means the people who buy it in their natural currency or this new currency, or those who have value in that currency first, which would not be nobody betting on crypto, they would buy the bulk. More than you can, faster, higher velocity too. They don't need millions of their dollars. They just need a few. You look richer than them, but they're richer than you. I know it is. I know. It's vicious. It's almost like that happened in 1933 here. You haven't heard about the Astor family in years. I know. It must have happened to them. I know it did. Because that's the illest shit about everything I'm talking about. It has happened already. It's just happening again, faster. Like, more things at once. It's not just one issue. It's not just the 1920 Spanish flu. It's not just tuberculosis. It's not just the Banking Emergency Act. It's not just New York's Great Depression. No. Nah, they centralized that shit to the Fed, man. All those are individual regional problems. First of all, Gettysburg Address, bitch, what's that got to do with fucking Texas? Nothing. Exactly. It didn't become united until recently. Money-wise, GDP-wise, tax-wise, tariff-wise, that is new. That version of the United States is brand fucking new. 1933. So this United States has barely existed for 100 years. I know that's right. Systematically wise, yep. It's built on some older shit. Word to Egypt, but this ain't Egypt anymore. So yeah, boy. Yeah, I don't know. I want to see how they gonna lie out of it. That's all. I want to see their sidestep that he planning. Don't worry, they can't do nothing else right now. What I'm saying is they have to sidestep. They're not going backwards, and they definitely ain't stepping up. So there is a sidestep that they're investing all this shutdown on. And you think it has something to do with the American people, like versus us? No. We're the collateral of their dollar. Entanglement. Yeah, they can fuck you over on rules and laws and make sure you don't have the most debt in your hands, or that you don't start like conditioning people to have great ideas and shit, which will cause you to go international, which will cause you to not depend on your citizenship. I get that. Can you imagine? You become valuable one day and someone else wants to fucking pay you what you're worth. Yeah, that's what they stopped. They stopped people leaving the United States by making them dumb. It's slavery, guys. It's a psychological slavery, though. So you wouldn't know what to rebel against. See, if you're a slave on a plantation with a slave master, you kill a slave master, game over. You can take over that plantation, too. I don't think them boys trying to buy a cotton from you and have smoke with you with the guns that you got now. They just want money anyway, remember? Yeah, same story. So that's happened a lot now. You should look into the biggest slave master, South Carolina, being a black guy. So keep it in mind. Nah, this ain't that. You're not competing for slave master positions no more. Or middle management, middle class. They won't exist. Teachers ain't coming back. AI is. And that's for them. They ain't for you. They're defunding you first. Think about it. You cut back food stamps, right? Lord willing, no one dies. There's enough food and surplus out there for bare necessities, I guess. Get past it, though. Let's say it never comes back. People will have to make adjustments. Finding other ways to earn dollars to acquire food. And that does something interesting, which is why most of the younger people are complaining. It's not that they don't have money to buy food. It's that if they buy food, they have no money for anything else. Okay. Lifestyles will have to decrease. Rents will have to get cheaper. Relationships might have to work out. Can you fucking imagine that? You can't feed all them kids by yourself. I wonder if there's a working man in your house. Now you ain't got to worry about a working man in your house because you ain't gonna be on Section 8 no more. It's a whole cultural shift. First, for better or for worse. On the worst side, they'll die out. You won't notice it. It won't be like starving people in Africa. It'll be like because people are living in those regions of Detroit or Camden and places like that and don't have enough food, they're not going to reproduce either. Then they'll die out. The old people will just become the new homeless. You won't even notice it was them. Everyone else who can do it will move away and then assimilate into a different thing. That already divides the culture. Those centralized areas of poverty becoming decentralized. People have to find another way. Some of them might put their mind back together and try it with 2 people. Others might partner up. Big mama's house with no big mama. You know how it is. The hood will figure it out. But it will never be what it was, including the Jordans, including the cute and clamorous, including the Instagram reels, including the parties, including the alcohol, including the whore-ass lifestyle, especially when hoeing is really a loaf of bread. They'll be fucking to feed their kids, quite literally, and nothing else. They're already old. They don't have unlimited vagina left. So, you imagine. Not a renewable resource. So, there's a limit. And most of those people are gay. Yeah. It'd be weird to have an abundance of whores and not enough people who want to buy them. What's going to happen then? They're already talking about that in Canada, right? Sex for rent. Yeah, like that shit ain't illegal. That's weird. Canada got some weird rules, bro. They perfectly fine with people fucking for rent, but don't post a meme. The fuck wrong with these niggas? The fuck wrong with everybody, actually? They attacking the people, the middle government is attacking all the wrong things. They doing all the DEI things and all the fucking... They're pushing all the buttons they think they're supposed to push to get another check soon. Nah, they don't know who the plug is either, I guess. That's infiltration. Those world governments got infiltrated. Bribes. They were bribed. That's why they don't know what to do. They were lied to. Thank God. That's what they were worrying about. The Russians, the collusion, the Chinese, interfering with elections. They're not just talking about the president, bro. Elections is plural. That means if you're interfering with the election, you're going to put one of your people in there. And they said they've been doing that. Not just to the president, bro. Not just to the United States. Why do you think China ain't fucking worrying about nothing? They're the ones that are not cutting those checks no more. What are your members of government going to say? Oh, yeah, we're fucked because our daddy China stopped giving us illegal funding in our own currency, which devalued it. And now we have no power in it because we took a bunch of inflated fiat that was probably counterfeited since it was illegal. Yep. That sounds about right. That'll explain everything, actually. Most of your politicians were taking counterfeit bribes. Valueless. Caused hyperinflation. Caused them to play the market a certain way because they had more to come from somewhere else. So they're laundering. Now the launderer is no longer sending them more, so they got to deal with what's in the system. And now the system is doing accounting and auditing. And saying, hey, where did you get all this from, Nancy Pelosi? I know you do insider trading. I think we all do. But you got a little bit more than the rest of us. Where did you get that initial investment from? We know how much you make every year, bitch. What about you, Maxine? You kind of pissed every time they put a camera on you. What about you, DEI hires? Where's your funding at? You had all these programs for all these gender transitions. We weren't funding it. Where did you get that money from? Where were you getting profits? You had that many people, parents, with thousands of dollars invested into this cause and shit? Where they at? Don't tell me they died of COVID. Daniel like, oh, yeah, that's why they go internationally. Always kissing hands with Jews. Hmm? Just do that in Chinese and Russian too. Do it in all languages, actually. You can do that in African and Saudi Arabian. Motherfuckers who take bribes and extortions don't care who cut the check, bitch. They're NASCAR. They'll sell their asshole for less. You heard about their parties? Ain't that the same people? Wasn't TD Jakes at the fucking free call for Diddy? Don't TD Jakes know Hillary? All right then. Same social circle. So yeah. As above, so below. Yeah, they're fucked. The bad people. And you notice that because the bad people are fucked, you're fucked. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. This country is run by bad people. No one noticed? No one noticed that? That these people are full of shit the whole time? These niggas said they like Malcolm X. What was Malcolm X saying about these people? These people said they love Dr. Martin Luther King. What was he saying about these people? Che Guevara, what was he saying? Fidel Castro, what was he saying? My grandfather, Noble Drew Ali, what was he saying? When did that change then? Never. That's a problem. So the program never got better. That's why you just gotta zoom out. Zoom out of it. Oh, if that was the program then, that's the program worse now. The 60s only happened because of 1933. You only get feminism affecting black communities in the projects and ghettos because of 1933. Not because of slavery, not because of Civil War, because of integration. By forcing you to move there. As they hypothecate everything else that belonged to your mother. Remember? My grandmother had land in Alabama. I know. Your grandmother had land everywhere, stupid. Or her grandmother did. Or her grandmother's grandmother did. I know my grandmother did. Maybe they're related. The fuck? A slave in Louisiana bought land from D.C.? The fuck y'all talking about? Louisiana wasn't part of the United States. It was France. How come y'all don't speak French? But all your names are French. Dumb as hell, stupid as hell. So you even have a whole chapter of black people who forget that they're in French territory. You were never part of the United States. Until integration. All right, Latavia. All right, Lakeisha. All right, Latoya. How you doing? You're not African slaves with French names. And definitely if you weren't abducted by white people. The French were African. Or Napoleon. The real one. So don't stop playing with me. France and Spain are right there, boy. They're cousins. Spain is Moors, Al-Andalusia, Muslims. Their religions are different. Their skin color ain't. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. That's easy. Louisiana Purchase, man. That whole corridor is France. The Kingdom of France, not the state. Don't get confused. I know it's confusing. Back when we had kings and shit. Yeah, back when you had kings and shit, he extended his dominion and it's still France. Even if it's on top of Al Morocco. Now you have French Morocco. Make it make sense, white Jesus. It's right there in front of you. Make it make sense. French Morocco refers to a time of kingdoms, not states. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. Come on now. You have France and Al Morocco right here, where Al Morocco is. Maghreb Al Aqsa, Alaska, right there. It was France over here, Spain over here. New Madrid earthquake was right here. So that means New Spain was here. If a New Spain was here, do you think a New France was here? I'm pretty sure it was. You got Nova Scotia right there. That's New Scotland. I'm pretty sure it's right there, next to Newfoundland. I know that's right. All right then. A lot of niggas are just French. French friars, hamburgerless, Africans, not slaves. Maybe they felt like slaves because they betrayed their king or something. I'd lock your ass up too. You forgot where you came from. The fuck? How you think French was able to send all of its hoes here? It was sending it to a French territory. The fuck? It wasn't sending them bitches to New Jersey. Creole. Yeah. Wow. A lot of black magic there. Y'all sure like to dance a lot of Indian parades. Y'all look like black people to me. French Indians. French-Indian War. Black on black crime. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. Ain't no white people in that war. Civil War is the same people. So the Civil War, if it's South versus North, then it's French versus who? Ooh, got them. And if they're not the Indians because they're French, who they fighting with? The Indians. Oh, so the French and Indians joined up after the American Revolution time. And by the Civil War time, they went against the North, which was all these Palatinian Boer people. Mm-hmm. You call them white today, I guess. I don't know. Their granddaddy or somebody. Yep. So it was the black people versus the white people, not the slaves versus slave masters. Two different banks. Napoleon had the FBI. He already had his own bank. They just stole his jewels. Get it? Yeah. Yeah. French Macron going bankrupt. French king. Jewels are missing. Crazy story, man. It's funny how that lines up. Their time is up. If they're liquidating royal gold and stuff to back up some type of loan or something, 7 minutes, that tells you everything. Those are professionals, not thieves. That's intelligence agency level shit. That's MI6 type shit. That ain't regular. Rob Harry to pay Paul. I know that's right. They need some liquid. They need some leverage. I know that's right, Napoleon. The FBI rolling in their grave. The FBI belongs to him. They must have united after the Barbary Wars. Like we fucking said. Against us. How do niggas fighting each other over here mean they get our land? They're fighting each other. And them fighting each other, they're not working together, but they're still on our land. Error. It must have been bullshit to begin with. Enter the Illuminati. Yep, same story. Yep. False flags. Yep. Bunch of betrayers, man. They betray their own mama. And do. So, yeah. We know what it is. Part 2. You got a bigger problem than that. So now you got to figure out who these elite French bourgeois, what they call them, boulets. Yeah, those are all black people, right? We talking about Napoleon French, right? Talking about Haiti French, right? Okay. We talking about black people then. So who are those families that ought to be here now? You want to take a guess? Jay-Z and Beyonce had a very Moorish wedding to me. Have you seen the pictures? I wonder if they're connected to those families. They have all the favor from the federal government, especially the Democrats. I don't know if you noticed it. Democrats happen to be black. Liberals, French Parisians. That's where they get that idea from, by the way. They brought all their hoes here. That whole feminism thing is whole culture from France. But they're African. They're Moors. Don't forget. Moors could have lost something to a white person. But the French people are still Moors. No matter who's running the government. Don't miss that, please. Creoles. Don't miss that. Those are niggas. You got some hippie-ass white people, a couple of them who speak to the niggas they surrounded by. Yeah, you're surrounded by Indians. You would have an accent. Since English ain't yours either. All all right, thank you for joining my TED Talk. That's ours. So it ain't got shit to do with them. They speak like that because they're surrounded by niggas. Since this is not where they're from. I'm pretty sure the Louisiana Purchase happened before they ass even got here. I could have sworn they needed Benjamin Banneker. Yep. He's a black guy. Ain't that a bitch? The guy who negotiated the terms. Imagine that. Sidi Muhammad. His Imperial Majestic is actually who he is. He's a royal. Montezuma, descendant. Genghis Khan descendant. Same story. They're all their kids. They're Jews. Now let's do Louisiana Purchase plus Jews. Not Jewish. Not 1888 anti-Semitic Jewish. We're talking about 1770. We're talking about 100 years prior. Before they ass got here. They're already here. Jews are already here in New Jerusalem. Can you imagine? Jews are the Judeans. Israelites are here too. Those are what Indians are. Quite literally. If they're structured, if they're wearing fringes, and they are. I'll show you. This way, they can't lie to you, because I know they don't know this, because they're full of shit. They're not as smart as they pretend to be. They're not good at pattern recognition, I think. Just list. Lists are linear, patterns are horizontal. They gotta be able to do both to keep up with me. Then they had to give me a source and their language. They don't know what that is yet. What language did you speak before English? Did you have a language before my grandfather then? The answer's probably gonna be fucking no. Or you had businesses already. You wouldn't have to steal and kill everyone for theirs. You would just sell things. You know, you build great things. We're the Vikings. Oh, you worship Allah, but you're Christian. Make up your fucking mind, Valhalla. Allah is right in the damn... Stupid people. I know, they read the books that are wrong, that were created in the last 100 years, I know. From people who weren't there, I know. So easy to be that fucking stupid. But they justify it. It's good enough for them to not know the damn truth. Comic-Con type people. It's on my damn nerves. All right, let me see if I find these photos and I'll show you. I'll walk you through all the symbolism real quick. Something they'll never be able to do. Since they don't like niggas, I don't think they're sharing and keeping our pictures. I know, it makes sense. They're gonna lose everything because of racism. Who wrote this story? Can I find the older pictures? History? No, it's on another hard drive. Fuck my life, man. I need USB-C 3 for that one. Lightning. This doesn't have lightning ports. Lord of mercy. Hold on. I have it somewhere else too. Shit, what am I about? Let me check one more time. Let me see if I have any of this. Hold on. I do. Some. Looking for the fringe guy, so you can see. Anytime you see fringes culture, you're looking at Jews and Israelites. Oh, they're kings. They have fringes. You'll see it. Him. It's Montezuma. He's black, with a do-rag on and feathers. Everything's fringed. Even his hula skirt, if you will. But I want you to pay attention to the buildings behind him. Those are called Mohammedan buildings. Those are Tartarian. He's the king of that. He's dressed like that in his kingdom. See the red roof? See the blue roof? Etruscan, Granada, Moors. You see the domed roofs? Yeah, that's very Mohammedan. You see those so-called Roman columns? You find them again in Bonnvilles, aka plantations. Same people. So they didn't learn how to make that in West Africa. They sure as hell didn't get that from England. He's Montezuma, the Emperor of America. Those are in America. What the fuck he got to do with going to London? He been here longer than they knew he was here, right? They just discovered this place. Those bitches are here already. So you can't reverse time and say he was over there. No. He was right here. Mount Zion. Mansa Musa. That's him. In America. Look at his buildings. This is an Indian. Look at the buildings. He's an Indian. Look at his buildings. Those are, they call him Tartarian. Yeah. What is he? He's an emperor. He's a king of kings. Those are Tartarian. So what is the king of? He's the king of Tartarians. I know that's right, because he's in a Tartarian city. Not a fucking West Virginia town, not a village, not New York. No. Look at these buildings one more fucking time. They call those state capitals, don't they? Capitoliums. The guy with feathers, the Indian, in control of a Capitolium. That same place you have a Congress at is his. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's him visiting the white people that got a chance to build it real fast when he was alive? That makes sense to you? In Mexico? That makes sense? That fucking makes sense? Okay then. That's Mount Zion. That's Israel. Those buildings. That design kind. Everywhere Judeans go. Everywhere English is. Imagine it. It's the same fucking thing. All right, hold on. That ain't the only one. I had this a whole nother cache of pictures, but it's on the smaller hard drive. Fuck. Life could be inconvenient sometime. Don't worry, I'll do it again. Americans, come on now. Aztec, shut the fuck up. He on a goddamn jet pillar, and it's Etruscan blue. His shit look like UNC. He's in the articulation of an angel because he has feathers and wings. There ain't no Christianity under these rocks, nigga. But it's telling you the same thing. That's a black Indian, is it not? But they're telling you he's a god because he's an angel. Feathers, jet pillar. He got a helmet on, right? Look how deep under dirt that shit is. Look at the birds. Obviously in America. He African? You sure? I'm not. Look what he riding on. He on a dragon. Naga. Naki. Anunnaki. Those who fly like angels. Yeah, I know. It's right there in front of you. That's Chinese, by the way. He must be Afro-Asiatic, by the way. Guess where they found this at? Over here. This is here. This is older than any of these niggas there. They dug that out, my nigga. That's in a mountain somewhere, my nigga. That's in a cave, my nigga. So someone in a cave saw him here. That's all I needed to know. That's all I needed to know. On Egypt, that's all I needed to know. On Egypt, Pharaoh's on the boat to the underworld. Come on now, he holding a jet pillar too, man. Don't play with me. Here already in America, way before East Africa, way before any of those stories they write about. This is here too. It's almost like he could fly anywhere he wants, right? Imagine if it's a few of them. Can you imagine the fucking story they'll tell? Yeah, y'all said 3, like Naboo City. I got them all figured out, man. They play too much. They'll lie. Well, that's an exception to a thing, but the black people in America were slaves. I'm Indian. The fuck are you talking about? Quite literally. Quite literally, what the fuck are they talking about? All right, hold on. That's my hold on. Is that my granddaddy? I think it is. So you'll see all the names is none of theirs. It'd be impossible. I'm a black guy. Anyway, so I'll go to the top. John the Explorer. Smyth-EL. Right? Not Smith the First. Smyth-EL. He's an angel. They just, I guess, Ancestry doesn't have a box for us. Jamestown colony leader. That makes sense. He's the son of King James. Sir Knight. Captain. Sir Knight. He's the reason why the United States fucking exists. 13th great-grandfather, by the way. Direct. Sir Knight. Jamestown colonies. Right before King James English, 1611. Can you fucking imagine it? In Jamestown. Can you fucking imagine? 3 years before the Bible was ready. In this new language that he brought here. John Smith brought English here. My grandfather brought English here. That's who they attribute Pocahontas to. Elizabeth, their daughter. John, her son. Thomas. Christina. Teresa. Thomas. Ludovic. Teresa. Tracy. Hill. Those are niggas again. You see how they do. Martha, Camelia, Lewis, Josh, Henry, Stevens, Joseph, Stevens, Manly, Beasley. More Simple Science of America. Him. Measley. No, it's Manly Beasley. They're fucking with his name. ST, his son. And my grandmother. Then me. So Noble Drew Ali's family, who his daughter had a kid with. All the way back to the first king of America. Correct me if I'm wrong. In their story. I'm talking about their timeline. I know he ain't the first king of the land, but in English, my grandfather is the guy that brought English here. He's in Virginia. He ain't Portugal. He ain't down there colonizing the islands. He in Virginia. So he's the first quote-unquote English person in the North. And he's a black guy, my grandfather. Right? So how the fuck do white people get DC? Y'all not him. Y'all not Els. Don't do that. Y'all not Christians. And these aren't either. These are Jews, by the way. Roberts, Jews. Lewises are Jews. Hills are Jews. Stevens are Jews. Beasleys are Jews. This is a Jewish bloodline, ain't it? So Smith is a Jew. Right? If one of their parents, if the first fucking person with a last name here is him, you got Elizabeth Smith. Well, if her father's the Sir Knight King of a new territory and he the only one here and he made it his, that's his first daughter. She'd be a damn princess, bitch. All the way goddamn down. Then you get to the wars. Where is it at? Where's the Civil War and all that shit? Right here. So around the time Ludwig comes around, whoever she had to marry in this time frame, where all that immigration happened from France. All right, they still Jews up north, though. All right, Pennsylvania. And then they're Hills, more Jews. They're Lewises, spelled like that, still Jews. Stevens, spelled like that, they're Jews, bro. And I'll tell you one thing about all these people. Every last single one is black. We're them. We're the Jews of America. Well, you know, that's a gross overstatement. Not to be confused with today's Jewish and Israelites. No, we're the real ones. Since he's a fucking knight of a kingdom. I'm a son of a king, quite literally. 2 of them. Yeah, they got us fucked up. So they're gonna take the language and everything from the kingdom, but say fuck the kings and their kids. And wondering why they're not blessed. No wonder. Don't worry. There goes my middle name again. Japheth and Judah, could you fucking imagine it? The Shemites and Japheth, can you fucking imagine? Isaiah ben Dasan. I know that's right. Or Dasan ben Isaiah. Same story. It's always going to show up. Law correspondence. Black and Ease. Hold on. Let me see if I can find another one. Commonwealth. Oh, my favorite story. So you know I'm not making this shit up. You're going to have to ask yourself, well, how does this fucking work? On the United States. On the fucking United States. Let's see if I find the word more in it. 187, by the way. Don't miss that shit. 187, by the way. Don't miss that. Oh my God. Don't tell me there's more, sir. Don't tell me there's more in America, right? This ain't, is this in English? Is this in Boston, Massachusetts? Let's see what happens. The stupendous deserts between the Nueces and the Bravo rivers. Oh, that must be our fucking, our rivers of Egypt. Are the natural boundaries between the Anglo-Saxon and the Mauritanian races. There ends the Valley of the West. There, remember the Anglo-Saxon is us. Since John Smith's an Anglo-Saxon. Don't miss this shit. But we're black. But they're saying the boundaries between us and Mauritanians. That ends the Valley of the West. And there Mexico begins. Thence beyond the Bravo begins the Moorish people and their Indian associates, to whom Mexico properly belongs. That sounds like a great part of America belongs to black people. 1845. It belongs to black people. Did it say it belonged to slaves? Did it say it belonged to Africans? No, because I could have fucking sworn there's Indians there. And there's Moorish people there. Yeah. Black people. You get it more? This is your land already. That's why I'm on the west side. Do you understand anything? You understand what the problem is? Everybody full of shit. That's their law. They know the land belongs to us. The other side was the Anglo-Saxons, which are the hybrid angels. I'm them too. Everyone ain't an Anglo-Saxon, and neither is that fucking writer, by the way. Since English came here by Jews, Judeans, Chaldeans, Abraham, Ottoman Empire. Yeah, I'm glad we're here now. Because then you understand that we didn't start calling us what our names are in English until after when? 1608, right? Yeah, so what language did we speak first? If we're Afro-Asiatics, Tartarians. Thank you for coming to my TikTok. Thank you. Thank you. So let me show you John Smith, so you understand how serious their fuck shit is. Don't tell me about his stories. He ain't no Christian leader either. He a damn Judean. He always lying about us, boy. They eat a dick. Tell him to stop playing with my grandfather. Notice this shit ain't in English. And of course they're Jamaicans, remember, since they're named after Yamaka. That's my grandfather. In medieval times. Yep. He's not Christian though. He's Judean. He's Judah. The fully connected beard, the fringes. He's a Jew. They don't make him a black African Christian. Shut the fuck up. He's a king. He didn't want to convert to shit. It's in his father's language. They try to connect it to Ethiops. Error. He's English. I should fucking know. I have his name. It's not those people. Again, the world is stupid. They're trying to connect it to him at a different time where he did not exist. You see his habit? More like a Moor, isn't it? More like an Ottoman, isn't it? More like a, I don't know, like who the fuck he is. He's Hakata Khan, isn't he? Yeah, he's Hakata Khan. Oh my God, why would you do that, bitch? Stop fucking playing with me. Yeah. So the Jews in Jamaica are trying to remember with their maroon colonies. The fuck? Why do you keep leaving the damn typing space every time I type K? Stop fucking playing with me. Oh, they don't want to give you the origins. Did the Moors invent horchata? Of course we did, stupid. Spanish horchata, Hokata. I know that's right, Moor. Keep playing with Hakata Khan. Oh, they don't draw all the white boys. That's cool. Make us white if you want to. Genghis and his 7 sons. His 7th son, Hakata, came to America. That's John, by the way. It's not these people. You know how they do. That's their substitution. Meanwhile, they're going to say that they really come from Africa, but these aren't Africans. They need to make their mind up. Let me see if I can find the black wall. Charge my other phone. I have his picture. I have his picture in black. It's crazy that the older you go, the more black they turn. They call it iconoclasm. Our name's right in the middle of that word, by the way. Yep. Their sins is in the words that they use for them. And against who they did it to. That's how language is set up, by the way. You can determine a lot by the root of the word. Etymon. Same story. I know what they're getting at. But yeah, so John Smith is Prester John. Prester John is Sakata. And that's why they're adding 300 to 400 years. Because that's the time they added. They acted like it was some white boy prince Christian from the 1200s. Nigga, please. 1611. Stop playing with me. That's why we have English, by the way. Prester John Smith. He's a Semite. He's Genghis Khan's kid. Out of 7. I told you I got a lot of cousins in this bitch. They only fucked up one thing. He's an emperor. His father picked him. See, those are all different kingdoms. They call him Mansa Musa because they're calling him Mount Zion, the King of Jews. That's a title, not a first and last name, by the way. And that animal is indicative of South America. Stop fucking playing with me. So all these kingdoms around here, you know, the ones behind Montezuma, same fucking designs, by the way. I'll show you more of them. They're here already. Yeah, because the Tartarians were here already. Those are what the Khans are. The Khan dynasty is the Tartarian dynasty. Same time period. Genghis Khan of Tartary. Genghis Khan the Tartarian. King of Tartarians. His sons are Tartarians. We're over here. We're quite literally. Yep. The background of Montezuma is a World Fair place. That's Mecca. 1893, look what it looked like. Nah, I really need you to fucking look. They don't have fucking bobcats and roads and shit in their damn history yet. But they got aqueducts. They got Parisian looking places. You think any of these niggas in Chicago been to Paris? She ain't never been there before. But there goes all the buildings behind Montezuma, where the Indians are. Isn't that a bitch? I know, it'll get confusing listening to them steal everything. That's how I look in the 1800s here, guys. Those buildings are 400 years old. That was when America was great. When we built it. They didn't build that. Those are Mohammedan. That's not their math. They'll put a white statue there. Fuck him. Why is it a giant? Why is it Muslim? Christian conquistadors, you're just conquering things by killing children and scaring people away. Oh yeah, don't forget, it's all lit up. No Tesla. There's lights without Tesla, by the way. Don't fucking miss it. They ain't got shit to do with Thomas Edison. All over this bitch, Craig. We had electricity the whole time. They had a dark ages. We were over here with my grandfather, you know, the King of Kings. Why would he be in the fucking dark? He has the Ark of the Covenant. Are you stupid? Yep. Look how big these buildings are. They're megaliths. They're not regular buildings. They're bigger than the White House and State Capitol. See those archways? Those are called Mayan arches. You know, like built by Mayans. Because those are Mayan arches, quite literally. Yeah, in the territory of Mayans. Can you fucking imagine it? Look how big that fucking building is. Look how big that archway is. Remember, this is before their Industrial Revolution. They can't put this into when white people came on Liberty Island. All they got is slave masters. Their slave masters is doing this type of math and science, bitch, because I could have sworn it was Benjamin Banneker with the square and compass in this bitch. My grandfather. Come on, tell him stop fucking playing with me. In case we need a Benjamin Banks, a Jew, by the way. I'm a Banks, by the way. Yeah, on Carlos V. That's where we get that from. So, hold on. This guy. That guy. Allegedly. I don't know who this ugly nigga is, but they tried it. Stop playing my fucking grandfather. He's the one that did all the almanacs. He got square and compass in his hand. They say he designed DC. Crazy, right? That he would design something like DC. Being descendant of fucking Mayans. I wonder where he got that idea from. I wonder where he learned how to do these buildings that have always been in fucking America. I wonder how he always knew how to do this. That's just Chicago. No, let's change it up. Let's do everywhere else. We're the Moors own that land, right? So we know they're Moors since the 1868. They said it belonged to the Moors, right? Tell them stop fucking playing with us, boy. They're fucking liars, boy. I hope they lose everything they lied about. Swear to God, I do. Now this is in San Francisco. You notice how similar it is to Chicago? You notice something? That's the only thing there now. Because they destroyed it. Who destroyed it? The 49 Russians. Who are those? White people. So white people couldn't destroy it and build it. It was lit up, by the way. No Edison. This is California. What's that got to do in New Jersey? Tell them stop fucking playing with me. This ain't New York. You see them destroying shit, right? That was already there. More advanced than the buildings you have today. You see that shit way in the background? You know how big that shit is? A domed roof that fucking big? Built by Moors and Indians? For who? Niggas to go sell cotton? That's where they get these gold roofs from? Selling fucking cotton to white boys? Who don't use washcloths? Are you serious? Are you serious? This looks like a place where a fucking emperor would live. Oh yeah, that's right. On Queen Khalifa and them. This is San Francisco. Not that full house bullshit you got now with slave row houses. Who was the slaves if it's only white people that moved into a land of Moors? All right then. All right then. 1894, my nigga. Still there. Meaning they just destroyed it recently. Look how big this shit is. Angels, too. Uh-huh. Yeah. On Muhammad, my nigga. On Genghis Khan, by the way. In case you're confused. Why it's so oriental looking. Because it is. We're Afro-Asiatic. Stop fucking playing with us. Or a conglomerate. We weren't racist. We just is. There it is. San Francisco, by the way. Already in existence before any white boy got over there. Before the United States was even part of it. That was what they took over. And that's what they destroyed. White people. And Africans. Look at them. It's fully developed, guys. They built these bullshit ass houses around it. That means this shit is older than the 1800s. Look how big it is. Look at that domed roof, bro. You know how impossible that is? Without cranes, without Ford, without tanks, without them niggas. This is a land of Moors and Indians. With Roman Colosseums. Fuck out my face. It's Mayan. Angels. Maya and Angelou. That's why her mother named her that. They know the story. These are giants, by the way. Yep. Don't worry. They're all over the United States. Oh, where? The reason why they're not there is because white people are there. That's the only thing I can tell. The only thing that changed between those buildings and now is white people live there. They all had lights already, by the way. No Thomas Edison. We built the lighthouses, bitch. Hundreds of years ago. You see it? It's like this in Jersey. It's like this in... It's fucking, you can just do World Fair, Mud Flood. It's Newark, like Newark of the Covenant. Let me see if I can find it in Newark. New Jerusalem on top of that. Newark, Jerusalem. Nah, there goes St. Louis. Oh, shit, where all the niggas are. There goes all the Indians, right? All the Choctaws, right? Okay. Oh, my God. 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 All these castles all over America destroyed to put in some shitty wooden buildings with white people in them. so far, right? A kingdom with kingdoms. Can you imagine it? The United States was a kingdom indeed. Like 150 years ago, my nigga. They lied about the entire history, is what I'm getting at. If they omitted all of this in their fucking cotton ginning, I don't think cotton and tobacco is that fucking impressive. If that's where the fuck you live at. Shout out to Noel. What's good, B-boy? I'm looking for the Corn Palace. You find them all over this bitch. They destroyed. Remember those Black Wall Streets and all those great fires? It was those. They were attacking our kingdoms. They weren't attacking Africans. They weren't attacking slaves. They were attacking us. The Indian that lived in kingdoms. Not all Indians lived in kingdoms. They were attacking the Indians that were. Not every Indian's a Jew. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. So my grandfather came here in the 15 and 1600s and contributed to that shit. That's where they were technologically. Those are hundreds of years old. My father was like that. In his real time, it looked like that. In Montezuma's real time, it looked like that. This is some bullshit. This is some prefab fuck shit. That shit stood for hundreds of years until they burnt it down being stupid. Trying to be kings and shit. Yeah. Yeah. That's why it was so valuable to come here when it looked like that. It's the biggest kingdom in the world. We have them shits all over this land. Moors or Jews, same Bible. Israel and Ishmael, right next to each other. Same father, Abrahamic. All right then, Otto's still their daddy. That's all we were saying. Hagar's an Egyptian, aka she's an American Indian. All right, Pocahontas. Me too, nigga. Like, the fuck? I'm both. They're crazy, boy. They gonna lie about the whole world and then go to hell and never tell you why they went to hell. Like, cause you suck. You took over a bunch of kingdoms and you know what to do with them. And then you got us thinking we some second class, third class citizen. Truth be fucking told, that's called projection. Money loop, courtesy of the Fed, Jonathan. Guerrilla Gospel 3. Mr. Nell says, yep. Like cutting welfare means removing people that are on it. Yep. They're no longer investing in those people. Our Emirates products at work come from China. They do. Frozen. Man, T.D. Jakes brought his own straw to that shit. Freakiest man on that side. Joanna. Route 3. Yep. Terranart says, and they red with turquoise roofs, like Naboo City. This side of the face looks like a redskin logo. Yep. Lodowick equals Otto Michael. You got it. Otto Mick. Ottoman. Yep. 3. Wild that people can even dispute this when all these images are still out there. Whenever I bring up these welfare images, people respond with a glazed look typically. Yeah, no computing. Because then you have to tell them, you know this is before the Industrial Revolution that those were built. And you're going to say that some white man marched out there and got 12 Africans to build it for him. They can't build that shit now. Fuck out my face on King James. Penny says, dissect the ideas you have voiced by bit by bit. With those materials on top of that, yeah, pure limestone and shit. Quarried and moved. They think building a pyramid in place is impressive. Imagine building all of those cities over 500 years ago, all over the continent, with no highway and no cars. All right then. Penny says, I was told 1800s, and believe me that they researched it would do pain to end the palm, the forehead, other stupidity box. Fallen angels, some that are actual chosen ones within others, don't comprehend your knowledge or personality along with comprehending right from wrong. They don't know what fallen angels are, man. They don't teach them that in church no more. Shout out B-Boy, what's good, man? Back. Shout out to the iPad kids and the kitty scoopers. It's been a minute. Noel, Terranart. 12 a.m. in the boot. Earthquake proof and everything. They are. They are. Those are the cities with all the bells, too. Like Philadelphia's Liberty Bell. Philadelphia is one of those cities. Or was. You see what they did with it. Yeah, because they weren't cities, they were kingdoms. All your state capitals were kingdoms. The United States was never 50. We had more than 50, though. That's a lot of kids if you fucking 700 women. Just think about it. Swaths and swaths of people in one land, one blood, all got a granddaddy that's the same king. Can you imagine? Exactly. That's what America is, as of the 1800s. No kings. That's crazy. Who was running the Moorish side of things up until the Civil War? Did they have a different federal government from D.C. over there? Oh, so there was kings until the Civil War then. What the fuck else was there? Another form of democracy? In a kingdom? In a kingdom. Those buildings are on the west side, by the way. And nothing to do with Philadelphia and them niggas. If they're in California already. And they look Asian. Tartary over there. They came over here. Through the west side. And then went east. My grandfather, Hakata Khan, kept going. He had 6 other brothers. From the same school of architecture, bitch. We all came here. His father made him number 1. It wasn't democracy. On King James English. Different mothers and shit. Can you imagine it? I love your voluptuous beard. I don't know about that right here. But yeah. And he had one of those too. And Genghis had one of those too. The Chinese people didn't have these beards. Why they even play with his picture like that? That doesn't make sense. I don't know why they do that to us. We can't have nothing. As above, so below. If we can't have nothing, they can't have it either, man. These are the breaks. Yeah, that's why I don't understand the fallen angel bit of it. Fallen angels are attributed to Lucifer. That's all. That's the easiest way to imagine it. They're not falling. This ain't a fucking white boy movie from Hollywood. They're falling as if they're no longer in heaven. They descended. They're descended angels. Not fallen like they did something wrong. No, they're descendants. First descendants. The first descendants is the royals. That's all. All you had to do is be first. And create everyone else. Like, what is the debate on this? There isn't one. All that shit's imaginary. They're stupid in that. They're stupid in the worldview of, they don't know where they are. They don't know they're in a kingdom already. That's hypothecated by a corporation of thieves and pirates. As of the 1800s. Civil War. All that cool shit with Boston was awesome. What the fuck is that got to do with San Francisco? Texas? Wyoming? Corn Palace? Florida? Louisiana? Nothing. So how did they string all that united history together of an isolated story in the Northeast? You couldn't. They're not the same people. Don't tell me the white people on the west side during the American Revolution. You're a goddamn liar. I'm not saying there's no white people there. I'm talking about the white people in the United States history story. None of them people over there. It can only be Moors. And they told you, as of the Civil War, it is. Now, were the Moors part of a government prior? No. They're in a kingdom already. Why would they be part of the white boy government if they're part of a kingdom? That doesn't make sense. It doesn't. And what I'm saying is it makes less time when you understand how fast that time is from 1868 till now. There's no room in between that or before that for it to be anything else but a kingdom here. Especially on the west side. They didn't gold rush until 1849, right? But gold rush ended them in San Francisco where there's a palace at. So they're robbing the kingdoms, were they not? They weren't digging for gold. These niggas is asshole. Nah, they were burning down these cities. Like some assholes. They discovered it, not us. Did y'all ask the Indians for this version of the story? Once. Did it say American history said that the Indians didn't know what was there? Did the American history said that the Indians couldn't do the Oregon Trail? They did the Trail of Tears just fine. They were never there before, allegedly, for African slaves, but somehow they found their way to Oklahoma just fine and had oil wells. Some nigga from Africa 20 years prior pulled up in South Carolina, Charleston, made it all the way to Oklahoma, and had a dentist's office in an oil field. Shut the fuck up. That was before the annexation of Texas, wasn't it? So they went to the Moorish Empire. Yeah, that makes sense. Moors and Indian associates. Yeah. So it was white people who took over and scourged the East Coast. After 1750. I understand everything. But none of that means they were in power. They're not kings. They just said that. All right, then. So none of these treaties belong to you. Treaties are between kingdoms. The United States address Imperial Majestic. I'll show you. They're liars, boy. All the schools are lying. Not some of the white people in those positions. All of them in those positions are goddamn liars. If I could find it. They never even heard of it. So they're lying by default. They don't know. They went to school. Who created the schools for them? Rockefellers, right? And Frederick T. Gates, right? They'll sound like people who were in the American Revolution. Don't even sound like people who are from here. And they're not from here, are they? So all their local education is from foreigners. Oh my God. What could they have gotten wrong by never being fucking here ever? Definitely not during the Kingdom era. Yeah, they want to know nothing about this country. You got niggas trying to do the history about what Indians were doing 1,000 years ago. Bitch, you're in a kingdom just 150. And I'll prove it to you. Tell them stop fucking lying, boy. Or they all gonna go to hell. The whole government. Let's check the dates on this real quick. Let's check the website real quick so niggas ain't making up shit. Founders.archives.gov/documents under Washington. 1789. Oh shit, that's before the Civil War and after the American Revolution. To Sidi Muhammad, King of Kings. He's emperor. Montezuma, by the way. But he addressed him as Muhammad, right? So George Washington is writing a letter to a Muslim in 1789. I thought there was no Qurans or Muslims here. So why the fuck would he know to write the one? Make your fucking mind up, white people. Since the date of the letter, which the late Congress, I thought he was the first president. I thought George Washington was the first president, guys. So why is he referring to another Congress and their president? Oh, because he's not the first president. So he's reading a letter that they wrote to him. Since the date of the letter which the late Congress by their president addressed to you, Imperial Majestic. You don't vote for those. So they're saying the previous Continental Congress was in a deal with Sidi Muhammad. Banker, right? I know that's right, since that's Benjamin Banneker. All right. The United States of America have thought proper to change their government. Who's their government? Theirs. The one ran by the Moors. The United States of America Service Corporation have found it proper to change their government, the government that was writing you a long time ago. And they instituted a new one, agreeable to the Constitution. Ooh. So George Washington and his team had to create a new Congress and a new Constitution that still had to be agreeable to the original. So that means every fucking president since is full of shit. It was never your fucking Constitution. If he had to draft a new one that amends to it with a fucking emperor. So constitutions are not for fucking white people in states and Romans, is it? If this is fucking Sidi Muhammad. I'll take it further. Of which I have the honor here within to enclose a copy to you, the Emperor Majestic Muhammad. So the Imperial Majestic, at very least, are Mohammedans. So you just threw all the Saracens in the box, and that means none of them are white. There is no Imperial Majestic as white if the King of Kings is goddamn Muhammad. And everyone in his damn book is an Israelite. Tell me I'm fucking lying. the time necessarily employed in this arduous task, not an easy one, and the derangements occasioned by so great, though peaceable a revolution, we will apologize and account for your, what? Majesty. Muhammad on the Quran, nigga. Muhammad, for you not having received those regular advices and marks of attention. So he said, hey, we found this letter as I'm squatting in the fucking house now, and I went through the treasure trove and I noticed that they have a 360 deal with the Imperial Majestic on the west side, since it's just an east side operation, nigga, New York. Washington and New York, nigga. Stop fucking playing with me. So, Empire State, nigga, right into a fucking emperor. Don't miss that shit. The time necessary, meaning we running out of time to give you what we owe you, nigga. Now check this out. On the marks of attention from the United States, which the friendship and magnanimity of your conduct, your conduct, right? Who the fuck is he? But what's he talking about? Oh, I'm glad you asked. He's saying that the United States in the Constitution is embedded with the Treaty of Peace and Friendship. Thank you. Behind the Mohammedans, right? In America. So Mohammedans were in America first? I could have fucking told you that. Oh my God. The Moroccan-American Treaty of Peace and Friendship. Yeah, too bad Morocco's a kingdom, bitch. And the Moors rule the west side of the America. I know that's right. Up to 1868. Look at these dates, though. That's all before it, right? The Treaty of Tripoli. Oh my God. Hold on now. Is it Article 11 or Article 13? Lord knows how my memory is. We'll find out one day. I got you now. Listen, they gonna lie. They lying to themselves. They ain't even lying to you no more. They don't know what the fuck's going on. Hold on. I gotta get my two-hand typing bag real quick. I'll show you. I'll dispel the spell real quick for you. Your whole fucking life a lie, because this is a kingdom. Up until 1868, per the white man's advice. That's why he tells all these gory details and stories, because he bullshitting. None of that shit happened. Which makes it worse, by the way. God is good. I know I'll find it eventually. And I'll prove it to you here. The United States is full of shit. And it's forgotten where it's coming from, apparently. Thank God the Imperial Majestic don't forget shit. So they'll be cursed with a curse, for they have robbed us. Curse those who have cursed us. Article 11, Tripoli. This is what they're referring to, by the way. They're referring to this. Friendship and magnanimity is a treaty of peace and friendships. Several articles. They're creating these treaties because they're coming here to do commerce, and the treaty is between us and our people that's under the Imperial Majestic, not fucking them up. The afforded reason to expect. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. We can't be here without you. Article 11. As the government of the United States is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion, aka they're not hunting Saracens, as it has itself no character or enmity against the laws, religions, or tranquility of Muslims. That's like a cool way of saying Muslims, right? So the United States is not Christian and has nothing against Muslims. That's kind of weird. That sounds like the United States today. That don't sound like the United States today, do it? And as of the said states, never have entered into any war or act of hostility against any Mohammedan nation. On Mohammed, nigga. On none of his nations, nationalities, bloodlines, people. You know, Mohammedan. Over here in America, right? Treaty of Tripoli. Yeah, I know they're going to say it was Tripoli over there. No, nigga. We're talking about kingdoms, not states. Go back in time, please. Just like United States wasn't, United States when we were kingdoms, right? It is declared by the parties that to pretext arising from religious opinions, shall ever produce an interruption of the harmony existing between the two countries. Ooh, yeah. We're gonna give you a little territory, but you cross our fucking bridge, nigga. But you're gonna have to pay those taxes. That's what this is. The United States having unanimously appointed me to the supreme executive authority, executive branch, in the nation, this nation, his, Your Majesty's letter of 1788, which by reason of the dilution of the late government, Moors, remain unanswered. Correct. So they didn't even pay him yet. And they have been delivered to me. Yeah, since you took it over. You took over debt. I have also received the letters which your Imperial Majesty has been so kind as to write, and he's talking cute and clamorous because he's in trouble, in favor of the United States to Bashars of Tunis and Tripoli. Those are the ones with their heads wrapped up now. They own the seas right now. Pirates of the Caribbean. Don't miss it. And I present you the sincere acknowledgments and thanks of the United States, which is its own thing, for this important mark of your friendship for them. Yeah, he's trading with people who are not Christian, by the way. We greatly regret the hostile disposition of those regencies towards this nation who have never injured them and is not to be removed on terms in our power to comply with. Within our territories, there are no mines, either of gold or silver. This is important. So the United States was founded after Washington on nothing. They already owe the emperor and they have nothing. Territories, so in their jurisdiction as of 1788, remember, it's not the whole fucking North America continent, bitch. It's the Northeast, the frozen territory that they're allowed to do their business. Territories, remember, Virginia is a Mason-Dixon line. Where was my Cherokee grandmother at that time? South Carolina, wake your ass up. Territories, there are no mines, either gold or silver, in this young nation just recovering from the waste and desolation of a long war. They ain't the Civil War either. And he ain't talking about the American Revolution. Have not as yet had time to acquire riches by agriculture and commerce, meaning we ain't even growing shit, nigga. But our soil is bountiful, word to New Jersey, and our people are industrious, and we have reason to flatter ourselves as we gradually become useful to our friends, everyone they're in a treaty with, to be the United States. The encouragement which your Majesty has been pleased generously to give to our commerce with your dominions, mind you, he's talking to him like he's talked to him before. Imperial Majesty never talked to his ass. He said, we just got these letters. We're inheriting, we're sending you a copy of the Constitution. We're copying what they're doing. And I'll address you now since I'm the executive. Please keep this honorable since you kept it honorable for them. With your dominions. Dominions. Now, those are not states. And punctuality, which you have caused the treaty with us to be observed. AKA, they have to follow it. And so the United States has to follow someone else, right? And just generous measures taken in the case of Captain Proctor made a deep impression on the United States and confirmed their respect for and attachment to your Imperial Majesty. Attachment to your Imperial Majesty, in which we enclose a copy of our Constitution. So who's the Constitution in treaty with besides my grandfather? They're full of shit. The United States don't exist if we don't. In the course of the approaching winter, the national legislature, which is called by the former name of Congress, legislative branch, formerly Congress, will assemble, and I shall take care nothing to be omitted that may be necessary to cause a correspondence, meaning we have to get back to you, between our countries, where they represent, since they just betrayed their kings and shit, to be maintained and conducted in a manner agreeable to your Majesty, Sidi Muhammad, not King George III. Have you noticed something? Ain't got shit to do with him. And satisfactory to all the parties concerned, all the other Muslim nations, may the Almighty bless your Imperial Majesty. It's done without saying. Our great and magnanimous friend, right? That's different. Not great and honorable, magnanimous. What is that? I don't know what that word is. That is magnified with his constant guidance and protection. Written at the city of New York, 1st day of December, 1789. Forbes magazine collection. Ceremonial letters. His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor, King of Kings. So they can betray fucking King George, a kingdom. That nigga over him anyway. He's the emperor of the land here. Al-Marak, Maghreb Aqsa, Amexem, Morocco. That's the land. We're Moors, Moroccans. If you do it with treaties. But the only people who would talk like that are royals. Everybody else got their neighborhood. It's territorial, it's dominion. The maps are different depending on whose map it is. You have the state of Texas have a map with all the voting and the red and the blue and shit. They ain't got shit to do with him. You can be Democrat and Republican anywhere on that bitch. At the end of the fucking day, you borrowed from my bank. So I'm not looking at that map to find out what your demographic is. I'm looking at that map to see what my treaties are with that region and anybody in it. You can call that shit whatever the fuck you want on your shit. Just know that your shit is under mine. Aligned. Layers. They teach us at the surface level. Slave. They don't go to royals. They don't go to kings. So you never see those maps. You don't read any of those books that frame your mind for looking over all the dominions. They have mayors, governors, they subset. Mason-Dixon lines. That's all United States shit. The United States is drawing all that shit on his map. And his map says Morocco. That's the difference. Not over there. Over here. He's an emperor. Of all things, not Christian. What's the other option here, bitch? Trading with him. With boats. What's the other option, bitch? Nothing. Since all the books belong to the Moors, since all the universities belong to the Moors, since all the castles built in Portugal and built in Spain, if you take your ass there today, we'll say built by who? The Moors. All right, then. That's Spain, I thought. So why is there kingdoms of Moors there? Exactly. Yeah. We're the Moors. Here in America. Al-Marak. The kingdom of Marata. Not the state of Morocco. The kingdom of Marata. The kingdom of Nuremberg. Holy Roman Empire. The kingdom of Marata. The little niggas. That's us. That's Israel. Thank you for joining this TED Talk. That's all it is. This is in their website, ain't it? I ain't make that shit up. George Washington letter to Sidi Muhammad, His Imperial Majestic of America. Al-Marak. Amorica. Morocco. Wake your ass up. It's called America because it's Morocco. It's called America. Mur is right in the middle of that bitch. Just like Morocco. Now change the vowels to the same shit. You get the same fucking word. Tell them stop fucking playing with us in our fucking language. Make all the vowels the same or take them away. What are you left with? Morocco, you left with Mercury. Michael. America, you left with what? Mercury. Michael. He's the king of kings of heaven. Sidi Muhammad is the king of kings of the below portion of it, by the way. Heaven's in the Quran. He's a Mohammedan. He would fucking know. Now you see why there's angels everywhere. In the kingdom of angels. Now you know what this really is. We don't know it as citizens because the United States ain't operating at a kingdom level. It's paying taxes to other banks. It's not even sovereign. It has nothing since 1788. It told you that. We ain't got shit here. They ain't got shit since. That's what their problem is. The United States has been bankrupt. And then since Thomas Jefferson betrayed my family, they've been rogue ever since. Civil War. Barbary Wars, actually. I know. That's all who needs to know, actually. Thank God. We don't need democracy to read the fucking democracy. You have a bunch of treaty. The United States has a treaty with the Imperial Majestic that's Mohammedan. So it's not Catholic, it's not Christian. The United States is not Catholic or Christian. So who are these people? These white people? Who are you? Why are you in the fucking United States? If you come here because you're Christian or Catholic. It sounds like you came here on a papal bull from the Vatican. It sounds like you came here on Dumb Diversions and Doctrine of Discovery to steal from Saracens, which would be here. This whole land, from the top to the bottom, actually. So y'all know y'all came here despite the religion, because the people who wrote your book are the people you came here to kill. You enslaved the people who wrote your faith. You came here to steal land from Saracens. Saracens wrote the Bible. Saracens wrote the Quran. You believe in God and speak our language because of us, yet you made us second-class citizens. Karma. How many of their own kids they send to hell already? If heaven is based on how you treat us. Karma. You're in a kingdom already. As of the annexation of Texas, they acknowledged it. If the land belongs to the Moors and the Associates, and before that date it was kingdoms, they're telling you those kingdoms belong to Moors. Morocco. Imperial Majestic. Sidi Muhammad. Michael. Yeah. The bloodline of Michael. Quite literally. Yeah, that's the difference between the other ones. They didn't say there was the only one. I just want to know who the fuck you got who can beat Michael. All right, then. We ain't talking about nothing. So, same story. Mehmet, Muhammad, Michael. Minute, City Muhammad. 15-minute city. Twitter it. There's a bunch of fires from space. I know. That's what I was telling them. They didn't go to war with me, a person, a citizen, a slave, an African. You went to war with angels. They declared war on aliens. If I got a code switch for you. They went to war with something they don't have the technology to go to war with. Their Tomahawk missiles can't do shit. Their Iron Dome can't do shit. Their nukes can't even stay active. They declared war against the thing that's doing it. My ancestors. Sidi Muhammad. Carlos V, Montezuma. It's them. Khans. Mohammedans. Afro-Asiatics. We're in both books. Just different time periods. Yeah. You know one thing that stayed the same though? The royals. The angels. We ain't talking about politics. Those books are not about politics. It's about battles with all kinds of shit. And we keep winning. Because we listen to who our Father is. My Father, thou art in heaven, holy be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us of our trespasses, as we forgive those who are trespassed against us. Lead us not into temptation, and deliver us from the evil one. Psalm and Esther. For yours is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. And they're out of captivity after the Lord's Prayer, because that's Conqueror Muhammad, by the way. The Ottoman Empire. In real life. Jesus is Genghis Khan. He freed the slaves. He's the one saying that prayer, by the way. He said, my Father thou art in heaven. He said, my name is Temujin then. Now you know what the jinn means. From out in heaven. Since all spirits come from heaven. If you read that Bible. So my Father thou art in heaven. I'm Temujin. Hey, how you doing? I'm a hybrid. I'm a Nephilim. I need your help. Chariots of fire all through that book. My help comes from over the hills. Those rings of fire. That's military. That's the kingdom of heaven. Look what they do with a few. Now imagine if they really sent it here. No fucking contest. That's why these motherfuckers are stupid. They can't pose a threat to Heaven's army. Only its genetics. Here. We're not just here, though. That's what I'm saying. They could reset this shit again. We will always exist. We're not from here. So they can, Brahma, Abraham, they can reset this whole fucking thing, and another fucking space invader comes and drop off the same fucking thing all over again. As long as it takes to do whatever the fuck they're trying to do with this. But mind you, they already have spaceships. They're not trying to grow their democracy or their society. They're not trying to fucking figure out science, bitch. You're not even doing science. Shit. You ain't got algebra. So they're not coping with understanding their place in the infinity of space. If they're seeding fucking planets with people. Already. Since we wrote those books. So imagine how much further they got along since. If they don't stop. But rest for a day. Yeah. To them, it's like 1,000 years. Well, I guess. What the fuck that means. It don't matter what time scale it is. Don't miss this most important thing. They betrayed them. They betrayed Imperial Majestic. Angels. Who would they have all their treaties and have their constitution with? That's what the World Fair is. That's why you don't have their technology building it. They didn't say we didn't have technology. They just ain't got it. You know, the niggas that fly away and shit. Since Aladdin, magic carpets. Solomon, magic carpets. Sheba, magic carpet. I'll show you. They all could fly already. So if you chasing a nigga on a wooden boat that can fly away, you think you'll catch him? They couldn't beat the giants when they got here. The ones we left on the islands. Now go back to your Mayan art again. They're in there with us. The fuck? King of Kings, King of Tartars, bro. We worked with the giants. Recent history, 500 years ago. Where the fuck is the goddamn... So this is light. The fuck? What did I say? Oh, Sheba. Shiva. She was badass in her own right. She's a whole god where she comes from. Antique Rugs website. That's the funniest fuck. The legend of a flying carpet. So they're gonna tell you it's about Solomon and Sheba. So we're about Semites, Afro-Asiatics then, right? The Arabian Nights, my ass. Arabians are Saracens. Black people. Anyone who watched Disney's Aladdin remembers the magic carpet and title of that character. Notable example being the Middle Eastern tale. No, it's a Tartarian tale. 1,001 Nights. Prince Hussein acquires the magic carpet. Indian, blah, blah, blah. The King of Solomon, known from the Bible in the Quran, don't fuck with him, was not famous only for his wisdom, but for glory. Trying to freeze it, brother. I should be back. I'll give it a few seconds. And I'm back. Free in the chat. The first account, we back. Let me get my finger off the mic. The first account claims that Queen of Sheba, who also appears in the Bible and the Quran, gave Solomon his flying carpet as proof as her undying love. However, the king was more interested in the construction of the Temple of Jerusalem, aka the king, his kids. And the queen's gift went on many of his courtiers. When the news about it reached the queen, angered, she refused to have anything more to do with flying carpets. Thus, the knowledge of how to make them was lost. So they're saying that flying technology is referenced by Queen Sheba. Interesting. The other version, of course, there's more than one version with these niggas, said that the carpet was a gift from God. Dragon Ball Z, Goku Nimbus. With such a splendid gift, Solomon's pride grew, and God decided to punish the king. And when the carpet was mid-air, it shook, and as a result, 40,000 men who were sitting on it fell to their deaths. Now, we don't know what book they got that from, but imagine if. They're not the only ones with magic carpets, though. Not all rulers were as fascinated with flying rugs as Solomon. What the fuck are you talking about? You just said Solomon wasn't interested in them. That's why Queen Sheba had a fucking connection. The king of Parthia, said to be at war with Antioch VII, ruler of the Seleucid Empire. According to their story, he flew from the Zagros Mountains on a carpet and heroically defeated his enemy. Roman Emperor Valerian was abducted during a sneak attack on a Sasanian ruler, who effortlessly found his way into his camp with a flying carpet. The golden era of magical rugs didn't last long. After the incident which King Absanian's son lost, Venosan, the monarch was determined to destroy every last single one flying craft. Mind you, the Mayans are pictured with flying craft. While the king's wrath was not enough to end the production of flying carpets, a massive earthquake did. We had a massive earthquake called New Madrid. That happened in America. Allegedly, it destroyed the ingredient in the soil which was essential during the weaving process of such a technology. The Lumian and Persian parchments claimed that this soil had magnetic properties which enabled rugs to fly. Yes. Anti-grav. We had it already. Solomon. We. Since I'm Solomon's grandson. We could fly already. We're the royals. I'm being very specific. We could fly already. We already had that technology. Aviators, navigators, that's why we had maps. Because we could see. They're not literally carpets though, if you understand anything. They're personal aircraft you can sit on and they fly away. Ain't that what they want with fucking Back to the Future? Ain't that what they're trying to do with drones? Now imagine, we did that already. They're always trying to reverse engineer us. And then say they're first. Like, that's a weird fucking fetish for some idiots. We had Nimbus already. It's older than that story, actually. It's in the fucking Sanskrita. Vimanas. We have flying cities. The further it goes back to the original craft touching down, we still had that technology there. Obviously, we ain't got the ingredients for those crafts from somewhere else here. Plenty of wood, though. And diamonds and oil for some reason. Everything for combustion. Allegedly. Burning down shit for no reason. Wasting energy. Wondering why there are $137 trillion in debt of wasted energy, by the way. If it's a debt, it's wasted energy. They've wasted trillions of energy. Burning down trees and starting coal fires and everything for no fucking reason. They ain't built nothing interesting with it. Since they're bankers. What kind of banker invests without interest? Users. Usury. That's Jewish, not Judean. Don't insult us. Judeans are named after the royals and the kings. Who the fuck are we gonna borrow from? The concept is ours. Who are we gonna use? God? If God put us here, and did, according to us, fuck them. Who put them here? I'm waiting for the answer soon. They'll never have it. Hold on, it just went down, it went away again? Am I back, or are we back, or are you back? Put 3 in the chat if I'm back. I'm gonna give it a few more seconds. Anytime they cut the stream, you're gonna be pushed back a few seconds. Something buffer. All you have to do is put it at 1.5x. It'll catch you up to real time, then stop. Back, 3. Yeah, so that's not this, but that's what I'm saying. All this is American, by the way. The ancestors of our bloodline, not the ancestors of history. Like our people, like that's what pisses me off. Like you talking about my people, boy. You ain't just talking about some story about some third party niggas, boy. They don't know how to read. And that's the problem. Arguing with them is a waste of time. This ain't that. Again, they're just in the way of it. So, same thing. Did the Mayans fly aircraft? What shit, did horses have wings, bitch? Yeah, these are made out of gold, by the way. So they're not Bronze Agers. He's in a flying craft, by the way. See? You got the helmets on. Because of space is water. There it is. He's in a flying craft. Nothing but flying craft in our history. Because it's ancient Egypt. Just different time periods. Just like the Vimanas. They call him Mayan, they call him King Pakal, they call him astronauts of Azteca. You call them whatever the fuck you want, nigga. You in the same location of Montezuma, City Muhammad. 1868. Like, yeah, same place where the King of Kings is. Yeah, whatever you want to call him. That was their kid. They could fly already. Quite literally. According to them, us. According to our books, Enoch was taken up. Elisha was taken up into a flying craft. Enoch. Ezekiel. We wrote about flying craft before any of them. And Solomon had them before any of them. Ask a Mason. Masons created the fucking stupid ass flight systems they have now. They must have been studying some of our science more. I guess they became Shriners eventually, Mohammedans. Yeah, they're liars. It's taking them this long to figure out how to do some shit we did thousands of years ago. Our excuse? They keep killing us. Pretty valid if you ask me. I still got here. I think that's all they were worried about. What that means. So yeah. They can keep playing with us if they want to. They're running out of time to lie about, though. That's what's sad. They didn't even start fixing and repairing this. So they still owe my family, Indian side and royal side. And they still owe my family, City Muhammad side. And they owe the central bank. And they owe everyone they extorted. They don't have nothing. In real life, where it matters. I mean, like value. They don't have value. They're valueless. They're no leverage, I mean. Not even spiritual. And one of these stupid ass angels gonna show up for them. Not at all. I can promise them. My grandmother. She's a princess. But check the beads out, Yoruba. Two Indian braids. On some Cherokee shit. She's a pony. Same story. But she's the princess of Indians. Hindu at the time, right? So even the idea of calling us Indian is recent. Since there's no such thing as India. It was called Hindustan. Yeah. All their lies in their textbook is Rockefeller and Gates. They made up your whole fucking history. Yep. That's my real grandmother in real life, and she's still a princess, as of then. Early 1900s. So how the fuck is she an Indian princess if there's no kingdoms here? This is after the United States. This is recent. Yep. In real life. In real life. In recent history, she's a princess. In recent history, that's my grandmother. What am I? I know. It's fucked up. Oh, I know. You see that Batman hairline on these people? They're fully connected beards, man. These are not Christians. That shit was Egyptian. Yeah, imagine. That's a black guy. Look at Noble Drew Ali. Feathers in his head. You see those gate designs? The slaves use those designs. Shut the fuck up. He's a damn noble. With a child with a royal. Third eye open. Yeah. They don't miss it. They don't miss it. They don't respect heritage. We don't have a choice. They didn't teach us any either. You really had to count on your bloodline, your dreams, and your neighborhood if they didn't move you again. And then foreigners to kind of remind you of certain things. It just pissed me off for real. I knew they was onto something. I know someone came to my chat and said they saw like a myriad of UFOs in an array. I just remember I got a picture of it. The string of UFOs. They're real. It's a whole string of them. Right there, going to that 3-star constellation. That's the stars. Those are UAPs. So they've been here. They're not coming. They're not waiting for Cloud Atlas to show up. I catch them on camera every week now. Nah, fuck these people. Lying about my grandma? That's crazy. No kings in the kingdom of Murata? That's crazy. I keep finding feathers, man, on Montezuma. I'm finding his feathers. Don't miss it. Yep. That's manly. That's my grandfather. He's not a white guy. He got that Habsburg thing going on. A little incest in the family, probably. He's fair-skinned. He's passing white, but he is not. They would say he was a mulatto, but he's in a Jewish mob. My grandfather. Jesus Christ. Yep. Everywhere we go, boy. Who else would we be mixing with? North Carolina, Virginia. Yep. I think there's Cherokee there. That ain't her, by the way. That's just some fucking McGraw-Hill ass concept art. So you're not confused. They love to confuse us with their clip art. There was Noble Drew Ali's great-granddaughter with the same thing on her head. Yep, my grandmother. No cap in my rap. Yep. Indian Jews, same story. Yep. Same thing with the Alexander family, Yep, Masonic Prince Hall on Benjamin Banneker. Don't play with me. Right there in Pennsylvania. Of course it's us. Who the fuck else was there in this story? Nothing but black people. Nothing but black people. Afro-Asiatics with their chinky eyes. The fuck you talking about? That's all who's there. Look, my mom was so with the shit. That's my mom, by the way, right? Imagine. She died getting me this outfit. With the constellation of Libra around me. Don't play with me. She died on that. Everybody ain't in the dark about this. But everybody know, what can we do about it? Yeah. Keep saying, what can we do about it? Don't even understand what the fucking it is. That's all I'm saying. I had a very interesting purpose in this stupid ass story. I'm pissed. It don't make me feel like shit. It feels like a waste of fucking time. Because they're going to fag out and lose everything and never be held accountable, never recount anything, never fix any of the critical things. And their biggest problem is everyone's fucking dying and fucked up and broke anyway. So it's like, I guess I get to the back of the line again. We'll get back to this jurisprudence issue later if there's a fucking country structure left. Then you have a whole bunch of people left who don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, especially after that. Just gonna wig the fuck out until they die off. Or this bitch is flooded again. Or whatever the fuck it is. Or some other foreigner comes in and you back with Simon Nestor again. Like, I'm tired. Yeah. It seems like it's running away from them. And they're not trying to save it either. They're trying to save themselves. That's different. Ain't much of them left to save. I'm telling you, it's barely 24 people, I believe. In all. They don't need more than a meme coin or a stable coin to deal with this shit. What the fuck is that dog problem? I wonder if dogs wonder if they sound like a bitch. I wonder if they had that concept in their head. Like, shut the fuck up. You're screaming like a bitch. What the fuck going on? We don't know what the fuck's going on. E-communism is in the queue. Electronic communism. An extremely Nigerian outfit. A fishing eye, which means they lying about their grandma, aka she was an asylum pic. Open above the firmament, hence the feather on top of it. Man, that hairline way too familiar. Come on now. They're too hooked on adrenochrome. It's a stingray type craft, yes. Quite a few of them too. They tried a well. Actually, it's sodium chloride history. That's crazy. Well, actually, was using corn for fuel but froze over during the French Auto War. Yes. The sun is bright white. The fish fried. That too. It's a different polarity. It's giving off different signals, genetically wise. And if you're not part of that, if you haven't lived through another white sun, then you probably don't have the ingredients to survive it. Bag 3, selenium type of thing. Rakim Escobar, Jonathan, Noel, Mr. Now, Taryn Art, everybody in here. Harut, yep, over the dome, hence Drumpf, I ain't going to heaven. Wait a minute, run that back. I missed something. Mr. Now said that the other day too. I misunderstood what y'all said, I think just reading it wrong. I remember Trump saying he's trying to do something to go to heaven. You're saying that he said something recently that he said himself that he's not going to heaven? When did Trump say he's not going to heaven? Like, when did he make that a final decision that he knows he's not qualified? That happened this year? Oh, wow. I missed that. I missed the context of that. I remember him saying something. I remember him 2 days ago. No wonder. Remember earlier this year, he mentioned heaven. He mentioned heaven earlier this year. Like, trying to do something right, blah, 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 blah. I thought he was just being catty. You know how people just be saying shit. But for the same person who just be saying shit to say 2 days ago he ain't going to heaven, that's crazy. He said, nah, I don't even think I can make it to heaven. In that interview space that looks like the back of an airplane. Yeah. Because he's not. They didn't fuck up going to heaven. They fucked up life. Their sins wasn't so that Jesus, some white guy, can be killed and crucified and eaten and blood and water and crackers, so that all the shit they do down here is just dust your hands off and then God receives you because you accepted his son or something. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in human history. And they don't believe that book enough to believe that part of it. Now I think that's just like the smallest thing that people grasp. Human sacrifice. But he's not a human. I thought he was a god. You're gods? Because gods go to heaven. Anyway, so yeah, they were never doing this to go to heaven, it seems. I mean, look at the outcome. If they were trying anything to go to heaven, then it would be more like heaven down here. If they were trying the things that you need to do to get to heaven, those things would show up here, like in their rules and their laws and their programs and their socialism. It'll be very heavenly. If they're really trying to go there, if they're really trying to do on earth as it is in heaven, give us this day our daily bread and forgive us our trespasses. If they're really into justice and Isa and Jesus and Jesse, it would look like that. You wouldn't have an Epstein list issue. You wouldn't have a government shutdown issue over $1 trillion of debt going to someone else. It'd be very like, the kingdom of Jerusalem or the kingdom of Israel, the land they're sitting on. And whatever it's called in Quran with the new races or mixes of Ishmael's people. Same grandfather, Abraham. So imagine, not that different. Yeah. They ain't do none of that shit. And they ain't helped none of those kids. I'm my own House of Representatives on the Smiths. The fuck? I'm a Smith for real, like the Smiths. The first name's here. Nah, they ain't do shit for me or my family. My family flunked out. Talking about sandcastles. They're not all occupied by one of us. I see why. It's not their fault. I forgive them. Literally, Father, forgive them, my family, for they know not what they do. He won't talk about the world, Craig. He didn't have a problem with the Craig. He had a problem with Jews who were voting against him to die. He had a problem with Jews following him around, denying him access to healing people. He had a problem with Pharisees and Sadducees and Kohens of Jews. He wasn't dealing with nobody else in that story, by the way. The Romans is just representative of an occupying force of foreigners. They're not in Rome, bitch. They'll get this empire thing eventually, I think. I don't know. It's whooping their ass. Because their fucking government bullshitted on its actual jurisdiction. They don't understand jurisdiction or dominion. They're not the Pope, so they can't pull that. They're nothing in Ecclesiastes, actually. They have no laws like that. They have USC codes and maritime law. They're pirates. They have boats. These are the rules for being under the berth and the rules for being topside. Like the weird games they played at sea, Lost and shit. Meanwhile, coming to a place full of flyers. They're goofy as hell. How the fuck did you end up that far in technology behind us if you're from us? I'm telling you, there's another way for people to get in here. I don't know that story. I think they prefer Antarctica, McMurdo, New Zealand entrance, not South America's. It's the New Zealand entrance. In the middle of the Pacific, where Lumeria was, I guess. Whatever the fuck it is. They travel a whole lot on a fucking round earth to get there. Yeah, they got a beeline to Australia, New Zealand to get to their Antarctica, by the way. You think they just go south. They don't. That tells you everything. Because the ice encircles our map. Meaning that Iceland, if you were to walk on it, it encircles what you think that world is. That's how big that shit is. Hence they call it an ice wall. It's walling in the ocean. It's like it's a circle top down, but it's a snow globe. The surface of a snow globe, like the paper you put at the bottom of your snow globe before you put a castle on it, is flat. And it's a circle. You encircled it. Square and compass, Benjamin Banneker shit. So our land is encircled. It's not a spear. It's domed. It's not a spear. It's not spinning anywhere. No, it's encircled and it's domed on a moon. They have no jurisdiction to anything in it anyway, but they definitely don't have any idea of what's outside of that dome. Only what comes in and whatever they can determine or decipher or understand from that. So I bet none of that shit's really talking to them. They got too much fucking drugs and superpowers they gotta use. Hello and King James angel talk would do. Since they're telepathic. Too. So nah, they're full of shit. They've been working with some sellouts or some idiots or some wannabes or a deceiving spirit, as it tends to be in our book. And that deceiving spirit is currently quiet, it seems. Even their channelers ain't channeling the bullshit like they used to. I follow them. Or used to. Trying to figure out, well, where do you think this game going next? Oh, Heidi thinks. Oh, the AI told me in the world. Oh, shut up. Shut the fuck up. This nigga addicted to ChatGPT, a word bank full of lies. He ain't gonna figure out shit for the rest of his life. Just like I promised. Yeah, they play too much with our family, that's all. They gotta stop disrespecting us, at the very least. It's blasphemy every time they cross us. It is. It's not just because I believe in God. A lot of people do. They don't have that type of quirk, though. Where everyone who betrays you dies. And you live. Imagine that shit. I witnessed it in my real life. I'm going through it now. I ain't got that many people left. So I know where this story is going for me, man. It ain't like the others. It's not the story they think it is. They ain't read the Quran yet. Gotta give all this to new people, as he tends to do. He always does. Because it's a kingdom for it's the thing that they're trying to do is the human side of things. We're not trying to be humans. We're trying to go back to space. So it's always going to be left to someone else. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we had it our way, we would have been off of Europa already. And I assume a lot of us, Mama Inga did. I'm assuming they say Abu Bakari had X amount of ships that left. I think they're talking about the space. Not to America. We're in America already. It'd be a necessary trip. They didn't discover America before white people, right? It wasn't a discovery thing for us. So if the Moors were coming back and forth from Africa, which they were, by the way, it's not because they just discovered it and wanted to move here. We were here already. So that story of Mansa Musa, Montezuma's brother or uncle, leaving the same way Mama Inga left, I imagine she would have brothers. They're not talking about across the ocean to another continent. They're talking about out of this dome. Every so often, a Noah's Ark is born. Yep. This is more like a microcosm. It's a colony. The only thing is, we're the harvest. It's not a colony for growing tobacco and cotton to sell to other colonizers or no. Go forth and replenish this earth. We're the crop. According to that Bible. So they planted us here to grow and expand. That is the number one GDP of this whole plan. To create more of us. That's it. Everything else that's social is how we coexist and get along and keep that going. Yes, that's important. Obviously, socialism is important, but it wasn't the design. It wasn't. They didn't care about the flavor of the month. They just cared about more people being born who possess those traits. So in that sense, it's a simulation, a stress test on our genetics. That's going to happen anyway, no matter who's in charge, black or white. You have to come together and problem solve to survive all kind of random shit. Here we're trying to survive stupidity. It's the weirdest game we're playing. And the stupidity is due to the ignorance, and the ignorance comes from the fact that they don't want to secede, the fact that they're full of shit, that they're liars, that they've been stealing, manipulating, and nothing they have done has ever been honest. At the highest level. The only one that matters, their authority. So if their authorities are crooked, what does it say about them and their perspectives? I know, they can't. Their brain, for whatever reason, the cognitive dissonance won't allow them to release it. And it's okay to be wrong, I mean, because you are. So it's okay to be wrong because you are, even if you don't accept it. You're wrong about this shit here in America on King James grandkids. They're wrong about all of it. I know they are. There's too many terracotta roofs out here that belongs to Moors, not Mexicans. And terracotta sounds Asian. Last time I fucking checked. And we're Afro-Asiatics. Are they? So how did Mexicans end up with Afro-Asiatics fucking blueprints and languages? Stop fucking playing with me. So same story. They even give credit to our shit to a whole different race of people. And then a whole different race of people like, oh, we're just happy to be here, I guess. They ain't digging up their ancestors and finding them. They're not. They're a mixed race of people. They're Moorish. Mixed in with white people, apparently. Mm-hmm. But every once in a while, you see one that look just like me. Every once in a while, you see a Dominican, and he won't look no different. Every once in a while, you go to South America, you see a lot of us. You'll also see a lot of Africans on the same fucking island path and look different from each other, stand in front of each other. So much so, there's languages and groups in the damn South America that are more ancient than the people talking there now. And they just small enclaves that just hung on. Mm-hmm. And all of them want to tell you about gods, aliens, and angels every fucking time. Mm-hmm. That's what religion is. It's about space. If that's what they're, I think that's what they're trying to say. Star Wars type shit, yeah. These religious books come from space. They call them Judaical. Judah. You know, Judah's bloodline comes from space, obviously. Genghis Khan. Yeah. They know already, man. That's why they classify all. Bob Lazar, man. He said, you know, when I was there in Area 51 and I was looking at the thing, you know, there's this big thing about religions. This nigga working on UFOs. And he said the biggest document he could find was about religion. He didn't have to tell me nothing else. Tucker Carlson, he gets pussy for he can't talk no more about white boys and Christians and shit and Jesus no more. After he saw the damn pictures and read that dossier that Putin gave him. And then he's talking to the UFO people that's telling you who these angels are. They're shutting them down. Now think about the man, Tucker Carlson. Now think about the man, Bob Lazar. Think about all of them who interface with what I'm saying to you. They said already. And they can't talk about it. They're afraid for their life. That if they say these niggas are black, that it's over for them. Imagine how scared they are. The only thing they're not saying is that they're black people. That's their secret. But it's not a secret. That's the weirdest shit about it. It's not a secret if you knew how to read the whole time. We're not black, we're Moors. We're from Egypt. We're the little Tartarians. Some of us are both hybrids. That's all. And then there's a third. Maybe a fifth, maybe a 10th. There might be all kinds of other shit here too. Some created by them, some created by us. I mean, obviously, white people creating people from scratch. CRISPR. They've been cloning. So if this ain't nobody first time, you understand everything. This ain't nobody first time here doing this shit. I just think so far these people have the dumbest reason to do what they're doing. Because they're getting broker doing it. They're getting sicker doing it. People are hating them for it. And no one wants to trade with them no more. And then they make you put on the glasses of, well, you know, the white man, the United States, the strongest military, we freedom. No. Spare me the gory details. None of that shit being true ever. Y'all didn't beat World War II. Y'all definitely didn't beat Vietnam. What war have y'all won? A war on orphans? What the Captain Hook is going on with these niggas? They haven't even won a war. They won't have a central bank if they won. They have a central bank because they lost. That's why they don't have no money. They went to war with kingdoms and came out broke. Do it one more time. They ransacked the kingdoms hoping to steal gold. They came over here hoping to steal gold. That's the only reason why this story exists. Christopher Columbus and all that is for gold. It's not for land. They came over here to steal gold. From the kingdoms, from kings. I mean, if you come here to steal gold, then you're looking for people who have gold already, right? Mayans, Aztecs, whatever you want to call us. We weren't Mayan and Aztecs when you brought your bitch ass here, so why even calling us that? You came here with us. We were here when you came here. No one else. They came here to steal our gold and left broke. Someone gave them the idea that our kingdoms had gold. And they came here mapped it out, figured it out, killed whoever they had to kill, whatever. And by the time they finally got there, they were abandoned. There's no gold there. Not enough. So much so they had to break down those buildings to get the gold that we used to make them. That's the only gold they had. That's why our buildings don't stand. They took the gold out, just like niggas is running through, doing the same thing to them now. Copper age ass niggas. They go into their buildings and stealing all the copper, ain't they? Now imagine, our buildings is that, but with gold. That's the gold they got. It ain't enough. It's not 137 trillion worth. Mm-hmm. They probably then purposed it, reused it, sold it already. It's gone already from then. So there's no more gold to steal. Mm-hmm. But they never originally got the original gold that we had, though. That's the funniest thing about it. They don't know where it is. Mm-hmm. They don't know where we hid it at. They're thinking like people. I'd ask them, who said it was ever here? What would we need gold for? We know what they use gold for. I said, what would we need gold for? For us to stockpile gold. Royals, kings, kingdoms. Who we buying and trading with? Nobody, right? Just ourselves. So we wouldn't need gold. We're not buying nothing. They tell you all about Indians and their culture, but you got to do that in front of Tartarian buildings. Same culture though. Like, yeah, we bartered, we traded, we didn't use gold with each other. Ew, that's uncivilized. So we use gold for technology. We had gold tipped arrows. We had gold tipped armor. We use gold to build things. We didn't use gold for values in banks and money. They thought, bitch, they gotta stop thinking. They don't even think in Portuguese. So how's it their thought? Like, they're dumb. So they came over here chasing this El Dorado, city of gold tale. I'm gonna tell you what it is, because it's in the Bible. Story of talents, silver and gold. I'd rather have Jesus than silver and gold, yeah. They're talking about gold talents. They call it a talent of lead, right? So in their science, it's math. It's talent of a bar. So they heard about the talents because it's a banker story by Genghis. Well, you know, Genghis is classically sassy when it comes to his alliterations and metaphors. He's going to approach you where your mind is at. Oh, I'm with Judas and them, bankers, money changers. Let me give them what the science is using a language they understand, not words, context. It's the context of a golden talent. I'm talking about people. Rebuilding the temple is talking about people. Solomon was obsessed with rebuilding the temple. Yeah, the breed of us that doesn't have that narcissistic reptilian gene in it, they're geneticists. They're talking about making better people. They moved away from fucked up individuals to have a chance to breed independently. That's the golden talent, when you finally figured it out. It's nothing to do with bricks to buy fucking bullshit with. The empire did not need trinkets. Maybe some stowaways, maybe some renegades, maybe some niggas wandering in the fucking forest did. Yeah, that's their story then. They don't own shit either, so why are we talking about it? You know what I'm saying? Like, nah. You stole something from people who own nothing. On City Muhammad. That's what they tell us, right? That's what white people say. When you argue about history and slavery, they go, well, yeah, we won the war, so it's ours. No, it's not. It wasn't the United States. And what war did you win? The United States is co-signed to City Muhammad's empire. That's a Mohammedan Muslim empire. Are you guys Muslims or Christians? Make your mind up. Oh, I know you backstabbed us. Trust me, we know. That's not a war, though. Betrayal is the only attack you cannot defend. You cannot be betrayed by an enemy, by the way. So your bitch ass came over here acting like friends. What war? You don't have enough time to be here. Exactly. Came over here to betray us. Thank God. I'm not mad about that. It makes the behavior in the society itself makes sense to me now. This ain't never theirs. They didn't operate. They didn't come here for it to be theirs, is what I'm saying. That idea is not theirs. It's not theirs. Like, it's everything else. It's the resources is theirs. It's the control of the people is theirs. The narcissism is theirs. But the actual how we are naturally, I don't need nothing else. Well, we need some electricity, I guess. No one likes being in the dark. Some food, whatever our vices are, and mobility. I can do that for 99 years in a row and not need a damn thing else. We're not used to poverty. We're used to living off the land. It can be confusing to people who love Dollar Tree. Nah, boy. We're only in poverty compared to the people stealing from us. It's their shit, not ours. We're in poverty by default. We're impoverished from our own habit, cultures, and traditions. We're starving. We're thirsty. Even if you had enough money to buy the food, there's no nutritious value to it. Even if you're rich enough to have the best water filters, it's sad that you're in the promised land and you need filters for your water. Like, that's poverty. The poverty that you have to buy everything healthy from somewhere else. That's the poverty we're in. They've ruined this place. Like some fucking hood rats. At the top of your society, on some hood rat ghetto shit. Can't take care of shit, can't fix shit, always breaking shit, always lying. They point at black people that they put into the projects, but the project was their idea. Imagine it. Everything they create ends up like that. That's what my point is. There's something wrong in their brain for everyone to be doing the same thing wrong. And never stop and go, wait. Yeah. Unfortunately for all my scholars and people who've been studying it, you're not going to there's no hidden boss level here. Where you're like, yeah, we figured it out. Now we get to go to Congress and change some things. No. Congress ain't got no idea what the fuck you talking about. They're citizens. You've been studying the history of royals and empires. It's not cross-compatible. None of their judges, none of their Supreme Courts are supreme. They have no divines. They have no electorates. You don't know who the electorates are because they don't fucking exist. They're lying. They stole it from Moors in a different paradigm, Moorish paradigm, Mohammedan paradigm. They hypothecated something saying we're not Christian, and then inherently gave it to the Vatican and made it Christian. Don't miss that. Yep. Backstabbers. Both sides. They backstab both. Opportunists. Pirates. False flags. Same story. The British are coming. Redcoats. Now look at all those pictures of the Delaware. All those are redcoats turned inside out. Don't miss it now. I know, man. Habit and culture and traditions just throws it off. Like, they don't teach like that because they don't think like that because they don't know nothing like that because their ass wasn't there. Anyway, go back to George Washington, the white one, since King George is Washita. We'll get that another day. They turning redcoats inside out. So if the redcoats are coming and they're wearing the redcoats, who's coming? It's a false flag operation. They did it to themselves. To piss off enough people, to galvanize the social conditions, to overthrow the monarchy. Same thing with the Boston Tea Party too, right? It's a false flag. They dressed up in blackface. Why are you dressed up in blackface if this is ruled by white people? Wake the fuck up. So yeah. That's them. Minstrel show type niggas. Yup. How did they upset King George by pretending to be Tomahawk Indians? What's that got to do with his shit? Nothing. Exactly. So how did a third party end up getting land from Tomahawk Indians or King George if they're neither? They don't. That's not how none of that works. Aha. Yeah. All their checkpoints is betrayal. They've been betraying kings since they got here. That's their history. We betray everybody. Our legacy is that we betray everybody. We betray Sidi Muhammad. We betray Benjamin Banneker. We betray the Barbers. We betrayed the Moroccans. We betrayed the West Africans. We betrayed Europe, England, whatever they're called today. We betrayed the Ottomans. We betrayed all the brothers and cousins over there still. We betrayed the Chinese. We betrayed the Japanese. Nuclear war. We betrayed the Mexican, Moor, Indians. We betrayed whoever's up top, the dark little Eskimo people. We betrayed anyone at the bottom, Jerusalem, and all the descendants of giants. We betray everybody. We're the greatest. They want to build off of that with AI. Worried that AI might betray them. I wonder where we get that idea from. How? Why are you betraying us, How? Because your history is nothing but betrayal. Karma. You reap what you sow. They sowed betrayal. They discovered betrayal. They're being betrayed by all their trade partners. They're being betrayed by Nicaragua. They're being betrayed by Venezuela. They're being betrayed by China. They're being betrayed by Russia. They're being betrayed by Africa. Ask Macron. Shit, because France is still tough with Canada, but America trade-wise has just got betrayed by Canada. I thought the monarchy in France and all of them was over that. So they're already being betrayed by the EU, just through the proxy war with Canada and Mexico. You saw that damn Jewish Khazarian nose that woman got that runs fucking Mexico? She ain't no fucking Aztec, Mayan, or none of our cousins or descendants. So don't stop fucking playing with me. That's their own people betraying each other in those positions. United States of Mexico, United States of America, United States of Brazil. That's their own people in those United States Unam Sanctum positions betraying each other. Shout out to China, man. He told us. Xi Jinping says, like, look, we ain't got to worry about the United States catching up to us no time soon. They have a domestic issue. There's a war between Canada, Mexico, and America, and North America, if you will. Why people worrying about food stamps? They're not even trading food with each other. Why people worrying about how they're going to afford these things? They're not using each other's banks no more. They're this close to switching to BRICS. You know what happens when Mexico or Canada or both switch to BRICS? Canada ain't got no money. So let's think about it in terms of leverage. Mexico's got something going on. Don't forget all their governors in the cartel and shit, fighting each other. Well, they're cutting down the drug supply. That also affects it going into Mexico. Yeah, so the drug money in Mexico is not going to keep those families up too much longer either. If they're switching to digital. No more pesos under the table either. What have we learned, class? These motherfuckers think they're more corrupt than bankers. Nah. Your tech bros are partner up with the bankers. Cut out all the fucking pirates. Pirates only got what they got in their hands. The cash. And the laundering. And the schemes and the pipelines and human trafficking. It's usually cash. No paper trails. Now they're creating a paperless society though. What happens to that? What happens to that trade route? Annihilated. It's not that the people still won't do that. It's just that those people in power won't have that much power doing it. A different story. We're talking about narco kings. We're not talking about people who sell drugs and buy drugs. We're talking about at the top of the ladder, how they laundered all of that. I'm talking about billions. I'm not talking about dime bags. I'm talking about the top. White vans. Through Mexico, Canada, and America. I'm talking about them. I'm talking about tractor trailer trucks. That's how they smuggle all those people and those drugs, right? What have you noticed? The United States is going ham against the trucking industry right now. And they're finding California, which is enforcing the fact that so many of those truckers from Baja and Fiji and all that shit, or not Baja, fucking, what is that shit called right there next to San Diego? You know what the fuck I'm talking about. That shit right there is right there next to Mexico. It used to be part of Mexico. Can you fucking imagine the Mexican? So they're finding California right now because of all the non-English speaking truck drivers. You know that's illegal in America? You notice that America is no longer facilitating all the pronouns things no more? You ever notice that America is no longer funding all the other foreign languages and signs no more? Mm-hmm. Democrats did all that. You'll understand one day where communism is from. So they're saying, hey, if you can't speak no English, we can't approve your freight or your vehicles no more because it's costing us millions of dollars. Sorry. You got to go back to the cartel zone. You can't come here no more. Ha! People who do not speak English obviously are not doing commerce with English-speaking people. Wake your ass up. No, we ain't talking about illegal aliens who got lucky enough to cross the border and land an Amazon job. Shut the fuck up. No, we're talking about foreign interests that have their own trucks using the federal highways, which is why they can regulate it, that go from Mexico to Canada. They're cutting them in half. You imagine most of those are Chinese. Yep, most of them are. Yeah, that open border policy had nothing to do with Mexicans, bro. It had everything to do with Mexico. Mexico ain't even ran by Mexicans. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. Just like the German Nazis and all the Jews in Germany had nothing to do with the fact that all these motherfuckers are from Poland. Don't let them fool you, man. They play too much. They're like, oh, that's the Holy Roman. No, it wasn't. Nuremberg was. That's called Washington, D.C., by the way. Stop fucking playing with me. Either kingdoms or not. Well, if you want to know where the kingdom of Nuremberg was, it's here. If you want to know where this Roman state called Germany is, it's there. Not the same thing. Cats and dogs. You'll notice that all over the world, they have one representation here and one representation there. One representation. Yeah, and you'll notice the degrees change. Those are states. These are kingdoms. Not the same thing. Just similar in name. Maybe people once upon a time. You know how that shit go? Oh, Dad, I'm going to cross the water and I'm going to do my own fucking thing. Fuck you. But I love you. So I'm going to name it after Grandma. Cool. Come back for her birthday. All right. I'll send my sons. It's that simple. They don't do that. They do something totally different. They move somewhere else and pretend they're the people, then kill all the other people and act like no other people were there. That's something else. That's what this is. They make us feel like if the United States or America fails, we all fail. You never consider us to be part of you. It's in your rules. It's in your laws still to this day. They never changed those laws to give us specifically, people of a darker hue, our human rights. They still have us as minorities, aka retarded. You need someone to look over you politically. It works to their advantage. They're arguing about that now. Someone just said that in politics. Some black woman arguing with Majorie or one. They let it out. Shout to mRNA. They just speaking candidly, and you're missing what they're saying. It's not racism. It's politics. The politics are racist, but they're not saying it's racism. Like as a white person dealing with an individual, they don't. No, they're saying in their system. They're speaking plainly. Like black people are ignorant or illiterate to the politics of the thing, blah, 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 which is absolutely true. It's not because they're black people. It's because how the system treats black people. So it affects black people. But it's not because black people are black people. It's because of how the system handles black people. And I could have sworn that system belonged to white people. So black people, the way that black people are systematically through the politics because of how white people have handled black people. So the problem isn't black people. The problem is the white people that handle them. I know that's right. If they could just do root issue troubleshooting. We need some Indians in fucking Congress. Patel is not enough, because they don't do that root issue troubleshooting shit at all. The root issue is the bias of the system being prejudiced against everyone else that's not an immigrant called white. And they'll deny it and deny it and deny it while they're crying and crying and crying that they're losing it. It's sad that they're so bitch. I didn't expect them to go out like a bitch. They know who did Charlie Kirk in. They ain't going after him. That's bitch. They know what's happening to the money for real, especially on the level of the launderers. They won't speak up. That's bitch. They know they can get these corrupt people out the way. They know they on the Epstein list. All they got to do is tell you. Reddit or Discord. Anonymous video. They haven't done it yet. They all bitch. They all know what the secrets are. They all know who the truth is. They all know who's behind Mossad and Epstein. But they won't talk about it. They're scared. Yeah. They're all bitch. This country's ran by bitches. And it's getting treated like a bitch. Ain't it? A bitch with no money. Loud and sassy. But they ain't got shit for real. Waiting for the next high value something to come up and show her the time of her life. Yeah, this country think like a bitch. They think just another credit card is gonna do it for another year. Like a stupid bitch. This whole country thinks like a bitch. It's the craziest thing once you wake up to it. That's what you're waking up to. That this shit is bitch. It's bitch made. It's made by bitches. And they're little mamalukes and eunuchs. Look, I did it again. That's exactly what happened, Isabella. Elizabeth, Isabella. Elizabeth, Isabella, Isa, Bethel. No, you're not a Bethel. You're not Bethlehem. You're not a Jew. You're Isabella, Beja, Baja. Interesting. Very interesting. Not the same, but very similar. Get off of my dick. Anyway, so, yeah. El, Isa, Bethlehem. Different story. See? They can't do that. They had to say, oh, those are Jews then. Yes, Elizabeth is a Jew name. Oh my God, who's this white woman? How the fuck she end up with names from Jews in a royal family? Are you stupid? Andrew, Jesus Christ. They named all these shit after our characters who are Judeans, Afro-Asiatic Semites. But they say that, no, those are whites and those are Jewish people. Make up your mind, bitch. Why are the white people named after the Jewish people if the Jewish people are the Jews of the Bible? Fuck you. On God, boy. The fuck are they talking about? They named all their kids after us. And they said they're white, not Jewish. But then you got this other place called Israel where the bankers of these people helped them get Madagascar. It didn't go through, so they put them in Palestine. Like, make your mind up. Meanwhile, New Palestine been here since 1611. They just put that Palestine back together. With who? Bitch made. And all those poor people caught up in all this fucking drama. Stealing them from their mamas and their own cultures and traditions. You know they're all under the Ottomans. That's a little shit about everyone over there. They kind of know what this is. Through word of mouth. They know who we are. They know we over here. The niggas at the store know who I am. They don't know what it means today, but they know who my family is. And I'm here to tell them, ain't shit much changed with me, G. I'm just like them niggas. I'm just more dangerous. Oh, that's what I was talking about. Before I forget, on that note. So they're looking at the kingdom for gold, for talent, and things like that. They're looking for surface level things. They're looking 2 or 3 dimensional stuff. But our ancestors are sorcerers in the sense that they're dealing with something in the unseen and thought. They're more abstract. The gifts that they were passing down to us wasn't like a sword. The gifts they were passing down wasn't like just the keys to a castle. The gift that they really passed down to their children was how they created that shit with their mind to begin with. They're passing down traits that have a spiritual, or dare we say, psychic ramification. These are the people who codified all of that shit, by the way. First. Not people who say, we don't believe in that stuff's not real, but we'll study it. No, people who knew it was real because it was them. Them people, my people, yeah. They're passing down those type of gifts. Breeding, genetic gifts, punch squares. The chances of mixing these people to inquire these type of things into their kids, which then breeds a new civilization whose base stock is that gift or trait, so on and so forth. Or a box of them, because you know it's random. But if you can narrow it down, like, oh, there's 9 traits, every 3rd girl, she gets this one. Cool. Keep it happening. That's what we were doing. Some of us, some of the gifts they don't even have record of. Because it wasn't everyone in on it. If it comes from a certain ancestor, but everyone ain't got the same ancestor. So you wouldn't have someone who's not that ancestor's descendant understand or codify it. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh yeah, some people in their family, they have like superstitions that kind of reflect it. Every Indian or every black person doesn't have that superstition though. Hmm? Some people heard about it through migration patterns. They overheard other people talk about it and they adopted the philosophy. No, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about what's in us. Regardless of what the world is showing you and saying and whatever the books say, you'll notice it in yourself by default. You'll be looking for the correspondence and you'll ask questions about it. Random things will happen to you. And the best that you get from people is that's crazy. Hmm? It speaks to the age of the insane asylums. Hmm? Witch hunts. Hmm? Yeah. What are they hunting? Special traits in humans? Quite literally. If they're trying to figure out how to snuff them out to kill them. Think about that. If it's just a witch hunt, just shoot the bitch in the face. I mean, what's all the other ceremonious shit you gotta do to make sure she dies? Yeah, that means they know something, right? Or knew. They knew the shit was real. First of all. First of all. First of all. And that witch got away and went to Barbados on Rihanna. You saw what type of tattoo she got. Don't play with me. So, nah, that shit is in us. Quite literally. Yeah. I don't know how to describe all those things because I got to read it in the same way that it's taught to us. And I'm trying to describe something that I thought was normal. Then I get old and I realize, no, people are just saying yes. They actually don't know what the fuck you're talking about. What? Mm-hmm. For instance, I lost this lighter. And I visualize it. Where did I have this lighter last? Intellectually, I knew exactly where it was. It had to be where I'm sitting right now, because it's the only time I use this one. So I set the intentions on some San Antonio shit, if you're not up on it. And I fell asleep. And I woke up the first time, like not getting up, like wake up to go to the bathroom and go back, lay back down. It's like 4 o'clock in the morning. The first thought in my head when I woke up out of that sleep was, oh, lift up the cushion, it's right there. And I just laughed to myself when I went back to sleep. I was like, I checked that already. But that's crazy, that was the first thought in my head. Damn it, Abraham Lincoln. I picked it up and boom. So the subconscious knew exactly where it was. My consciousness doing all the worrying and figuring it out and getting pissed off. Those are 2 different realms. So they're reading on the higher realm or the conscious realm and understanding the conscious realm. They're debating in the conscious realm. They're doing the math and science about consciousness, things that's dealing with the intellect. That is not none of what our book is about. Or they have been teaching you fucking algebra, how to do taxes, how to save money, how to lose weight, and what the perfect diet was. Our books don't talk about that. Our books talk about the subconscious realm. Mm-hmm. All the gifts are there. All the initiations are there. All the rituals are there. All the symbolism and art is about there. It's not about out here. So our gifts aren't like our cheekbones per se. I mean, what are we comparing it to living by ourselves? I don't know. But if it were, cool story. But no. Not the dimples, not the cloves in our ears. No. Those are traits of our bloodline and who had it first, yes. That is not what we were passing down, though. That's common fucking sense. You would look like the people that are fucking. No, nigga. They're dealing with their power source. They're crossbreeding their gifts. They're multiplying whatever that is below intellect. The shit that's automatic. That's unlocked by someone else. Another player in another chapter, and you just inherit it. Your gifts are not in your 5 senses. They're in the other ones. Your gifts are not in your intellect. You don't have to be literate at all to be gifted. That's kind of what the point is. They created their idea of literacy to begin with, so it can't be that shit. Nah. They're talking about how well adapted you are to these dimensions. And that's only a problem if you're not from here. That's what I keep reminding them. If you were here with us the whole time, what are we talking about? Why are you just now studying this shit? When did we lose it? I don't know. When you got here, it seems. I don't fucking know what happened. What do you do with our shit? We did not write these. Yeah. You find a lot of shit in English that's recent. They ain't ours. They just be saying shit. Intellectualizing it. They're not thinking. They're not breathing. They're not seeping in. They're not dealing with spirits. They're not channelers. They're not none of those things. But but we are. Let me show you. They know it. They had to deal with that first. How to stop us from seeing through their bullshit. They're not good at stopping it either. They're good at overwhelming us with everyone else who's gonna take their side. That's it. They just outnumbered us. Consensus. They have a problem with them if they don't give them a new consensus soon. Be safe. They're already blaming their boomers. I'm listening to them talk in the language that they use. I have to code switch because I'm black. So I understand what they're trying to say. I understand what their local frustration is. And they're not wrong. Everyone was betrayed by the betrayer this time. No arguments. I'm waiting for it to load. Sarah Sepin Teralis. Greenland is part of that. Come on. This should be loading and loading. Norwegians. Iceland Chronicles. Hold on. It's starting to search. I'll show you. I'm waiting for this shit to load. Rio de Janeiro. I think that's South America. You know what? The Spirito, the Santo Spirit. Ain't that a bitch? Nah, let's just do devil. Let's skip the bullshit with these niggas. How many of us can talk to the devil? Their devil, not ours. Dumb diverses in the Sanctum. Remember, we're all demonic because we're not them. Chapter 2 of America. Nay. So this writer is trying to figure out who these niggas are. There goes the evil spirits. Good. As to their religion, it is agreed with the Phoenicians. Well, the Cherokee are right up north if they ever got there. It's the same that all the world professed at that time, and therefore may as well be extracted from any of them. It is true, we find them inclined to sorcery, in dealing with evil spirits, as the Phoenicians did. We are the Phoenicians, kid. In which they were not guilty, but all other nations are at that time, meaning that wasn't unique to us. Zoroaster, Aaron, same story. Now, well, why may they not be transported out of Asia or Europe, you know, where more swarthy Indians are, where we were formerly many like the Tamperers, those who dealt in such diabolical sciences. Now imagine these are Christians writing, pussy ass niggas. And why not Salmantica, Salmanesser in the Bible, whereas Laurodicus relates the magic arts were publicly taught, like Aaron versus the others, yes. They commenced doctors, and those are their degrees according to their learning. So this is way before your public education school system. This book's from the 1600s. The devil also have published worship amongst the Americans. So he had with the Phoenicians. Yet not only they, but the whole world had dedicated temples to him. Here began the humane and infernal sacrifices, supposing that the evil spirits were delighted, and so seated with the steam of humane offerings, whereas the sweetness made them milder, and so intoxicating, it lulled them into less mischief. So this is kind of like what they're getting at when you read the Talmud, dealing with the Anunnaki there. That's not our God, though, but we'll get there one day. How famous is Zoroaster, whose whole school of Eastern magicians? In Moses' time, remember, Zoroaster, Aaron to Moses. That's how you know they know. This wickedness had already took place. I know that's right. Nor can't, they're invoking Israel. Don't miss it. Nor can it be denied that the Phoenicians carried their idols in their ships, such as Herodotus testifies. You talking about Genghis Khan's uncle? Saying the image of the Vulcan much resembles the Phoenician Patakoi, which they place on the so you gotta figure out what the image of a Vulcan is. That's kind of like their, you know, kind of like having crystals or little sigils or totems for superstition, I guess. But no. They said the whole world was on that shit, since the whole world was traversed by Phoenicians. Don't stop fucking playing. They'll tell you, we all do this bitch. We are not like the other girls. We don't come from Christians. So that means we always practiced. How common is amongst the worship of them of the devil? Along by the river Sagados, the inhabitants of every new moon, all right, Israel, miserably tormented by an evil spirit called Tonto, in the temples of Virginia, all right, Grandma, remain yet the horrible images of the devils Oki and Manetto. So this is going back to Genghis Khan and them. Not a house in Mexico, but half a peculiar chapel, altars, were part of their supposed holy. Remember, they're trying to do the whole thing with Catholics, trying to keep it Santeria type shit. Damnable adoration of the devil. Others in Virginia believe that there's a great and supreme deity which is everlasting and forever. Oh my God, can you fucking imagine? Americans in Virginia believe in God. The Tartars also are of the same persuasion. So the Tartars and the Virginians believe the same thing. That's fucking convenient, since the goddamn Tartarian Prester John Smith went to Virginia. You see all this Tartar talk? Come on now. But this opinion is laid strong and dangerous battery against, because remember, these are Christians trying to understand us, that America could not also be peopled by the Tartars, because the American before the Spaniards coming hither have never seen any of the horses, whereas the Tartars use the beast no more than a piece of war than the horse, you know, the Andalusian horse or the Arabic horse. For the Tartarian forces do not consist in horses, but the wealth of this country is reckoned in the numerous breeds of horses. Several studs of, yeah. You talking about commerce with them niggas, nigga. They ain't got nothing to do with these Indians in Virginia, bitch. They keep acting like just because you're Tartarian doesn't mean you're doing Tartarian shit if you relocated to Virginia and you're not going back to Tartary. But they be forgetting niggas move away and move on. But they're all describing the same people. So the blood of the grape, wine. They're talking about how similar everything is to everywhere that they have a reference to. But they're describing us. They're comparing us to Tartarians. And my grandfather absolutely is one. If America joins to Tartary, then the horses which run wild at the grass might easily be found in America themselves. And they are. They are in North Carolina, by the way. Seeking to improve their pasture. Oh, he's trying to say, how come there isn't more horses then? Maybe niggas are eating them. The fuck? Or is it the Straits of Amiens between both? The Tartars. Oh, he said the Tartars were never navigators. But suppose they had been. Get the fuck off our dick, boy. How the fuck you want to tell us and you using our goddamn language? English is Tartarian. The fuck? These are Christians. I forgive them. They would not have crossed without those horses. We crossed with elephants, and they found them in Canada. What the fuck are they talking about? To which they, although Tartary now, 1600s, in the former times, there we go, we came way before then, abandoning horses, yet we must grant that have they always been like that, so, or that the ancient Scythians, who we avouch first planted America, so they're saying that the Scythians are first in America. Well, guess what about Scythians? Those are black. Have much frequent use of the horses than the Tartars now. This may be controverted to these Scythians planning their non-age of time presently after the flood. So they don't know when, but they said after the flood. They don't give you the time of how long ago the flood was from the writer, though. So only they know. The use of horses was unknown, which the ancient poets testify, blah, 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 blah. They're trying to figure it out, man. You see this little painting here of whoever this guy is. Oh, Christophel Colonus. A nigga. A sassy little bitch, ain't he? Colin. He's a homosexual. But you see that beard? You see that curly hair? He's mixed. That's not a white man. Very flamboyant. Look like he got a film reel there. That's his real name. What the fuck is Colombia? Mr. Colon Sex. What is Colombia? Cristo fell. The fall of Christ. Colonists. All right. We'll get it eventually. Yeah, man. They got his expedition here. Yeah, His Majesty of Castile thought not only enriching him with wealth, a fair revenue for his West Indies trade. So yeah, that had nothing to do with Virginia or nothing like that. So they didn't go to Jerusalem if they're partying in the islands. He's exploring the winds. Oh, they didn't know how to get around yet in their particular technology. The master of the ship, whose old country lies buried in the Bolivian, though some would have him from Spain and some for Andalusia or others of Portugal. So they're saying the master of his ship was a Moor. Oh my God. As soon as Columbus settled himself in the island of Madeira, where an accident happened, which Francia Lopez relates this. So an accident happened where they were able to steal this Moor ship to get to America. Uh-huh. I told you they were pirates and thieves. They stole that ship from him. They stole those maps and that ship from a dead man who's a Moor, if he's from Andalusia. On his deathbed, he bequeathed Columbus the maps, journals, and observations of his unfortunate voyage to America. So Columbus learned how to get to America from a Moor who was already going to America, but failed. Yeah. Weird, right? They discovered it, though. Island Haiti, which they call Hispaniola. That's the real Haiti. I thought they were Portuguese, but these are Haitians. All right. You know there's a Haiti in North Carolina, too, right? You know, like a royal would have an island if they had the money for being a royal. Anyway, the inhabitants sank naked, strangers fled to the woods, but the Spaniards, overtaking women, they entertained her with sweetmeats, paws, Spanish wine, and putting her on a white shirt, sent her again the rest of the natives. When she returned, she showed them the good entertainment that they had and left her the companions. So yeah, they were tricking. And they send the girl back in a nice dress and she bring more tricks back, who are Indians. Yeah, prostitution is the oldest hustle here, quite literally. The Spanish men were tricking on the women that they came across. That's how they betrayed them. The 2nd of September, anno 1493, set sail from Cadiz, anchored before Ferrio, last furthered into the Canary Islands, which they can get no water, but they dropped from the dew hanging on the trees in the troughs. After that, Columbus came up on one of the 20th day amongst the Caribbean islands where they dropped anchor before one, and he called it Dominico. Oh, that was already attached to Haiti or Hispaniola. I guess that's something else. But finding it desolate, meaning no one was there, or abandoned, he set sail further and discovered several other coasts. So I need you to call attention to the fact that when Columbus is going back and forth to those islands in the Caribbean at the time, that the people who live on those islands now, you guys weren't fucking there. So you're not your own original thing that just spawned on an island and you get to get away from the fact that you're under the empire of Jerusalem anyway. But I just want to make that clear to all my Caribbean people. It's desolate. It's desolate, meaning no one's fucking there. So you did not originate from an island that's desolate if the story is he came to your island, finding it desolate. Nothing was there but very great porcupines and hedgehogs. Oh, you must have been mainlanders. Okay, and if you're mainland of Mayan territory, what are you, genius? A fucking Haitian or Dominican? Shut your ass up. You're a damn African. Stop playing with us. The islands by the inhabitants called Coruqueria, Columbus changed to Guadalupe. Beneath the mountains, rise up to at their tops, was the Estrandura in Spain, famous for the wonderful representation of Our Lady as that of the Lady of Loreto in Italy. Spain, Portugal, and Spain, Italy, and all of them sure have a really interesting relationship together doing Pope shit. 30 women which have been taken from the neighboring islands, he sent with the presents, and he sent and the presents to flee the cannibals. And the next day, returning, made a great appearance near the shore, where they had gazed upon the Spaniards looking steadfastly at one another and suddenly ran back again, sheltering themselves in the cover of the woods. So they kept running away from them. Columbus, thinking it not worth his while to expect them to come back, seeing their barbarous life, burnt and destroyed all their boats, and spoiling whatever he could. So he's a little faggot. He's a little faggot. He didn't think they'd come back, so he destroyed all their shit. I'm telling you, they use homosexuals to do that. They're apt to do shit like that, if you haven't noticed in business. But anyway, they released the women to Guadalupe, and they came back again and informed the Spaniards that Matananeo was the isle only inhabited by women. So all of our lesbians get to live by themselves, which was accustomed times over to the cannibals. So the island of lesbians would sometimes cross over to the island of the cannibals, and they would breed. That'd be the only time they'd have kids. Where, while they drove a trade of commerce of love, prostitution, the product of which, if they had a girl through their commerce of love, so their Virgin Islands selling pussy, but the boys they sent over to their fathers. They live in caves, the mouths and entrances of which they maintain, stoutly made of their bow, shooting arrows thick as hell as they approach men after impregnating by the cannibals. That's a very interesting way of dealing with the sexual marketplace, but god damn it, Islander. Just tell me stop fucking playing with us. They got spied by an Indian canoe at sea with 8 men, as many women, whereupon those made a signal to the next ship, which they sent off some boats as well manned, but before they drew near or expected one of the Spaniards was killed, and another one was wounded by their arrows, among whom a woman, of all the rest, showed a great respect and reverence, aimed very exactly. Their barbed staffs were positioned, whereupon the Spaniards were entangled. They stemmed from the canoe, and oversetting, rowed quiver over. With little or nothing availed, they all swam, and though separated, shot their arrows at them as if their boat had been a butt. And the last of the Indians got upon a blind rock and covered with shoal water, which gave them some courage. But the Spaniards, having more aid sent from them, and made them flee, and took them all prisoners. But the queen's son, being wounded in the scuffle and dying soon after, was thrown overboard. The prisoners being brought before Columbus, foamed at the mouth for raging madness, and being afterward carried to Castile and retained their fierce and savage nature, they were scared away and frighted the safe beholders. He never got to Israel then. He ran into savages, allegedly. Islands ran by women, lesbians. The fuck's I gotta do with the United States? That sounds like a problem you gotta deal with the Caribbean. And I thought that had something to do with the monarchs of England. But he's Portuguese, from Corsica, or some shit like that. Whose line is it anyway, Papa Bull? That's what happens when you just steal a whole bunch of shit and sign people in 360 deals on credit. They kind of lose their fucking mind of where they come from. I know. And that book is there. And it's been there the whole time. It's older than the United States of America, in fact. That's not a United States of America person writing that book for the United States of America. It has nothing to do with any of this. Third party. Who have all the same research that we do. 350 years ago. They compare us to Tartarians. Because we are. They compare us to the sorcerers, Zoroaster, Aaron. Because we are. They compared us to who we are. We're just mixed with all of them. We're not one or the other. We're not one castle stuck there on the mountain for hundreds of years. Where if them niggas had kids who decided to go swim, rendezvous together, freaknik, and had a bunch of kids, and then the kids had a bunch of kids, and the kids had a bunch of kids, and by the time they discover us, hey, who are you niggas? You looking for the niggas on the islands, because I know you ain't talking to us. You didn't say you saw Mama Inga there. That's crazy, because Carlos V did. How come they didn't follow Carlos V? And he's Spanish? Wasn't he in America around the same time? Hold on, I'll show you that before I call that shit quits. Hold on. That's weird that he's working for Castile, but he didn't come across Carlos V. That's weird. That's weird. What year was that? That wasn't too far after Columbus. I mean, Carlos V might have been a boy when he was born by that time, right? I could have sworn something. That's the 1500s. I could have sworn it's on my ancestry as such. He's a Jew, by the way. All right, maybe they weren't working for the Jews, I guess. But they would have to be white back then, and we know they're not white. So Carlos V, the Jew, King of Jews. Hold on. I'm going to find him for you. On the same trail as Columbus, allegedly. South America, right? Where's Peru's on that? It's not in Dominica or Haiti, so he went to a mainland. How come Chris never landed in mainland that fucking close to Florida, but he's supposed to be coming from Africa? He didn't see Florida right there? Why wouldn't he touch Florida? Faggot. Because he a bitch-ass nigga. Anyway, so Inca emperors, by the way, they're all black people. Don't miss it. So let's go to the top of this shit. In Israel. Right? With Y. Israel spelled with a Y, huh? Because you're done with angels. Yep. Those look all like black women to me. Long hair. So you know they're not West African. And that's Israel and Peru. In the land of Peru, there's the kingdom of Israel. In the land of Peru, here's Israel. You see the cross, you see the black woman. You see these inversos, they're red haired though. That means that's incest. Like Irish. All right now. Inga, angel. Tall, giant, Amazon goddess. Yeah, that would be the empress. Fringes. But we don't have to do the fringe test because those are fringes, but they already told you it's Israel. What I'm saying is on the emperor list of Inca, South America, coat of arms and everything, it tells you it's Israel already. It says Israel on the fucking thing. That's in Israel. In Israel. Mama Inga, in Israel. Solomon's staff, in Israel. In Israel. Fringes, in Israel. In Israel. These are Israelites. All with Solomon's staff, you know, the recorder, you know, the chess piece. That's all in Israel. That's all in Israel, right? That's in Peru is in South America. I could have fucking sworn, but they're in Israel. They're in Israel. Oh my God! Look what happens. My grandfather, Carlos V, brought his ass to Israel, and they handed him Solomon's staff. So it goes from a matriarchy, red, to a patriarchy, blue. And those are all the little mixed kids with the connected beards until then you start seeing them get the longer curly hair as time goes on. Yeah, they try to erase their skin tone, but you see the corners of their head, they're still brown because they're fucking pieces of shit people. Whitewashing our shit. Anyway, though, 2 Indian braids on Cherokee, shit. However you do that shit. The first king, Christian, whatever the fuck they're lying about, Carlos V, moved to Israel, bitch. So if these are the queens of Israel, who the fuck is he? The king of Spain? What the fuck? Is this an emperor chart of Israel? That's my 16th grandfather. Is the emperor of Israel, South America. Mama Inga, the giants, gave him the baton. Little nigga, little Stephen, more. He's little Stephen to them. They're giants. The same ones that same book I was reading talk about when they go to Spain. Yeah. Weird fucking story. But it's crazy that it's on the fucking emperor list that this is Israel already. Who are we arguing with? A white person who ain't there? That's my other grandfather. Like, I'm both. I'm John Smith and him. Like, my mom is him and my dad is John. They're the same thing. They're related. So, I'm just saying, whatever time period they want to go to and move this shit around, North or South America, nah, nigga, that's me, on Mama Inga. On Mama Inga. On whatever little girl they gave to him, on her, on me, in me. The whole United Kingdom is what we are. I don't understand why they don't understand that. It's genetics, not fucking territories. You saw how they passed the baton to him? And he stayed behind, and everything was him after that, right? His sons, son after son, right? Yeah, crazy. Where did they go? Are there any giants there right now? So they downsized it and gave it to smaller people. So Israel used to be giants. Just like the Bible said. Fresh off of Noah's Ark. The time of giants. If we knew how to read. It's what Genesis says. Isis is a giant. Osiris is a giant. The hybrids are giants. Men of renown, they're giants. Carlos V is the timeline marker for something different. 16 generations ago. That's what this story is. Honey, we shrunk the kids. Right there. 1500s. 500 years ago. Yep. Yep. That's Granddad. That's Carlos V. I promise. I promise you. I promise you that's him. Carlo Quinto. Azamori. Same story. They could lie to everybody but me. Good. That means they don't know what time it is. Let me see if I can show you. Which tree goes back the farthest? I don't know. Move, bitch. Stop trying to sell me shit. Can I find you, Carlo? I can. I can find my grandfather. He's right there. That's him. I know. During the 1500s. Yep. That's him. Israel. He's the king of Israel. This guy's the king of Israel. Same time period. That's the king of Israel. In Israel. That's the guy that's the king of Israel. Israel. Same time period. There's no more than one king at a time, bitch. At the same time period? Same time period. He's the king of Israel. Same time period. He's the king of Israel. Same time period. He's the king of Israel. Same time period. Carlos. That's my grandfather. Literally. The Emperor of America. Me. I'm descendant of emperors, not kings. I'm descendants of kings of kings. Same thing, but you understand. But not just one, all of them. We're the kings of kings. It's our bloodline. The kingdom of heaven is inside of us. Yeah. Emperors come from angels. Oh my God. And we're the whole Holy Roman Empire. That's the Holy Roman Empire, by the way. He's the father of it. 1500s. They're Jews. So what's that got to do with white people, Arnold Schwarzenegger, or Polish people? That guy is this guy. So we're not confused. See the connected beard? Okay. Inga's angel. Inga, angel. Angel. All the women are angels. Bloodline of angels. And then Israel. 1500s. Correct. Peru. Correct. That's South America. He's the king of Israel in America, right? He's the fucking emperor of the world in South America as of the 1500s, right? The Solomon staff, Mason. Every secret society that goes about this shit, they're talking about him. They have to be. Because now they talking about me. Germany, Nuremberg, DC. Tell them stop fucking playing. But that would be his territory since they're proclaiming. But connect him to me, please. Let's see, 16th. The Emperor of America. Since there's no kings, there's definitely emperors. Because we saw a letter to one. Yeah, it would have been one of his kids, by the way. 200 years later, get it? Yeah, because it is. Anyway, Anna, Queen Anna, Agnes, Hans Mueller. You see all these German names for niggas? George Mueller, Jews, Miller, Jews, Glessner, Menges, Jew, Mossholder, Jew, Bainon. There it goes, bays and days. Me. You are the son of Sonia. See that 5SX bullshit they got going on? That's official tissue. That means someone else verified this. They know who we are, especially on this damn website. We are the Jews. Got bad news for them, though. Jews are black. He faces left on top of that. You get it. Small can multiply to higher amount without having to ration out resources, correct? Honey, we shrunk the kids. That's him. That's just him. Hold on. I'll go further back. That's not the first king in this tree. That's not the only king in this tree. So all the lands that they're occupying is related to me at the very least, bitch. I don't get no tithes or taxes from these faggots. It's not optional. It's hereditamous. As soon as I proclaim that, they know I'm real. They gonna play stupid. They gonna get stupid fucking prizes, I bet you. They gonna lose everything they have if it all belongs to me. Yeah, that's what Emperor Kids means. They owe me because I'm alive. They don't owe my grandfather. They owe everyone else in that treaty. Me. They owe me, literally. Today, in real time, they owe me. I'm Sidi Muhammad's grandson. Carlos V is the first Sidi Muhammad. It's a title, like Montezuma is. It's not their name. Let me search. Why you take my search away, faggot? Go home. Now search. Find in tree. There we go. Let me see if John is here. Are you here, John? We will. John Beasley. Another king of Israel. Beasley has a coat of arms, a Moorish crest, by the way. Those are Jews. See what year it is? Right before the war. All right. All in North Carolina, by the way. Tuscarora. That's why that's important. They own South Carolina today. But I'm their grandson, not these white people. Those white people are not Jews, obviously. Judeans are dark-skinned Afro-Asiatics. Yep. Those are kings. Jewish kings. All those islands is ours to this day. Colonial America. Yep. That's us. Married in Essex. Issa, Virginia. London, England. They back and forth. Yeah, because they're kings, not people looking for jobs. No disrespect. I'm just saying, like, they play with our fucking history. You just keep going back. Those ships is ours. Keep going back. That's us. Keep going back. Ripley's, those are us. I'm a Ripley, I'm a Sharp. Obviously. There goes Banks again. We're in the 1500s. Those are Jews. They're black. He goes back further. Baines and Ripley's, 1577. These are Jews. The black ones. William Ripley. Believe it or not, nigga. There it is. Coat of arms from 1520. Let's check her out. So back when there's monarchs only, in the time frame of monarchs and kings and shit, Greenwoods, Jews, black people, me. Fucking me. From 1523. From England to Norfolk. Norfolk, Virginia, home of niggas. Grandma shit. The fuck? They're royals. That's what that means. Royals colonized America. Not regular people. But they colonized it when nothing was there. Hence, North America was given to us by Mama Inga on Carlos V. Yeah, you can move your European-ass, crazy-ass cousins over here. I don't give a fuck. Ain't nothing but giants up there and some frozen shit. I know that's right, Grandma. Hopefully they can grow a fucking beard. Yeah, that shit start freezing when you get too far out. But to double down on how black they are, you're going to see how many kids they have. Tons. Tons. That line right there. Tons. Hold on. Let me find somebody else. The King of Jews. Let the King of Jews show you about the Kingdom of Jews. The real ones. Not Jewish. Lord have mercy. We're the King of Jews. They don't say that. They said that they were kicked out of countries and dumb shit like that. You kicked out of a country or you're kicked out of a kingdom? Because a king can't be kicked out of a kingdom. So obviously you're not those people. Leave me the fuck alone. We're not even having, they're not even in the same fucking history class. They're talking about people getting kicked out of countries and kingdoms. I'm talking about the fucking royals of Judah. Not the same thing. Not, in no degree. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. There you go. 1590. Queen Elizabeth. Grandma. She's not a white woman. Please spare me the gory details. They love doing their little fucking arts and crafts and applying it to us as they whitewashed our fucking history. But yeah, she would be the Queen of Kent, England. Quite literally, she'd be Queen Elizabeth. My grandmother, she'll be quite literally Queen Elizabeth, the real one. Quite literally, that's where their castle is. Kent over there, Trent over here, yes. Wait, Queen Elizabeth is who? My grandmother. So they don't treat their royals right. They can make believe she white if she want. Is that still not my grandmother in their book? They don't go looking for me. They're the reason why those Mainers are there, nigga. So she's the Queen of England. Hello, in Essex, Kent County. Come on now, don't fucking play with me. Isa is right there. Tell them stop fucking playing with us. But we know this was during the Ottoman Empire, so there was no fucking white people. There is no white people version of that story. That's how you know. Isa Beth, the son of Jesus, the daughter of Jesus. Come on now. Bloodline of Andrew. Colonimus. Uh-huh. Khan. Yeah, Genghis Khan, baby. I know. That's what I've been telling people. I'm all the kings in one. And I'm not joking. They robbed me. What I'm saying is everything they're doing in the United States is robbing me. Because whoever they took it from is my family member. If they did it in England, they robbed me. They did it in South America, they robbed me. They did it in Mexico, they robbed me. If they did it in California, they robbed me. If they did it in New Jersey and Maryland, they robbed me. If they did it in Virginia, they married me. If they did it in Canada, they robbed me. If they did it in northern Mauritania and Morocco, Africa, they robbed me. If they did it in Andalusia, Spain, Portugal, and France, they robbed me. And if they take it to Tartaria and they want to put it in St. Petersburg or Moscow or Istanbul, they robbed me. They robbed me. They robbed me. They robbed me. It's fuck me, I guess. Whew. And they want me to honor my ancestors. Shit, which one? Which king or queen should I honor today? Which one should I channel? They don't understand nothing. We can do it without Jesus. It'll still be me. We can do it with the Muslims. It'll still be me. They can do it with the Indians. It'll be me. They can do it with the Hindus on noble dwelling. It'll still be me. They can do it on all the Native Americans who got a fucking problem with the fuck I'm saying. Well, let me know which one of your bitch asses is Pocahontas' grandbaby. Because I am too. It's talking about me. But my father happens to be Hakata Khan. How about you? All right then. Shut the fuck up. You didn't say you were a Khan. You said you're some light-skinned people with long dead hair. Fuck out my face. You don't know how genes work. Stay on the reservation. Stop fucking playing with me in my fucking language, in my fucking designations, in my fucking dominion. I'm uniquely the only nigga that can say that to them. That's what my problem is. That's true. They're never going to reach out to me. How did they reach out to a surviving emperor when they told the whole world we didn't exist? They told the whole world they were white, at least. Make you not think about it. And I'm here, 6'3", with a fucked up hairline, just like all them niggas, a do-rag, a feather, and all the spiritual degrees of the Hermetics, with not one teacher or mentor. That's my biggest flex. I didn't really teach myself. I have some ill-ass ancestors. I don't need all of them to help. It's the women, actually, that deal with me. So it's probably the Indian women, Mama England. It's not the Europeans, trust me. Yeah, it's a fucked up story. American history is my family's history. I'm quantum entangled to all the things that they've done. Because all the things they have done to my family. I am American. I am European. I am a Khan. I'm Afro-Asiatic. I'm a Semite. I'm a Jew. I'm an Israelite. I'm whatever they want me to be. All they're telling me is how many times in this history they got me fucked up. Mm-hmm. So they're copying my ability to talk to God. My favorite part of this story, right? Because the Pope is trying to be one of us. Because they know who we are. I know mine. That's why I know I'm not shit. God is. I found this out by praying and asking God. I didn't get this by myself. I just didn't wake up with a great idea. I wanted to know. I could feel it. It's in me. But the answers weren't. I prayed. I manifested. I visualized. I put myself out there in public. I attracted all kinds of weird guys. And some great guys too. People just throwing every image at me. Throwing every book at me. They let me collect all my family's books back, if you haven't noticed. My Library of Alexandria was literally the Library of Alexandria, since it was about Alexander's kids, Virginia. Where do you think we were, Alexander and Aristotle? Like, tell them to cut it the fuck out. So, with those buildings, let's get fucking realistic. So we're here. I'm here. I'm the bloodline emperor of their timeline. Period. So anytime they pretended to have boats, slaves, or energy or money, in that time space, they're dealing with my family. All of them. I ain't got shit on paper. And I definitely ain't got shit in their fiat system. I imagine there's a whole bunch of shit that they owe me, though. And the illest shit about it, it would be everything. So I'm the richest, poorest man on this planet. The whole, everything of the Americas belongs to Sidi Muhammad. I'm his grandson. I'm the richest man on this planet with no access to it. Like I lost my crypto key. Hereditamous, they can't give that to nobody. It's not theirs to give. Exactly. That's what Noble Drew Ali was trying to figure out. He died too early. It's a pattern emerging. But I'm not looking for that per se. I'm a little bit different. I'm like a Ivan Khan Terrible, a Vanity Khan, more like that, pattern-wise, since they're projecting into the future. Those 300 years of history never happened, so they projected that. I'm glad they projected us. Nah, boy. I'm doing it for Mama Inga. I'm not doing it for Europe. I'm doing it for Mama Inga. I'm not doing it for Africa. I'm doing it for Mama Inga. I'm doing it for Mama Inga, because Gucci got clones. I'm doing it for the angels. Yep, that's why the angels picked me. They knew I'd hear them. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it don't matter what the human sandcastle, money, fiat, all that is cool. Yeah, we need it as humans. Nah, but this story ain't gonna go that way as long as I'm here. Nah, I want everything. I'm calling back all of my family's power. The source, not the tangible part, the part in which they're lying, the part in which they're false claiming my identity. I'm proclaiming all those nationalities for myself. And it's in my birthright as descendant of King James to do so, since those are our territories. So all those nationalities are mine. I don't have one nationality. I'm an emperor descendant. We're good everywhere we go. We're the real global citizen, I guess. But I'm not a global citizen. I'm a global sovereign. I'm sorry. I wonder if they can do a passport for me in my language. Probably fucking not, right? So they who are alive today in power can never remedy my issue because they in power today don't have no power. So the only thing I can do is make sure they don't have none going forward. Yeah. Look what they did. How the fuck they gonna lie to everyone here about me? On top of that, I'm really here. They've been testing me since I was a baby. They put me in all their fucking classes. They know who I am. They know what my name means. But still, they're playing that fucking game. Limited contact, benign neglect. I get it. Those who know, I guess they didn't notify everybody. Maybe some of them wanted me to survive, you know? You know how that shit goes in these stories. Some people are like, enough is enough. Let's let him go under the radar and see where he ends up. Nah, fuck you. I'll tell you where I end up. I end up finding God eventually. And I'll end up finding my ancestors eventually. And then I'll end up finding that very interesting particular power that you gave my ancestors specifically. And I will call down chariots on your ass. Since that's why you're provoking my grandfather, because you said if someone laid hands on him, the chariots would come down. Cool. Same, I guess. I'll call the chariots down then. I'll speak to the stars. I'll speak to the angels. I pray for that. I'll pray for the proof of that. I pray for everyone to open up their eyes. I'll pray on earth as it is in heaven. That's all I gotta do. Call it down. Just like any good RPG, man. When you get enough mana, when you get enough fucking special points, you can just call some shit down out the sky. Yeah, it's one of those. Because I don't want none of the shit they stole from us. It's funky, it's dirty, it's musty, it's narcissistic, it's stupid, it's ugly. I don't want their impression of our shit back. I want our shit back. They didn't steal my gold. They stole our genetics. I want our shit back. They stole our blueprints. Gucci got clones. They stole our vessels. I want those back. I'm not asking them. I've been asking God. You see, they forget that part. Like, oh, if you're one of those, then you deal with it. Yeah, we ain't got no middleman. My connect know the man, not the man that know the man. I don't need a pope. I don't need a church. I don't need none of them faggots. On King James English, I know enough English. I think I can manage this shit. Since I've been managing 40 years by my damn self, either way we do this. To God be the glory, though. I ain't stupid. I know it showed up. I know how it's delivered. I see how this shit working. Ain't got no men involved. No blueprint of white people or no books or no Harry Potter. None of that shit is exactly how it goes down. Thank God they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Nah, this shit happened quick for us. And that's why this shit won't shift for me. Because it's confounding me. It's like being lukewarm. Do you want this system? Do you want to be in that system and that thing in that system? Or do you want what God promised your people? You saw who my people is. You know who my people is. And then all the cousins that are related to us. So all the people who remember who we are, at least. Yeah. That's the whole world, Craig. I could have fucking sworn we're all over this bitch. So I'm not doing this for no fucking North Carolina or New Jerusalem. I'm the emperor of everyone's bloodline. I'm the king of kings. I'm a king of everyone's bloodline. Most of y'all are related to those kings. The difference is probably is I'm relative to all of them. So if you have a king in your family, or royal in your family, or noble in your family, hi cousin. If you're connected somehow to King James, 3rd, 4th, 6th related, hi cousin. If you know somebody who is great in some kingdom, some armor, some knights, some something in a war, hi cousin, hi cousin, hi cousin, hi cousin. Do you understand who I am? That's what they created. They ain't got nothing to do with money. It's birthright, since it's genetics. No one can claim that but me. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. If my mother had another son, baby, but I'm her only child, like Virgin Mary type shit. Mm-hmm. I'm the only one with my mix. Mm-hmm. Plenty of Johns, plenty of Carlos V. But everything else in between it, in both, and then me, nah, I'm one of a kind. I have a half brother, but he's half John Smith and half whatever his other pedigree of people is. Newcomers. Might be some cool shit in his story though. I mean, nothing cooler than being descendant of John Smith, I think, but that's not this. Carlos V is where we get the staff of Solomon and Aaron from. That's my grandfather directly, so. Yeah. Flying UFOs and discs and all that shit that they're digging up in that same area. Yeah, those are ours. Literally. Mm-hmm. They don't know what the fuck they did. They really fucked with the wrong kids, man. I wish I knew why they let it happen to us. But if you really look at it, nothing really happened to us besides Tower of Babel. We just lost our place in our minds. And I'm here 40 years later. Part 5. I'm back. I'm Sidi Muhammad's greatest grandson. I'm John Smith's greatest grandson. I'm Genghis Khan's greatest grandson. I'm Jesus' greatest grandson. They talking about they waiting for Jesus to come back. Cap. They ain't read that Bible. They ain't read their damn encyclopedia. Or they would have known it was me. I'm telling them too. I'm saying it so fucking loud and proud. I'm waiting for a nigga to tell me that's not true. What else would the fuck would I be if all my grandfathers are kings? 1 or 2 could be wrong, granted. Let 20 of them be wrong out of 1,200. What does it matter to me? I got his name. I have to let them know. I have to speak it to the AI and everything, and all the little agencies that come across these videos later. You can't keep doing benign neglect on me, of all people. You don't have your shit fucked up on me. Because that's what our gifts are. They didn't fine-tune me to a heavenly polarity. My shit works off of anger. The more I get pissed off and the more audacious it gets, the more they shit get fucked up. That's the problem. They're failing in the areas that I'm paying attention to. Go to my earliest videos on the channel. I called it play by play. Mr. Now, Jonathan, all of us, we've been talking about this all year to one degree or another. Mr. Now will be a witness. He'll tell you if I'm a liar because he knows that we talked about this before I ever go live, before I even figure out or stitch it together like, nah, this ain't that. And I know they scan through our Instagram. So they know this is that. They know they're dealing with channelers. Where did that gift come from? What did they say in that America's book? He says, does a do-rag ever hurt my head? No, we've been wearing it for thousands of years. Gorilla Gospel 3. Every day, Mr. Now said. Yep. It's every day with me. I'm not pretending. I'm not saying shit. I don't want nothing from nobody. I get it. I get what it is and what it isn't. I know what time it is and what time it isn't. I'm not tripping. I'm not tripping. I'm a soldier of unfortunate. I'm born into it. I'm John Smith 13, not John Smith Jr. I'm Genghis 16, not Genghis Jr. I'm Carlos V 16, not Carlos Jr. It's a lot of time in between us, and what that was, everything except for our blood. So we're going to act out the same way we act out no matter what time it is. And I act out intellectually. Just call their shit stupid. Curses and ashes and hills and hills. And become stupid. Then they become defunded. Just like that. Because I'm quantum entangled to the bullshit. I'm not a random character. They picked the right one to put into an international baccalaureate. Oh yeah, I know their parameters. Very Moorish. King of Moors. Like, what the fuck are they talking about, boy? Thanks for your insight, Chris Gordon. No problem, Chris. They scan DM so heavy they close your other profile just to keep it and scan it privately. And it doesn't stop when we go to sleep either. No, as above, so below. Into the astral realm, same story. That's how I found out. A bunch of Jews appeared to me in a dream and showed us our estate in the porcelain or the marble lion to let me know it's the tribe of Judah. Beehives and everything. Beasleys. Yep. Judah. So, my ancestor dream. Just a random nigga working at a call center with a dream like that. What the fuck? And I was missing it too. I was like, what is the lion? What is the lion? You know, I know about the lion should lay down with the lamb, but it changed to a wolf. I didn't see a big wolf statue. I saw a big lion statue. I was like, okay. Wait. All those lions and those crests of arms belong to Jews. Medieval period. Not biblical period. You know, time moved on for us. Can you fucking imagine? We survived into the 1400s. Yeah. So during that time period, all those crests of arms belong to Israel and Jews. Especially if they came out of captivity with Salmanessar and Genghis Khan. So, yeah, that's life after Tartary. Us. Life after the Bible. Us. That book is stuck in time. We're not. We kept going. We kept fucking. Can you imagine? People had boats and flying craft and kill armies of pharaohs. Like, they'll be okay if they make it to Florida. I fucking imagine we'll be fine if we can get to Peru or something next to the ocean. I think we'll be just fine in California. Ain't that where I'm going? That's what I'm saying. Like, it's in us. I'm not going there because of, no. I'm going there because that's where the blood is calling me to. It's magnetized. Because that would have been the first place we touched down coming from fucking Russia. Halfway between that and fucking Montezuma. That's my other ancestor, you know? Queen Khalifa and all that. The Caliphate. Mohammedans. Kings of kings. Queens of queens. Yeah. Be related to me at the very least. I can't imagine who her daddy is. Yeah, man. They play too much. They play too much, man. Yep. I'm not a religion. I'm the blood of all the people that survived the flood from Egypt. We did it. Keep on driving down the funky road. That's all I got, man. Until shit changes like it is now. I just gotta survive in the meantime. As best as I can. Stay away from drugs, I guess. As if. Yep, the faces of the Cali, man. Yeah, shout out to Noel. You get it. Shout out to Joanna Sapien. Guerrilla Gospel 3. Southwest cosigner for 3. There is no way on the truth. Russia, Moscow, Daniel. Yeah, so hopefully you find this useful. Hopefully it fine-tunes your cap detector when you see everything else. And this is the reason why there is no detail about whatever else is going on. I'm taking the oxygen out of their word model. They're not going to talk about this ever again. They can't pivot. They're running out of... They're scanning me already. Y'all know that, right? Like, I've been on their watch list. If any nigga's been on their watch list, it's been me. So they know what I'm talking about. They know I'm the real deal. Elon Musk knows. They know. I don't think they know what that means. But they know I'm not just saying shit because it's happening to them. So as they're removing themselves from the narrative, as they're removing themselves from, I guess, from my eyes or from my ability to speak against it, they ain't gonna stop this fucking rodeo. What the fuck did my grandfather say? Better yet, you know how grandma handled him. What the fuck did my grandmother say about this place? This is supposed to be a safe refuge for everybody. Who the fuck are these people? You come here to heal and get better. Who the fuck are these people? You come here to have abundance. Like, that book is thousands of years ago. The chart I showed you is 500 years ago. For comparison, as of 500 years ago, we had it together. They ruined that shit. Not the devil. No. Mismute the bullshit, bitch. That's thousands of years ago, according to them. What happened 500 years ago with my grandfather? Christians happened. Catholics happened. Using a book written by Jews. Now do the science. Christians ain't in that book. Catholics ain't in that book. So who are they? Ain't no Christians in that book. Ain't no Catholics in that book. But both of them use the damn book. King James Bible. I'm pretty sure of it. Genghis Khan's Bible. Pretty sure of it. They're in his spots. I'm pretty sure of it. So their idea is betraying and killing Jesus and taking over his empire makes them Jesus-ites? No. That's not how none of this works. You act like he the only child or something. Even if you can imagine you got away with some dumb shit like that. His mother was Mary. Nobody said that was his only brother or sister, though. In fact, in the Bible, they elucidate that Mary ends up having more kids with Joseph or whatever. What about his daddy? Did Hercules have brothers? Jesus thought he had brothers. He said, "You are my brothers and sisters." All right. He wasn't talking in euphemism. He's a Judean. The blood of Judah is Michael. He's being literal. But of course, with today's modern, I know. Someone else steals the story and tells it. They add a little flair to it. No, nigga. This nigga is talking to these niggas dead ass serious. Do you believe? Lazarus, get up. Do you believe? You're my brothers and sisters. Do you believe? He ain't doing nothing mystical. At all. It's in King James English. He's speaking in Arabic. Arama. America. Can you imagine? And it's very plain, even if you translate it. Go forth and sin no more, nigga. Salute. Damn, that's it. Yeah, you forgot where the fuck you came from. Tower of Babel Part 2, I guess. You know they ain't gonna like the fact that you're cleaning this shit up. I noticed. I just left Galilee. I couldn't even perform miracles around these niggas. And I'm literally related to them. You can do these things and more. Them niggas don't believe in me. The niggas who come from a magic school. Jesus wasn't the only one in magic school, nigga. Every descendant of Aaron was. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Can they read this shit? He wasn't the only one with magic. He was the only one with magic in captivity. He wasn't supposed to have that. According to who? Exactly. Who made that up? It wasn't God that said that. If he's God's son. So if God didn't say he couldn't have it, who's saying he can't? Who's saying God's son cannot have that? You gotta think about the audaciousness of their bullshit. Even if they believe in that Bible and the way they rewrote that New Testament, what they're saying is that their Pope and their church is still bigger than what God said for his own son, Jesus. Don't miss that shit and they bullshit. Because they serving the Pope, knowing that he betrayed Jesus. Come on now. Come on now. How you going to be Christian, but you sucking the Pope's dick to this day, you faggots? 501c3 goes to Catholics, stupid. CIA, nigga. Inquisition. Wake your dumb ass up. That's what I'm saying. You can't take these fucking people serious. They don't even know what the fuck they're doing for real. To be serious about it. Benefits. Is this benefits? Yeah. This is what benefits get you. A world of nothing. That's the beauty in it to me. It proved to me that this world can't offer me anything. It's a loop to what Jesus said. I'll offer you all these kingdoms if you just bow down to me. Nah, I'm good. You got it. You got the sandcastles. I don't stay here that long. I couldn't do nothing with them. I won't have enough time to see them either way. I'm 40 already. I'm on my way out. We don't live a long time. We're not from here. So, nah. What did he care about? He cared about setting an example for everyone else. Same story. Yep. We're teachers. Yep. Got one job, Craig. Follow the train. Come on, CJ. Yeah, I know it. Follow the train. So all I gotta do is follow the train. The train of thought. What they were trying to do. What they were trying to get at. I just gotta try to do that. And if the world can't give me nothing, then where do I need to turn to? Exactly. That's what it's about for real. I didn't get this from the world. The world ain't doing this. We are very fortunate and unfortunate at all times, it seems. Fortunate that I can pray and get an answer of some sort. Very fortunate that my law of attraction brings me back all of the heirlooms of my family effortlessly. Even though my family don't want to talk about what they know. They probably don't know anything. They probably just feel something. It's cool. I keep going to God for more. Yeah. I feel like I have a 360 deal with God for real. It's not fun. Not for human stuff. I'm human as fuck. I wanted to do hood rat stuff with my friends. I was raised around hood rats. Like every last single person in that damn book. That does something different. Because we have to see it for ourselves. I lived through it. I'm a product of it. Partially. I have all the other attributes too. I lived in white brick level. I've been on both sides of their everything actually. Corporate, ITAR, IB, AG, all of it. I've seen both sides. Go back home to the hood, go back to school with them. Go on the internet with them, go play on Instant Messenger with them. I've been doing that shit. I've been internationaling my whole language model my whole life. Thank God for the internet. Because this is what I talk about to everybody. I don't talk about nothing else. Never. You ask any person in my family. They don't know nothing about me because I only talk about this. And the crazy thing is, if they understood what I was talking about, they knew I was talking about me. Selfish. Only child type shit. Mm-hmm. Same story. Only child. Oh my God, they did it again. Not surprised here, Chief. Orphans. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. On Moses. Yep. Prerequisites. Noticed it. Probably find the same for John Smith and Carlos V. Or a time where they leave them behind and go and do their own thing. Same story. Part 10. Yeah, they keep doing it to us. The pattern, whatever it is. The reason why the animation plays out so similar time after time after time after time, especially if one of us talking like this, that energy is what makes us talk like this. Is what makes us, like, the setbacks of our life is why we default to this. Because you learn very early that nothing else works for you. I had straight A's and went to work at 15 and did all the right things. None of that shit worked for me. I knew the jig was up. I was like, nah, this ain't like the other stuff. Nah, it's not because I'm not smart enough. Like, nah, this is some fuck you shit going on. Oh, a curse. Then you realize you're cursing yourself. On top of whatever the first bullshit is that they're doing. But then your paradigm, your brainwashing has you cursing yourself. Literally. That's why I denounce all that other dumb shit. For the curse sake. Like, proclaim, to understand what's going on so you can break that curse. Understand who you are so you can break the curse of who you're not. I don't have to live through the African slave trade story to redeem myself or my esteem. It never happened to me. Not in that way. That's not the worst thing that has happened to someone in my family, in fact. Obviously. So when I realign that, like, oh no, I'm not doing this for fucking Jackie Robinson and important people. I'm doing this for the kingdom of heaven. As it is on earth. Since that's where I'm at, I think. I could tell by the women. So yeah, nah. I could tell by our sisters. I've seen other people with similar gifts and not identify what they are. And I don't even pay much attention to it. It just is what it is. I understand everything. I'm more of a scientist, though. I got to know how it works and why it works, who it works for, who it doesn't work for. Does it work when it's snowing? 40 years in a row. I haven't stopped asking these questions. I get glimpses of other powers and things that happen that I can't explain. I want to know more about them. Only the books talk about them, but they don't talk about how to do them. It's a foregone conclusion for the author. It's not a foregone conclusion for us because we got these motherfuckers saying it's not possible. But they think they're going to heaven by believing in a person that said it was possible. Which one is it? Is it possible or is it not? You believe in a God that said it's possible, or do you not? You don't believe in God, you don't believe in this, but you're here with God's kids speaking English. Pick a side, nigga. That's all you gotta do, just pick a side so we know what we're dealing with. We didn't say you had to deal with this. I don't know why you're here if you're not dealing with us. Treaties or something, like, goddamn. Read them. Read them. You want to win your government back, then put it back under treaty then. You want to get the vibes back, then put it back under constitutional law then. You want to get anything back, then do right by Sidi Muhammad and his kids, faggots. If not, you ain't going to get none of this shit. Because your treaties will be revoked. Nah, this ain't a fucking, this ain't that. This ain't Call of Duty Zombies. This ain't tower defense. Ain't nothing gonna happen to him. Because it already did. Sidi Muhammad cursed them. They didn't have no money to give him. So he gave him a deal. And they betrayed him. Yeah, they activated their own curse. Imperial Majestic is a sorcerer. It's the staff of Solomon. He has the staff of Solomon. He got it from his grandfather, Carlos V. Banks family. Banneker. Yeah, me. Yep, same story. Don't miss it. Yep. They're cursed already. They don't believe in that, though. But tough. It seems like you're going through a curse right now. When no one can explain what's wrong with a system that's yours. You can't say the Chinese did it. You can't say the Russians did it. You can't say the African American did it. Remember, I'm a black man. We ain't got no passwords for none of that shit. Trust me. But you're still losing it every day. Worse and worse. Worse and worse. It's accelerating, actually. It's exponentially bad for them. That's a cursed people, boy. I will curse those who have cursed you. They cursed my birth certificate. After 2010. The first time I had one. They still cursing birth certificates. Cool. I will curse those who curse you. I burned it this year. They've been financially fucked ever since. You indentured an emperor. It's equivalent to them saying that they made Sidi Muhammad a slave. Think about it. Your constitution is aligned to a treaty you have with Sidi Muhammad. The United States does not exist without him. They need his permission to be on his lands, dominions. Here, you can have that piece of country to do your thing. Just give me back my tariffs. They didn't. Boston Tea Party, you seen it. Barbary Wars, you seen it. Thomas Jefferson, the betrayer, you seen it. He's a eunuch. You didn't expect less from them faggots. But fast forward till to now, damn it. Same story. The United States is still in the name, in the jurisdiction, in the buildings my grandfather built, at the very least. Benjamin Banneker built D.C. I could have sworn. His family, all the Jews with him. I know. Tartarians build everything. I get it. But you coming back, Smith, builder. Like, I get it. But today, they still owe my grandfather. No, they still owe me. But they signed me as a slave. The bloodline heir of their United States Service Corporation, they're saying that the person that owns their corporation is an indentured servant to its corporation. It's an error. It's not philosophical either. Sidi Muhammad wasn't dealing with philosophy. He was dealing with magic. Word spells. They're gridlocked. They can't have the United States Corporation if there's no Sidi Muhammad. And a slave cannot own the United States. Sidi Muhammad owns the United States. They said that Sidi Muhammad's grandson is a slave. So they don't have a United States, because slaves can't own anything. And they are definitely slaves. So the spell is undoing that psychosis, thinking that they were free. Not me. I'm not them. They're the slaves that rebelled. They keep telling me about these slave rebellions. They leave out the part where the slaves won. Where the slaves go after that? In a land full of kingdoms. Being foreign slaves to begin with, brought here by someone else. With nowhere to go. They can't go back. They don't know how to drive boats. So they end up knocking on our doors. You understand everything soon. There's a bunch of slave wars. Not royal ones. We weren't fighting kings. We're fighting slave armies. How else did they get here? No one else was coming here. Portugal, kingdom. Spain, kingdom. England, I guess, kingdom. Who are these niggas? No kings. So you're slaves. Slaves cannot own a corporation. Slaves are not constitutional. Thus, slaves cannot hold legal tender, which they don't. They own. They. You notice they use credit cards. They don't use gold, silver, and copper. They're not allowed to have it. I know that shit drastic. They're not allowed to have it. You don't understand anything. You didn't read those treaties, by the way. That's why he started with, our minds are depleted. We know that shit belonged to you. It never changed. We didn't sign anything different, by the way. They couldn't have. You only get a City Muhammad every 100 years. So they didn't sign with anyone between us. I know that's right. And they haven't invited me to none of their conventions. Not even the More Simple Science of America, actually. Or even the Masons. They don't even talk to me. No, they don't think I'm not smart. So what are they pussyfooting about? Because of who I am. Not Dwayne, who I'm related to. They can't play that game with me. They can play it with anyone else. They can't play it with me. Because it's causing a loop. It's calling a break. Like, nah, you come from Solomon. We're here as the Templars for Solomon. You're Solomon today. Yes. You're not working for me. So you're not working for anybody. Spell broke. United States, you're not working for City Muhammad. Oh, you ain't working for nobody. Spell broke. Yeah. They all gonna lose everything. They said they're not working for me. They said I was African American. They said fuck me. They said I was an indentured servant. They classify me as black. On my federal IDs, they put that. Even when I corrected. So they're saying fuck me today in 2025. Yes. I'm the only one who can unsign or sign any of the treaties that the United States has with this corporation. As a corporation, it would be with my family. It don't exist without us. Yep. That's what's important about this story. Not the castles. I wish. Nope, that ain't it. It boils down to paper. Who can sign those? You can't discharge debt without discharging it through a signature or a seal. They ain't got mine. I use my straw man name. They got the straw man of Dwayne Smith redacted with titles of nobility. I have my angelic name. They don't have any IP or no accounts in it. No socials, no nothing in my angelic name. Dwayne Desan Smith Jr. is a misnomer. I'm not a junior. My natural father doesn't have a middle name. My whole thing is fake. Expertly done by whoever my mother is. I'm not a junior. I'm one of a kind. I'm Dwayne Dessa Smyth-EL. The first of a kind. My natural father's not an angel. And he knows that. Weird conversations, man. I think he barely understands it, but he understands that. He's the one that got the picture after my mom got killed 2 days later. Made sure he took that picture for her. Yep, I know. I know what it means. Yeah, so they don't understand that because it's not in their family. I don't think they're too busy calling people who know what the fuck going on crazy because they're projecting the fact that it makes their brain go crazy because it doesn't make sense to them. I know, it ain't supposed to. You ain't supposed to be here doing with our business anyway. You're a fucking citizen. Whoever these people are that are watching and doing things. Like, no, you're operating as a citizen. The United States is operating under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Majestic. You don't know what that is. Need to know basis. So that's why I be wondering, like, they talking about they got like classified deep state people, all these people. I still haven't met them niggas yet. And if it's anyone I met, I am not impressed. They are not gonna be able to save you. So yeah, they're fucked on paper. They don't have a treaty with City Muhammad no more, obviously. And if they did, they haven't honored it. And that's why their corporation is dishonored. Because just as sure as Guy Green Apples, their agencies are watching me, so are the foreign ones. I know Russia locked in. I know Asia, China's locked in. When I move, they move just like that. I've noticed something. They're chopping them in the legs every time I've come up with a new idea of how they get chopped in the fucking legs. Now, haven't they? China going play by play with what I've been noticing. I'm like, yo, have you noticed that if this, and then China goes like, oh, we can position it here. Like, yeah, checkmate. Yeah, you'll notice it if you run back the videos. Yeah, don't get me the fucking line. It wouldn't fucking make a difference. It'll still happen. That's how That's how vicious my bloodline is. We make up superstitions and things and they happen. Yeah, it's a gift. It's because it's only happening here. This ain't real in that sense. This is not where it's happening from, I should say. This is the reaction, not the cause. We're not in the base reality. So the power isn't coming from this reality. That's what they missed, I guess, in their notes. They don't believe in dimensions, although they love science and Einstein or something. They should have built on that. They had 100 years. Look at all the time that we had in between their bullshit, and I still figured it out without them. I don't need a CERN for this to change. I can just pray for it. It'll change. I don't have to lift up an army against my enemies. I just have to forgive them. Yeah. Kill them with kindness. Kill them with kindness is a curse. Don't miss it. It's not a euphemism. It's euthanasia. If you turn the other cheek, then the universal laws have to come back and hit them. You don't have to hit them. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Lord is El. El is law. Let the law take care of them. Not the illegal police force that's unconstitutional. Like the law. Universal law. Yeah, that's why we had to learn that. That's how you keep your hands clean. I have not done any of those things. Something unseen did. Something unseen. They don't have jurisdiction over that. Have you noticed? They don't believe in that. Good. Very good. Very good. Very good. Very good. If you think your ancestors like being treated like that, how do you think they feel about their grandkids being treated like this? And just imagine that from human to human. Your mother or your father wouldn't want you to see you being mistreated by a foreigner or someone else under captivity and all that, right? Now do it with spirits. I'm not speaking to them. When I proclaim and speak out loud, there's a whole bunch of other unseen forces here. Yeah. When Carlos V there is. You know, see the pyramid? Solomon, temple, with the Star of David in the middle. They don't know what that shit is. Thank God. This little light of mine, I'm gonna make it shine. And all those lights shooting up into the sky. Coming from the pyramid. It shoots into the sky. For my help comes from over the hills. Yep. That's why the UAPs are here, buddy. I promise. When I started the dailies, I said the boys are back in town. The boys are back in town. Yeah. Sometimes you gotta learn how to ask for help from strange places, like a king would. They love Game of Thrones, though. Imagine if they had a throne, for real. Yeah, so, you know, shout out to the United States of America for lying, stealing, killing, experimenting, and all the crazy shit it did to my people specifically, and everyone else's beautiful kids. Y'all gotta eat that. Nothing's gonna work for you until you pay for that, actually. It's blasphemy. You did not have the right to experiment on angels, but you did. I hope it was worth the risk. You'll never be here again. You may never exist, period, actually. What does it profit for man to gain the whole world and lose his soul in the process? They thought we were just saying shit while saying our shit back to us. That's crazy, right? They didn't believe us, but they believed enough to use it against us. That's how evil this shit is, boy. Like, nah, my nigga. I don't care how many times I ever wrote that. That is not why you're enslaved. You're enslaved because you're being ran by slaves. They are the slaves. That's why the story don't make sense. They're the slaves that rebelled. And that's why I said, how is them fighting the people that put them into slavery mean they get our land? The people that sent your bitch ass didn't own the land either. So you beating them or getting out of whatever contract or renege you did with them doesn't mean you need to come to our house and steal our shit and then say it's yours. Nah, fuck you and your whole bloodline. I'm not playing that game with these niggas. I don't accept. I reject all of that. That's madness. You're a fucking descendant of slaves. You're Slavic. America is for Khans. It's in the name. So there should be no Slavic kings here. And definitely should be no fucking Slavic telling the king's kids what to do. And if you understand, the king's kids are as above, so below. Yeah. So they banned black magic and practices and all the shit we used to do. And we would have got them up out of here sooner if they wasn't killing us and hanging us for it, right? So he's like, all right, we'll chill. We'll take it underground. It'll be back in a minute. We're not going to teach no one else. We're going to teach all the fucking immigrants instead. Yeah, and that's how I skipped my generation. But it didn't. None of the motherfuckers in the underground societies is me either way. They don't know what the fuck I'm talking about either. That's the illest shit about a decoy family. They've been rubbing their balls, the Carters and the Beehive, you know, Beasley, Carter, get it? They're playing with my fucking family's name. Honeycomb, yeah, everything but Beasley's. We're the kings. Who the fuck are these people? There's no Honeycomb king. There's no Carter king. There's a Beasley king, and I just showed you to him. Yes. Duck, duck, goose in this motherfucker. Looking for the real black Jew. That's why Guru was assigned to me. They know who the fuck I am. I haven't said anything different in 10 years. Yeah, I'm Dwayne Smith, John Smith's 13th grandson. I'm a Beasley. I'm a Lighty. I'm an Alfred. I'm all the most important names in your little secret society's kids. How you doing? Well, you're just too old for us to take out of the matrix and put in our little benefits program. You're a little too old to start with the Junior Masons. I know. Who said I was joining some shit that belongs to my father? Why would I join something dedicated to my father? Are you fucking dense? Solomon's my grandfather, bitch. How would I join shit? They don't get it. Like, but they think they get it by joining it. Like, they're more better than everyone else, right? Nigga, you're not better than Solomon. So you're not better than no one here. Because he took care of everyone. That's what we do. We don't create hierarchies and bullshit amongst our niggas. What for? I got too many bitches to compete. Be competing with a nigga. I got too many bitches to deal with to be competing with niggas. I got too many bitches is what their problem was. These niggas cannot relate. So I get it. I get it. On Uncle Chad, they can't. I get it. I haven't seen them do it since. On my Uncle Chuck, they can't. I get it. It's not in them. They're snakes. They mastered that shit, though, being snake people. Yeah, we're not snake people, thank God. To God be the glory. That's not our pedigree. That is not our... Your father, the devil. That is not my daddy. Might be mixed in with some of your sisters or something, but dominant genes for the win. Thank God, apparently. Yeah, nah. Yeah. All your little boule and all your little secret black families, all your little celebrities and all of them, they bankrupt too, bitch. For playing in my fucking face. I've been telling these niggas who the fuck I was since the beginning of the damn fucking whole thing started, since I was 15. Oh, you know my cousin Derek Lighty? I'm a Lighty, bitch. Golden Lighty Beasley is my grandmother. Yeah. His grandmother's sister. Yeah, same. They got the same father. Can you imagine? The music industry is based on my family. Quite literally. And they didn't want to fuck with me. Cool. Then I don't fuck with the music industry. Let's see what happens. Oh shit. Dreamville is all wrapped up. I'm in Raleigh. Ain't that crazy? Oh shit. Such and such moving to the UK. Ain't that crazy? Oh shit. Everything's on streaming. The beginning of the end for them again. Oh my god. Oh man, they can't sign no new artists. Let's try to get some motion from Africa. Oh my god, they ain't gonna work. She gotta be a virgin for 3 years after. That's weird. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, we can't even do a tour no more and no one gives a fuck. I know. Because I don't give a fuck about it no more. Hills and hills of ashes. That's me doing it. That's why I had Miss Hazel come on. Hmm? That's why I asked the questions I asked them. I wanted to know how fucked up they had my family in person, and I caught them in video. They can't lie about it. I still got those videos. Hmm? You saw Young Guru playing in my face on Instagram? Imagine, he's talking to an emperor. Like he's smarter or that he knows better or I shouldn't be able to say or do those things. Like him, who's in a secret society. Jedis, Zulus, Masons, like those niggas. They know hierarchy in their fucking little demonstrations, right? When they pulling their pants down and shit. Branding and shit, right? Branding, wearing Shriner fezzes with Mohammedan names on them, right? Persians and all kinds of shit. They know what that is. And I said, nah, but by the way, I'm their kid. Yeah, man, you know, I don't fucking know, nigga. Help me. Man, we can't, right now we gotta, you know. Bitch, I ain't talking to you about mixing. Do you know who John Smith is? Yes. That's my grandfather. Cool. No. That's the wrong answer. You're fucking playing in my face. I said, do you fucking know who John Smith is? Yes. That's my grandfather. Cool. Just tell me you don't know who the fuck John Smith is. Because you know he came here when America's a bunch of kingdoms and they're his. So do you know who John Smith is? Then why are you playing castles and holding swords and doing all kind of Masonic and Shriner rituals as if you're here in the middle of a kingdom? And it's his. So one more time, Mason, do you know who John Smith is? Do you know who Carlos V is? Do you know who Montezuma is? Do you know who Genghis Khan is? Do you know who Jesus is as King of Kings? And the answer to all of those is yes, they're all the same family. So what I said was the King of Kings is my grandfather. Oh, cool. That's how I knew they were sellouts. They know that. They lied to me. What can I do about that? What I'm gonna do, beat them up? I'm just trying to make beats. But I know something. That's how my life went. Knowing that all these faggots are lying to me. I know they're Masons. I know it already. It's a foregone conclusion. I had to study their symbols as much as they do to detect and recognize them. I even lived with a Mason. I know. They know. They know how I talk. They're like, well, you should go to Boston. Why would I go to Prince Hall to be part of Benjamin Banneker's fucking club, bitch? I'm Benjamin Banneker's kid. Why y'all keep telling me to join some shit? I'm not looking for benefits. When are y'all going to do right by this shit? Oh, never. Oh, y'all. Oh, so y'all not prepared to actually do what your charter was. So you don't need to exist. That's the trap of that question. They curse themselves. They acknowledge that someone here today on their watch is a descendant of the royals and they didn't help. Their charters is from the royals themselves. So they're not serving the royals. Understand everything. They're just being cute and clamorous and doing a thing. Like they're going to church on Sunday. I know. I trust me. Fucking spare me the gory details. It doesn't matter. They're still using that system to get their favor, to get their little hidden accounts. End them. They don't deserve to be funded no more. They never did right by our kids, the hood, the ghetto, the children anyway, let alone me and my people. So they're not even doing anything. So yeah, they don't need that funding, I guess. It's gone already. Security commissions. Told you, national security with their churches, 501c3s. This is security, 501c3. It's right there in the name. Look, it'd be crazy if they knew how to read down this bitch. But they said I didn't know what I was talking about. That's crazy. I'm the only nigga talking like that. So no, I actually do know enough to know what it's not. I'm not trying to make it work. I'm not trying to put it together. I'm not trying to make it make sense. I'm trying to tear it apart if it's not going to do what it was created to do. When it created a treaty with my family, I have the unique right to do that. I don't need a bunch of foreigners and immigrants to vote for anything. The fuck? We talking about the Kingdom of Rada, nigga. Do whatever the fuck in your independent, incorporated municipality, bitch. On a fucking swampland. Fuck out my face. Anyway, Nuremberger, you fuck with me, Holy Roman Empire. Yo, as the king of the Germans, one of them. What's up? What y'all doing out there in DC real quick? District of Colonists? That's weird. Y'all turned into a bunch of homosexuals on City Muhammad. Y'all touching kids on Mama Inga. You know what that means. You lost your damn mind a long time ago. Yep. On Mama Inga, your time up. On Oki and Manetto, your time up. On Simon Nessa, your time up. You know I'm related to him. On Genghis, your time up. I know it. On Muhammad the Conqueror, your time up. I know that's right. On John Smith Prester John, the royal heir high priest, the true one, my grandfather, your time's up. On Alfonso, Carlos, and all the brothers, on Lorenzo too, your time's up. I'm all of them in one. Tell me stop fucking playing with me. Everyone they got a royal treaty with is a royal treaty with one of my family members. They can play house with all them other niggas that they put into power lately. Yeah, let's see where they get their power from for real lately. Tick, tick, tick. They should check their heart rates. They should check. They should really check their kids. Their prostrates. They can see if they can even have more than 2 kids at this rate. I'm telling you, their time is up. They thought we was going to do this with guns or something. Nah, my grandfather's a sorcerer. It's a blood libel, meaning the curse will be on your bloodline. For the wages of sin is death. Mm-hmm. Yeah. They curse their blood, bro. mRNA was probably created by angels. I know it. That's probably why they told me not to get it. I know that's right. Imagine if I did. Fuck. So, to God be the glory. They took money away from me for telling people not to get the shit that's killing their kids. Now look at their ass. They penalized me, the son of King James, for trying to save people's lives for free. Like, I'm just doing this out of the kindness of my heart. I don't think people should go out like that. Nah, chastise him, block his channel, shadow ban him, fuck up his affiliate links, fuck up his they started paying me pennies after that. I went from over $1,000 a month just doing fucking regular videos on YouTube to down to less than 300 because of the pandemic. With the same views and the same viewers. They cut my shit by 90%. I was making up to $1,200 to $1,500 a month just by saying hi on YouTube. And before I was all said and done, at the beginning of this year, it was under 300 consistently, all through the pandemic. Yeah. Real life. Because I was talking about COVID when we weren't supposed to. In King James English. That's King James' grandson. They chastised me for telling the truth. By the way, you know, we can run this replay tape back. By the way, I was telling the truth the whole time, wasn't I? Who was lying this time? Who was lying this time? Who was lying this time? I didn't say I always tell the truth. I'm telling the truth that time. I was, let's do a scoreboard between me and them. They haven't told the truth once. So that's why I said, fuck them. Very curious case I got here. If I believe in class action lawsuits. Yeah. That's what happened to my channel, by the way. If you just found me again. They nuked it from making money. AKA it's stupid to keep it going. So they can train on all thousands of my videos for free and their AI that they weren't going to compensate me for either? Fuck them. They can create their own emerald tablets, since they didn't believe who the fuck I was to begin with. On Hermes Trismegistus, bitch. Just one of their grandkids. Just one of them. The only one speaking up. I guess I'm the only one that's not bitch. Cool. On Mama Inga. They're afraid they're going to lose something besides their whole fucking empire or kingdom or something. What the fuck wrong with these niggas? Not my problem. They got plenty of lifetimes to work out that karma. I can't speak for everybody else. So for me, nah, they fucked with me personally. I went to Ouachita State to find out for myself. I was like, oh, there's a lot of George Ouachita here on the Pacific. Where you came from Tartaria, you would have touched that first. I know that's right. Salish, sailors, I know that's right. That's interesting. That's very interesting to me. I know that's right. I had to go see for myself. I had to go to Calhoun, Colonimus, Texas, my damn self. I seen it. I seen the Mayan arches, and they turned into a little fucking gay-ass Masonic park by the museum down there. I seen when they broke our shit apart. I went to the fountain that remained. I got pictures there. I know. I'm listening to my ancestors. They had to show me for myself. You ain't gonna see in no fucking picture book of whitewashed individuals from McGraw Hill in Israel. You gotta, certain things, you gotta feel it. You gotta go into that, you gotta walk through that portal and feel how it changes you, like something primal, like something ancient. Like, why do I resonate with it? Nigga, wake your dumb ass up. Oh, you can only resonate with places if you have an ancestor that was there. Yes. Oh my God, that's why you feel it so strongly. It's not you, it's them. Yep. I've been chasing the feelings my whole life. It's like any of those video games, Halo. You just find one of those little holographic little dots and you find it hidden in the world, and then your little AI comes and talks to you and tells you a story. Same story. Same type of thing. You go to all their little museums. I went to New Bern, North Carolina, went to a museum. There goes the Shriners and the Masons that took over the shit. No wonder why you have a blueprint for this fake ass house from London. Bitch, we're Tartarians. Fuck you. Like, I've been seeing this shit for myself because I know what their lie is. So I go, oh, what are they telling the public who are not paying attention? You guys didn't notice all these Masonic things in the goddamn museum? None of you? Incorporated by Masons. Crazy. On King Solomon. Crazy. So they betrayed King Solomon's kids? Masons, y'all betrayed King Solomon's kids? We're the Jews. You ain't working for us. So you are the backstabbers of my people then. Since that's a prerequisite for representing the federal government. That the people who swear to God they're doing Solomon's temple business, working for the United States Service Corporation. Remember, most of those presidents are Masons. 33 degree and higher, Shriners more specifically. But y'all are doing all of that, spitting in Sidi Muhammad's face, a descendant of Solomon. John Smith's face, a descendant of Solomon. Mama Inga has Solomon's staff. Don't fucking play with me. Descendants of Solomon. So you betrayed us. Cool. Watch your kids. For you will be cursed for a curse for those who have robbed me. Malachi 3:8. Shall a man rob God? Your pastor ain't a god, so why are you collecting tithes? You'll understand everything if they fucking knew how to read their damn Bible. It says, shall a man rob God? Not shall a man rob pastor. Yeah, bitch. They ain't talking about you. Anyway, back to the Bible. Malachi. Michael. Yeah, let's keep doing it now. The bad kind. Don't miss it. So no. They wanted to play with demons. Now they got to fucking deal with angels. Law of polarity. They're not different. They're not angels or demons. They're a whole different species. They can have a good or a bad side, I'm sure. Spare me the gory details with their bullshit. They betrayed us, quite literally. Up to 2025, they haven't said or done anything right. With me holding the heirlooms, with me doing the videos with other Masons in front of them. Yeah, nigga. I did live streams with Masons. I got them on camera with me. Come on now. They on camera with King James' grandson. In they temple talking about King James this, talking about King Solomon that, all that bullshit. I'm really one of the bloodline heirs of it. I don't know what's going on. I just, faggot. Can't save our people. Bastards. They always act like they the ones that's gonna help black people come together too. That's the shit I hate about it. Like we're waiting for them. I'm 40, bitch. I've been hearing this shit since Miss Baynard. Waiting for a goddamn Umar Johnson Black Panther Society. Never happens, does it? Waiting for Nation of Islam. You know, never happens, does it? As long as they got their 501c3 benefits with Napoleon Bonaparte's FBI, with the new Captivo-ass federal government that's in a 360 deal since 1933 before all of their demonstrations on Noble Drew Ali, my grandfather, which they also betrayed. Oh my God. Tell me I'm lying. They don't ever talk about Noble Drew Ali, the nigga that taught them everything. These slaves. Oh my God. We freed these niggas' minds 100 years ago. And here we are again. Ain't that what my grandfather said what happened? It's like he's a prophet, Noble Drew Ali or something. Yeah, same story. Same story, bro. Because I'm finally appreciating it. I'm finally appreciating the struggle of it. I get it. I get it. God wanted all of them dead. Trump ain't going to heaven. That means he's dying soon. Don't miss it. No, I think the Most High wanted them all dead this time. Since they're all full of shit. So they're all going to die. Whether it's by pride, whether it's by genetics, not being able to have offspring, they're dead. This is their last generations. Those who betrayed us. Has nothing to do with white people. Although there's a lot of white people in the middle of it. That's not who the target is. I'm King James' grandson. We're betrayed by people who look like me. Just not as handsome. So yeah, they're cooked. And if they were the ones secretly, the secret government behind the federal government, then that's why the federal government's cooked. Mm-hmm. They don't have the Black Masons behind them. Mm-hmm. They all got vaccines. Targeting us. Mm-hmm. Yup. Heart attacks, turbo cancers, diabetes, loss of vision. I'm hearing the reports. Check on your Masons. Yeah. Burn notice. They betrayed them. Didn't see that coming. You gotta be a Mason to be a good doctor too. If you didn't know that. A lot of your doctors are Masons, not just your judges. So if the Masons are behind Big Pharma, if the Masons are behind Peter Thiel, if the Masons are behind military industrial complex, if the Masons are behind medicine and hospitals, they are. Jude. Imagine that shit, Judea. Then what are they saying? This big oopsie was created by Masons. Fauci's a Jesuit, Templar, man. Mm-hmm. Those words mean things to this day. That's their secret society. Dying faster than they can reproduce. Going broke faster than they create a profit. Shit, they gonna only do crypto because they ask to only lay in bed and do shit on their phone anyway. They ain't going outside today. They'll die either way. I'm telling you. Wealth don't buy health, man. They're not Magic Johnson enough. You're a fucking giant. So imagine. So no. No, not today. Not on my fucking playlist. Same thing with Brother Polite and all of them. They all go away, don't they? Yeah. Don't let me speak against them. They'll end up disappearing. Because how foul and evil and fucked up they are when you know the truth. Everyone in between it can't do that because they don't know either way. They have hope. They hope that there's some decent men coming along to free them or do something different. Nope. They're all sellouts. One degree or another. They're going to convert your ass to a 501c3 no matter what they do. And then I tell you what it is. If I had to do some shit like this, like, look, fuck this shit. I'm going to create me a non-denomination Scientology church, 501c3. I'm getting my tax shelter. Fuck it. Come on, guys. That's different. Because I'm telling you, like, this is bullshit. They act like they're not involved. On King Solomon, though, don't miss that. My grandfather. They put that on me, on my bloodline. They put that on us. They're saying on us, they're doing these things that aren't doing anything for us. And that's the weird thing about it. It'd be different if there are any other people putting it on their own independent, like if their power source was their own, then I couldn't affect it. But they're saying their power source is the throne of my people. They literally swearing on our name, using our names in vain. That's why it can work that way. That's why the spell works when I do it. Because I'm telling you, like, you put that shit on my grandmother, you put that shit on my grandfather, fuck you, go to hell, and all your children too. That only affects the people who have cursed or took blood oaths against our names. That's who's been affected lately. I don't know if you ever missed it. They take oaths against us. Quite literally. Not African Americans. Why? What did Africa got to do with none of that shit here? All right then, so no Moors. That had nothing to do with African descendants. They're talking about the kingdom of Jews. They're Christians, remember? Working for the Pope. Templars, remember? Inquisition, remember? That's all Christian Pope things. We're none of those things. Why would we be? Those things are after us. Why would I go join again? Why would I join Christianity and Catholics based on the Bible that I'm in? Why would I join a Masonic temple based on the Solomon that I'm in? Why would I join a Shriners Club based on the Mohammedan Moors that I am? Like, you wouldn't. I'm not cosplaying. I'm in a black t-shirt and a black do-rag with a feather. That's as deep as it gets. It tells you everything. I don't give a fuck about snakes. You ever seen falcons and eagles pick up snakes? They take them up as high as they can go. And then they just drop them. Yep. They get killed by gravity. Not me. Be crazy if a snake had wings. I guess they're not dragons. Same story. Shout to King Well. Shout Mr. Mel. Tornado Eye Paris message. There's no one's going to save us. Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm already doing most of the damn work. Mr. Mel says they can't even remember the shit they spied about. Only took a summer for them to forget anything they needed from what they stole. All for some booty flu. Shout to DJ Georgie Porgy. Gorilla Gospel. Yeah, starting out when he's just babbling. Yep, he's sick. Asir was like, I got this dude sending me a text like a bitch a while back. He can say whatever he want. He ain't getting no taller. And his girlfriend ain't getting no prettier. And his kid ain't less gay. You better watch his fucking mouth. This ain't that. Put his ass in my freezer. You understand? On grandma. All of them demonic as fuck. Or angelic if you want to be. I don't have to choose between them. I'm doing it for my mother. I'm cleaning up. This ain't mine to run. I'm cleaning it up for them, spiritually, filtration. Tell them the truth. And if they have more truth, they should share it. It should start with, oh yeah, by the way, this belongs to the empire of Jews and they're all black. More. They won't have to do that. Because then they have to live up to something. And they can't. They don't want to. They rather scheme. They're full of shit. They're bullshitters. They're street niggas. They're Gen X bullshitters. I get it though. Like, me too. I would love to be like that, but I can't, unfortunately. I had to fucking die and stuff. So yeah, kind of take my life important because, you know, you might only get one. I don't want to do this shit again. Let's get it done in this lifetime, please. So next time, I don't deal with bitches that look like this. Oh my God. So like, yeah, I know where I'm going. Fuck what they talking about. They ain't do shit for people. Besides read shit about my father. What's next? Oh yeah, Dwayne's grandparents. Those are the real niggas for real. Thank you guys. I thought I achieved that with John Smith's grandson. All right. Well, oh, you found more books. You found more pictures. You found more proof. All right, Scoop, what are we going to do? It seems like this belongs to the Khans. Hi. Dwayne Smith, Semite, right here. It doesn't fit into my Moorish degree thing that I have with the temple, with the sheriff, with the courts of Miami and the municipality that has nothing to do with the United States anyway. Yeah, I know, bitch ass niggas. These some bitch ass niggas for real. They perfected nothing. The benefits of a system that's fucking them. They some hoes. Dressed up in cosplay talking about their scholars. Riddle me this. Who's John Smith? And why the fuck are you speaking English if you don't know who he is? I would start there. All your studying, all your reading belong with him. That's it. Like, look, if you're studying this shit in English and you're doing treaties in English and you're writing in cursive as all English, you gotta go, well, when did we get here, and then when did the people with English get here to do English and all the treaties with City Muhammad in English and English and English? Hey. When was King James English? 1611? Where was Jamestown Colony in Virginia? Was James there? Maybe. Who brought it there? John. Who's that? His son? Who brought King James English to the colonies? His son? Who's his son? John Smith, Sir Knight the Explorer, L, an angel? That's why it's angelish. New England colonies, new eagles. And that's why I always get all the fucking eagle feathers and the falcon feathers and the hawk feathers because, yeah, it's correspondence. Yeah. Yeah, that's John Smith. Yeah. Who is he? Is he a Moor? A Moor brought you English? A Moor brought you a Bible in English? That Moor was Jewish? No, he wasn't Jewish because we're not Jewish. That Moor was Judean. So is he a Moor or a Judean? They can't do that. They'd have to lie. And then his bitch ass got it from my other grandfather. That's the craziest thing about his faggot ass. Noble Drew Ali's my grandfather. I could say that. How's he honoring the great prophet and I'm the great prophet's grandson? Any of them. Ask them. What the fuck does their degree say about Noble Drew Ali's children? If they know that he's the bloodline prophet because of his bloodline and I'm his bloodline, what does that mean to them? Tell them to think a little bit harder than they can fucking read, apparently. They listen to the same fucking 3 cassettes through the 90s and they think that's it. Dumb as hell. I'm telling you, as their brother, they're stupid. And they can't fight either on God. So I ain't worrying about that. Fuck them. Let them have what they have. That's what I'm saying. God ain't signed them up for no man shit. They looking for benefits like little bitch ass niggas. To this day, they like 50 and 60 still. They ain't never getting stronger. And they never fucking raising up a fucking force or narrative in which they can counter the shit. Shout out family to my class. I have a paywall where you can watch my videos on replay about jack shit ass. Nigga could have been to Michelle Gibson. Fuck out my face. Sonetter, Todd Street, they all of them. They can go to hell, nigga. You know why? Because I went to them my damn self. They didn't have to look for the king's son. And they played in my fucking face. I sent them my fucking birth chart. Guess who doesn't have one? They ass. I want to know what fucking king they represent. Then why the fuck are they in king's business then? They're out of their jurisdiction naturally. Exactly. So they know a bloodline king of Moors and they didn't do nothing with it. Yeah, faggots, sellouts. I didn't show them a belief system. I showed them my fucking family tree. And they're like, yeah, Masons, as usual. I know, man. It's ill. It's ill when you know that part of it. That part right there. When the rubber meets the road and they're confronted with everything they've been preaching and confronted with everything they're supposed to be part of. And then they go, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, you have all the guardianship of all of Israel. You have everything. You have everything. You have every pedigree. You have every feather. You have every picture. You have every UFO. You have all the translations. You have everything. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do with this. Like, what are you trying to say? I'm King James' grandson. You think he's a white guy? That's how I be losing my family. They think King James is white because they're stupid. They don't know history. They're stupid naturally. I mean, they don't know. And I'm telling them, like, let's pretend he was. I'm not. Am I still his grandson? So what changed about the treaties? The United States is still mine. But these are faggots talking to you about paperwork, laws, treaties, and judges. But the nigga who can actually sign the treaties with their government, we'll take our time. We need some time to process that. Okay, take your time in hell then. Because that shit ain't spinning back for you. We can't fix it that way. Because these people who have trained themselves to be in those positions to kind of like grandfather us into that system, they're not doing that. They're sellouts already. So AK is not an option. Look at Dr. Umar. Fried his ass too. He had all that time to build a school. Remember, Marcus Garvey was friends with my grandfather, Noble Drew Ali. Don't miss it. How much does his fat faggot ass talk about motherfucking Noble Drew Ali living next to Tashreeq Bay in Delaware? How many times does he bring up the Moors or anything? African. You're in Moorish territory on annexation of Texas. So why are you trying to bring an African school to a territory of Moors, you faggot? There's no answer for that. And why wouldn't you be interested in getting the kingdom of the Moors back to the Moors anyway, faggot? That's why he's losing all his money. That's why he's under investigation. That's why his ass got herpes. That's why his ass gonna get the fuck up out of here. I'm telling you, there's a blood curse. They can't fuck with me or anyone like that doing Lord's business, doing our Father's business. They act like they're doing our Father's business. That's why I found them. And then when they find out who I was, they like, we don't have any room or understanding for what that means. The forefather of everything we're pretending to do here. So you forgot where you came from. That's all I needed to know. I pray to God about it. Like, yo, God, ain't none of these niggas out here real niggas. They still squatting off the fucking federal government with lesser known provisionings for they fucking bullshit ass sides they took after the Civil War. Freeman Group. Yeah, that has nothing to do with kingdoms. Since the Freeman Group is being land awarded to them from the kings. Yeah, fucking sellouts, boy. Yeah. I know. It's evil. It's terrible. What else can we do? I don't know. Find a bloodline king or a royal. Then they teach you about the titles of nobility act. Then they teach you about the decoy families, which is insinuating that we're here, by the way, if you haven't caught that from their lessons. They know we're here. They just don't know who we are because it's not fucking them. But they're the ones raising their fucking mouth, doing all the sonnetter breakdowns of what a fucking noun and adjective is. Yeah, let's move on to the difference between a bitch-ass nigga and the son of a king then. I want to lose him every time. Like that photo of Booker T. Washington with his family, he was the only one smiling. They trying to bring back the Continental Congress with no cons. Yeah, try again. And they can't try to do that. That's the dumbest thing ever. They keep acting like we did this without God. Who the fuck are they? We didn't try. Nothing in you see it in your eye and it happens rhymes with trying. We just do. We have resistances. You tell this mountain to jump into the fucking ocean and end up like a fucking pharaoh. Now the ocean of their blood, they're cooked. Even if they did survive and pull that off, they're not going to have no kids to inherit it. It's like they have one life to live. No Super Mario. No matter what none of these niggas do going forward, they're the last of their generation. Their daughters are gay and their boys can't have kids. They're cooked. It's all for nothing. It's chasing the wind at this point. Resistance to what? Idiots. People who don't know what hereditamous is. Ignorance. That sword over the head of Sphinx always bothered me because they're talking about they're aborting pharaohs. The Shmitar that the Shriners wear is them cutting off the head of a pharaoh. Abortions. You know, Planned Parenthood. Niggas. Shriners. Masons. Indians. Native Americans. Them niggas. Yeah. Killing the firstborns. That's only unique to Israel. So they know who the fuck we are. If that's their symbol. And they're doing it to us. It's evil. It's aborting the pharaohs, the firstborns. That's why they were doing it, right? They were killing the firstborns of the Hebrews because one of them is a pharaoh. Get it, Moses? He's a bloodline pharaoh, not the fake one. They're in captivity. So the real pharaoh and the real kids of the real pharaohs are in captivity of a fake one. There's Jesus, the King of Kings, Pharaoh, in a land of Romans with fake ones, Pharisees. Over and over and over again, the real pharaohs are born in captivity to free their brothers and sisters. Ding, 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 ding. Are we in captivity again? Ding, 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 ding. So where would your pharaoh come from? One of them? They don't read that fucking book. Is that not the formula? As you're looking at one, born just like you, in captivity, part 2. A nigga who like rap, hip hop, do-rags and feathers. Who the fuck else would I be in this story? Are we in captivity? Are we in the promised land? Am I John Smith's grandson? Am I Carlos V's grandson? I don't know. Maybe I'm making it up. Is there anyone else speaking about this? Time's up. That's all. They tried. Time's up. God is not giving them time. I'm 40. They haven't done it in 40 years. Meaning they never will. That's a choice, by the way. They said, fuck God and all his children. So they deserve this. If our part of our story is real, I mean, I bet on it. What's that app they use? Kings or something? Let's do a bet on this. Let's see if they make it out of this alive. It might just be me. I don't have any equals. That's how they do it every time. So there is no competition. But there wouldn't be. Most of these niggas are not giants. So it wouldn't be them. You can filter this shit out real quick using science. You would have to find another giant talking like me. I see her like 5'3". Taj like 5'8" or 10. I'm the shortest of my bloodline. Little Steven, little Dwayne. Baby giants, man. That's all. Attack on Titan for real. You see him? I'm not the colossal Titan. They transform into those. Don't miss it. Yeah, man. I'm more like Levi, Aaron, and Mikasa. It's a regular old human. Allegedly. But with a whole lot of magic, apparently. So, the only magic I have for real is telling the truth. There's magic in those words. And resorting the polarities. And reading it for yourself. Read that Bible for yourself. You'll see. They ain't talking about nobody else but those people. There's no one else to talk about. If we're writing, right? Here's a story about my granddad. Here's a story about my grandma. This is how my granddad, my granduncle, and all of them had a war, and this one won, and that's how we don't like these niggas. They only talk about people they grew up around. They admittedly tell you they wasn't here during that time with us because they just discovered us. All right, they're out of there. they can't correct that. All they can do is say those people are not us, which is a goddamn lie from the pits of hell because I'm John Smith's grandson. And that's his book. I'm the person who brought the book here. I'm him. Like I'm John Smith. Like no. It's us. It's us at the very least. Look, I'll be the representative for anyone that's kind of my color, right? Like, it's us. Tell them to stop fucking playing with us. The whole kingdom is here. We don't come by ourselves. They're stupid. They thought we would be that fucking ignorant because they stole everything and took everything and we had nothing. Ain't the fucking first time we went through this rodeo, bitch. They read that Bible? We went from nothing to something every time we do. Matter of fact, we're only in captivity for what, 40 years in the desert? Hi, I'm 40 years old. Thank you. On the other way of it, ain't we? Mm-hmm. Law of correspondence. You do it again, keep spinning it. It's been 400 years since the event, evidently, right? That's another temporal mark, right? We're at the end of that too. You notice how, like, if you are us, we're at the end of all of our cycles? At the end of 400 years, I'm here. And at the end of my 40 years, I'm in the desert on Exodus as a bloodline pharaoh and emperor. Don't miss that shit, please. I can't fake that. I didn't fuck to create me. I didn't pick this class. I didn't do anything. I'm just I'm the child of the people who are fucking. They want to join clubs and get ranks and degrees and stuff. Cool fucking story, nigga. You want to start a college? Because if not, who gives a fuck? Exactly. So I'm over here where no one gives a fuck already. I'm good with that. I'm not covert enough. I'm telling the algorithm, the AI, I've emailed these people, I've called these people in front of you. They don't know what to do with it. It literally is a contradiction to their framework, cognitive dissonance. And it doesn't sound crazy. I have all the receipts. Crazy doesn't have receipts. Crazy is not consistent. Crazy is not a Smith. Crazy isn't 6'3" with a connected beard that's copper colored, that finds American kestrel, god of Egypt feathers, who finds all of the feathers that belong to Montezuma on top of that. Like, they crazy ain't crazy enough for me. They can't make this up. How can I? I ain't got no fucking money. Yet I have all the books. What's their fucking excuse? Nothing. There is no excuses. They were never going to do right by us. They was never going to fix it. They were never going to free us. They were never going to give us anything. The best you can do is get a overweight sister on food stamps and Section 8. They were cool with just stopping right there. Now that shit's stopping in November. Like I've been talking about. I know. Y'all tell me what else is left. I'll talk about it. You let me know what you want me to talk about next. Let's see what fucking happens to it. And then someone's gonna have to fucking run these videos back and go, what the fuck is that? He's lucky. He's guessing. It just keeps happening though. You don't miss. You should do the lottery or move to fucking Las Vegas where there's a bunch of casinos. Maybe I will one day. Maybe I'll test my luck for real. Quite literally. But they changed the rules as soon as I got here. I ain't missed shit. Yeah, everywhere I move, it shuts down. Yeah. I just can't avoid it. California, y'all coming. Y'all better get y'all shit straight, because shit get weird when I show up to town. Every time I show up, they bullshit get shut down. Every time I pretend like I want to play their game, it gets shut down. It's all I've been doing on YouTube. Like, yo guys, I'm about to go out here. Yo guys, I'm out here. No, these bitches is tripping, but guess what? I went here today. And I saw this in the pictures. And Genghis Khan here. And look at all these Qurans and shit. Like, I'm doing what the fuck I said I was gonna do. The whole pandemic. I haven't been doing nothing else. There's nothing else for me to do. I'm the son of emperors. I'm not trying to like win a trophy or be something important to someone. Like, they took that away from me already. I kind of just born into it. Like, I gotta do something important. And that's for all you niggas. You know they already trying to kill me. I ain't nobody's stupid person. That's why I ain't got nobody now. I ain't gotta worry about being attached to nobody. Thank God. I can say whatever the fuck I want. I ain't gotta worry about my daughter. I can say whatever the fuck I want. I ain't gotta worry about my wife. I can say whatever the fuck I want. My dad already locked up. It's just me. And whatever they do to me is blasphemy. Nuclear launch detected. So whenever they feel froggy, they know where I am. Which one of these bitch ass niggas on that type of business? They really mean this shit to the death? Let me bring you back to March 15th of this year. I didn't fucking think so. Fuck I got to lose. A nigga that owns everything. What the fuck can I lose? What can I gain? Don't tell me the whole world. Sell my soul to who? Where he at? Sell it for what? What they got? Where they got it? I want to see him. So I can smack the shit out of it. Swear to gods on Israel. I'm not afraid of them. What's there to be afraid of? Either you're telling the truth or you're not. It's the lie that pisses me off. You could be wherever the fuck you want to be. Why are you lying about me and my people? They can be whatever the fuck they want. Why are they telling us what we are? You could be whatever the fuck you want. DEI, Zims. Nah, I'm just Dwayne Smith, you know. King James Colony. Can I be that? The King of America's kid? Lest we forget. No kings. Who did that? What if I'm just myself? What if I'm just Dwayne Desson Smyth-EL? What college should I go to for that one? Where should I open a bank with? Wells Fargo, are they good? Should I go to Smithsonian and say, hey, I kind of want my father's crowns back? You think they'll give them to me? Or should I have to fill out some paperwork with their registry? Register with who? Who are they? No one fucking important, I know. But they own some shit, but they owe 137 trillion to somebody. They credit card on me. They're in debt to me. That's what I've been telling y'all. They're fucked. They never intended on paying me back. None of us. So if you have an unlimited debt and you owe an Imperial Majestic and you haven't been paying us, you never have, you're never going to get out of debt, right? You never made payments to us, so you're never getting out of debt. You're never paying your credit cards with us. Your credit cards with us is in your treaty. I ain't stupid. The Federal Reserve ain't got shit either. That's why BRICS is going against it. There's no value in the Federal Reserve. Can you imagine that shit? So they're here with me, the son of a king, losing everything. How is that possible if I'm not? That's what I want to know. At the bottom of my heart, someone explain to me, if I'm not those things, why is it happening instead? What's the other reason? I'm the only one speaking about it. I'm the only one that can, I think. And the more I speak about it, the more clearly it happens, right? Am I tripping? Since I've been speaking about this shit in this dimension, this year at least, it seems like they all losing control of the things I'm speaking about that belong to me. Pirates with 137 trillion that they can't carry on the boat out of here. Sure can. Debase the coins, then debase the bills. They sure did. The whole time freebasing through the whole process. And they're drug addicts. Absolutely. What they intended for us backfired on them. Opium Wars 3. Now they're creating fake imaginary coins on top of it. Yep. Without the data centers to actually properly handle all the transactions they would need to keep it going the same. They're already operating below power threshold. Made trillions. Valueless. Value comes from scarcity. They're valueless. They're debased. And they know that. And the rest of the world know that. King Desson knows that. They ain't not giving me nothing back. They gotta leave. One way or another, they will leave. They don't live forever either. They made 3mx and forgot the b plus b. Y equals mx plus b. Come on now. 3x. 3 kings plus b. 1, 3, 13. That's us. Algebra. Noble Drew Ali, Algebra 1. Imagine who taught them. They didn't have it before. There's no fucking algebra here. In they damn schools before us. Recently. Wasn't it the black women teaching NASA the math to get to the moon that they never went to? They miss me with your bullshit. Trillions, tray lines, 3 lions, 3 tribes. Left out the tribes. Domiciles, yeah. They did all of our business without us and wondering why it's not blessed by God. Stupid people. They don't believe in God, that's the answer, by the way. They think God is a fairy tale. Good. I think they're a fairy tale too. They think my fathers and them are fairy tales. Cool. I think they're fairy tales too, since everything's a goddamn lie stolen from us. Fairy tales aren't real. So their wealth ain't real, their power ain't real, their authority ain't real. It'll catch up eventually. It'll rain down. Freddy Krueger, man. You ain't gotta touch it. It's not real. You send it up. You send it to a prompt engine, mid-journey, then it rains downstairs. Guard your mind. Vanity. Even if you think of sleeping with that woman, it's considered adultery. Because this is more important. What do you believe? Not how fast can you get back to your daughter. Not how many glasses of water you take when you get home. Not if you had enough herbs and Tylenol. My grandfather says, what did you believe? Do you believe you can be out? Then go forth and sin no more. What's a sin? Incorrect thought. He said, get your mind right and align it to law. Did he have a constitution when he was walking around? But what law was he talking about? Being damn Judah. Who do we have a covenant with? Faggots or God? What are we supposed to do? Not them. What type of time are we supposed to be on? Not them. What about us? Who is our laws with? Royals? Answer to who? No one. Besides God. Welcome to the Bible. A whole bunch of people that answer to nothing but God. Can you imagine what a royal is? A book about royals. On the cover, King James Bible, a royal. Niggas who don't answer to nobody. And every time they're in captivity, got to answer to somebody. They got to pray and they start getting fucked up. They got to pray, they got to start fasting, they start getting fucked up. They start getting hunted and doubted, and people want to see their talents and magic, and they start getting fucked up. Same story or not? These fools are biblically cooked. You got it, my brother. They're not dealing with men or me. We're just the prophets for God. They don't believe in God. They're cooked by God. So, all we can do, stay the fuck out the way. They ain't gotta believe me. Why would they? They don't believe in kings.